podcast is intended for mature audiences. The views and opinions expressed are those of the panelists and do not reflect in any way those of the podcast partners, sponsors, or affiliates. Enjoy.
Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to the Voice of the People. Let's get ready for Boxing Voice.
Every day I'm hustling, 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 hustling. Every day I'm hustling, 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 every
BoxingVoice.com.
What broke him down? Was it just the body punching? When I was hitting him with body punching, I heard him, actually he was crying in there. You were saying that Biggs was crying when you hit him? Yes. When did that happen? And perhaps the fourth round on?
BoxingVoice.com.
So that you knew you had him by that time? Absolutely, but I knew he was toughing and taking those punches.
Derevyanchenko Productions.
Making women gestures like, oh.
Let's go, champ.
It's the champ. Shannon the champ with the fake champ. Vitaly Vladimir Klitschko.
BoxingVoice.com.
I'm gonna treat him like he's a C+ fighter. I'm gonna dominate, I'm gonna dog this fighter.
I'm talking about punishment. We're gonna punish you for 12 rounds. Either the referee says you had enough, or you can say you had enough, or you can stay your ass there all night until you ain't had enough.
I feel I'm the best in the sport, and to be the best, you got to beat the best. And all I did was beat opponents. I worked my way from the bottom to the top. I won a title by beating top competition and top fighters. This guy was hands title, he's a paper champion.
Do you feel that you're the best super middleweight right now?
100%. Let's go, champ.
He can bring the pressure. He can box. I'm a true champion. I'm willing to go to his turf in Atlantic City. I'm going to step on him. I'm going to crush him. Y'all can mark my word to this. I'm going to crush him. He's a C+ fighter. I'm an A+ fighter. Come Saturday night next week, all the fans tune in because I'm going to dominate. This guy is flat-footed, swing wild. I'm not worried about who his trainer is because his trainer can't get in there and fight for him.
Derevyanchenko Productions.
BoxingVoice.com. BoxingVoice.com.
Good morning, welcome back,
BoxingVoice.com.
ladies and gentlemen.
What broke him down? Was it just the body punching?
Okay. So that played twice. But listen, welcome back. Good morning. Welcome to another episode of the Boxing Voice Radio. I am your host, Nestor Gibbs, joined alongside the King of Essex, Amin, in the building. We're here to discuss, obviously, a jam-packed show. We have a lot of fights to preview and predict for this weekend's action on ESPN+. Christian Mbilli takes on Sergey Derevyanchenko, longtime veteran in the sport, tough, durable fighter, and a barometer fight between Derevyanchenko and Mbilli to get a gauge where Mbilli is and assess him compared to a Jaime Munguia that just fought Derevyanchenko not too long ago. But King Amin, buenos dias, good morning. What it do?
Good morning, TBV. Good morning, Skipper. Definitely a packed show, lots to talk about. This is a good card. I hear a lot of people talking about Mbilli. Shout out, was it Rambo? That's his favorite fighter now. But you know, rumors, speculation, Tank fighting in November. So it's lots of good stuff to talk about. And the best place to talk and hear about it is here on TBV. So that's what we're doing this morning.
Yeah, man, there's a possible potential Tank Davis fight being rumored and has surfaced on the internet. Looks like PBC has a hold on a date in Las Vegas. So if it is true, I mean, we are getting a switch. We were told, or at least the latest rumor was Tank Davis Thanksgiving equaling a Tanks giving his fans something spectacular. Now we're talking November 2nd is the new date that's on hold. Now, this could easily just be another PBC date that doesn't include Tank, and because Tank, is expected to fight, we're just assuming this is a Tank date. Obviously, no confirmation from the PBC as of yet, and just rumors circulating around the internet. But do you think that they would do such a change? We were believing it was going to be Thanksgiving, not the beginning of November.
Well, yeah, if we're to believe what I have speculated, and not like it takes much thought for it, but we're going back to the respective sides of the streets. We're hearing about Tim Tszyu, his 3-fight plan. Who's to say there's not some sort of options or offers being floated around to make another, or what PBC believes is going to be a stacked card? Remember, we had Tank Davis and Benavidez on the previous card. Suppose they're interested in putting together Tim Tszyu with Tank Davis on the undercard. I said it the wrong way. With Tank Davis with Tim Tszyu on the undercard, knowing with the other guys across the street, they're trying to stack their cards. So you got to fatten up them bags. Maybe this could be something where they're putting together a quote unquote PBC mega card.
That sounds good. That would be good if we could get some sort of mega card from them. I mean, we haven't had anything mega from the PBC in a long time. Do they stack the cards with a lot of A sides? Yeah, we seen that in the Tank January pay-per-view. But are they going to be competitive fights like what Turkey Al-Sheikh gives us? That is, definitely another conversation and quite potentially a debate as to whether or not we get things of that quality.
Well, let's just look at that right there. Let's just, again, this is me saying it. What if we get Tank Davis, opponent to be announced, but we got Tim Tszyu versus Muratayev, right, as the co-main? Is that right there enough to start off a good PBC card? Or is it really dependent on who's Tank's opponent is and then the rest of the card for PBC?
I mean, again, you're saying Tank's opponent and then Tim Tszyu on the undercard?
Yeah.
I don't know that that's going to happen. Isn't Tszyu going to Australia for that fight? With Mbilli?
Oh, I didn't know. That's why I was asking.
Actually, you're right. There was rumors yesterday of Tszyu fighting in Florida, but that doesn't sound like a Tank fight. They got to be paying Tank a lot of money to go to Florida because, he gets site fee money. He's a $1 million baby these days.
Yeah, so Vegas is obviously the most important spot. But yeah, I'm just thinking to myself how.
But hypothetically, yeah, it would be worth it. Whatever Tank opponent with Tszyu on the undercard versus Mbilli for the title. And did you mention another fight?
Well, that's where I don't know who else did we need to see, who was scheduled or rumored, because these other guys are going to be on the Canelo card. You know what I mean? So you can't have the Fultons, but I don't know. From there, that's where I'm at a loss. I'm at a loss to where.
I mean, you got Figueroa, right? Brandon Figueroa. He's Mexican. He hasn't fought. You got Benavidez. You can always do Benavidez. There was rumors of Benavidez fighting again in the end of the year. There hasn't been rumors as to whether or not he's headlining. They could always keep doing Benavidez and Tank as a package deal. Jesus Ramos hasn't fought since losing to Erickson Lubin on the Jamel Charlo card, right? Oh, my God. Don't tell me I'm right.
I'm not sure.
I'm Googling it. That would be so sad if he hasn't fought since losing to fucking Erickson Lubin. That would be a travesty. That's crazy. I'm afraid to find out the answer to that. Honestly. What is it? Jesus Ramos. Oh, my goodness. Has he fought? Okay, he fought. I was so nervous. He fought this year in May versus Johan Gonzalez, and it was a tune-up. So, yeah, they could bring him back. Jesus Ramos,
David Morrell. Bring David Morrell back.
David Morrell. Bring David back.
And I guess the direction I'm going, Ness, is that if this Tank date is on hold for, excuse me, I'm saying the Tank date, man, I'm all over my words. I ain't have my chronic yet. I'm not smooth yet. But if this date is for Gervonta Davis, what I'm thinking is, and what I'm saying in so many words is that PBC is going to have to stack this card, like you said, like Turkey's doing it with competitive bouts.
And you're saying this why? Because you think they're in necessity to compete with what's going on the landscape?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
I don't know. I think these promoters march to a beat of their own tune, so it's like they don't really care, right? Like, I mean, Top Rank's card last week wasn't stacked because Atlas Sheik is stacking. Like, I don't know.
But we've heard more talk. You even heard one of our guys call in and say, hey, they was like me. They was out with the old lady. I mean, we're starting to press back. I want to give you all the credit, but you're one of the people that started to push back and say if these fights are not intriguing enough, we don't have to sit and suffer through them. So if PBC, again, not trying to down them, I'm trying to give them a play, and hopefully they'll oblige with all of the talent they got over there. I'm sure the talent would like for them to oblige them. Put together some entertaining and competitive cards, because you can't just go with the status quo. I seen something on the internet, because the internet is undefeated, and they said this is where PBC would offer us, and it was like a fake fly, and I don't know if it was for a real fight or just they kind of people with Photoshop, and it was like Charles Martin versus Luis Ortiz on a PBC event, and it was just kind of like that's what we were given. We were given other than the big Canelo fights, we was getting some pretty shitty standard fights. So, I want to see them change that element of their game. If there's one knock I got against PBC, you can't give us a bunch of shitty fights on the way to the big headliner you got with either Canelo or when you got Bud Crawford under your employ. I believe, you got to give us some pretty consistent good fights, and that's where Top Rank wins. Matchroom wins with a niche market, having women's boxing and having international fighters plus American fighters. And I just think that PBC, with all of the talent that they have, they really should do a better job of organizing the depth of their cards to keep them more entertaining. And this could be, if in fact that's their date and they're headlining with Tank, this could be a great opportunity to shut people like me up. So I don't got to worry about another Luis Ortiz main event.
For sure. I mean, look, I'm a boxing fan. I would love for them to stack their cards and compete with Atlas Sheik in terms of quality, but I don't know that is something that is possible. But let me just screen share this information here. Credit to Boxing and Barbecue. Credit to Dan the Boxing Man on Twitter for the screenshots and the information. This is the possible Gervonta Davis fight in Las Vegas, November 2nd at the T-Mobile Arena. There is a hold on the T-Mobile Arena, and it is by TGB, the longtime promoter that works with Al Heyman. So now everyone is assuming Tank is going to fight November 2nd, Saturday, at the T-Mobile Arena. Now, the T-Mobile Arena was said to be the location of Tank's first league fight date, which was supposed to be for Thanksgiving, making it a Tanksgiving, which I don't know why they didn't stay with that. I don't know why they didn't stay with that, because it just had a good ring to it. They could have stole that from Mad Bet and got creative. It would have been easy to sell the marketing of Thanksgiving back to his fans. It just would have worked out, in my opinion. Speaking of Tank, though, I do want to report he is or has already done a back-to-school drive. Let me just pull that up. Tank Davis, annual back-to-school drive. Okay, he did do it. It was Wednesday, yesterday, from 3 to 6 p.m. in Pennsylvania Avenue in Baltimore. I believe this is his gym, the Marshall Recreation Center. And obviously, you know, it was this year's this year's annual back to school drive where Tank was distributing hundreds of backpacks filled with essentials for school supplies for the children in their community. Gervonta Davis will be present to support and engage with attendees, making this memorable occasion for all involved. So he was there being a man of the people, man. So, you know, you got to report the good and the bad. Shout out to Tank. He did a 3-hour back-to-school drive, giving away hundreds of goodie bags for the kids in the neighborhood. So salute to that man. We got Malcolm on Twitter cutting that line. What up?
Malcolm been up. He been working early. What up, Malcolm?
Shout outs to Boxing Voice. Ness, shout outs to you. Shout outs to my brother from New York. I mean, even though you from Brooklyn, but you know, it's all love, my brother.
Nah, I'm from Jersey. I got the grandparents from out there in
right?
East New York, man. I spent many of my days out there, man. Shout out to Belmont and Crescent. Shout out to Putnam. Shout out to the whole East New York.
All right, my fault. I thought you was a Brooklyn guy. Just about the Mbilli fight and Derevyanchenko, the predictions for that. I might have Mbilli winning. You know, he's good in the inside. You know, kind of a knockout artist. You know, but just doesn't have really a jab like that. You know what I'm saying? So I could see Derevyanchenko giving him some kind of problems. You know, I don't want to write off Derevyanchenko just yet, even though he got some losses. He's still a pretty rugged guy. You know. So it could be a pretty ugly fight, but I might just edge, you know, Mbilli on that. I'm gonna keep this call very short, by the way. In terms of the Tank thing, is it gonna be Shakur or not, or we just don't know, or is Shakur just gonna go the potato route because niggas don't send contracts?
Definitely not Shakur, man.
Okay, yeah. So fuck Tank. That's how I'm gonna start this shit off again. Started at 135 since 2016, I believe. Yeah, I did my fucking research. Hasn't fought a single 135 champ since he's been in that division. So, you know, all y'all little
Gamboa was a champ.
Was he a champ at 135?
Gamboa had the belt. He took the belt from Gamboa at 35.
You sure? Because I looked it up and it wasn't showing it like that. You sure it wasn't 130?
Nah, I'm sure. I'm sure you ain't look it up.
Nah,
but I'm
sure
double checking.
You can Google it.
I'm double checking. I'm double checking just to be safe.
Yeah, and if I'm wrong, give me my crow for that.
It don't show a belt. You're right, but there was a belt. He won a WBA for the Gamboa fight, and it was at 35.
Hey, not showing a belt, man. You know
yeah,
what
but that's
saying?
box rec. But that's box rec. But there was a WBA. I could pull up the pictures. Remember, Tank won his first belt from Gamboa there, like his first 35. That's how he got the regular.
I remember his first. He hasn't really gotten a belt until now at 135.
No,
it probably
but
wasn't the official shit.
Yeah, but the regular, he won the regular that day.
A Reggie belt, exactly.
That ain't no red. That's a real belt.
All right, listen, Ness. He's not fighting the niggas we want him to fight. I'm gonna keep that energy. I'm gonna keep saying it. All y'all little Tank fans, you feel me? Y'all want to be fan of man. Just the man just gotta fight. That's it. Demand him to fight the best. Y'all thinking, oh, you know, he's in Paris and all that bullshit. I don't want to hear it. His coaches be on some bullshit. I seen their fucking interview on the Rise podcast, and they over here playing matchmaker. You know, that's the problem. Y'all want to make Twitter accounts with fucking Tank Davis as y'all fucking profile. Like, that shit is ridiculous, man. We ain't getting Shakur. Fuck Tank. Fuck his fans, his little man fans. I'm out of here.
You may feel like it's
setting off the show on fire today.
Well, he wasn't happy. Talk about disgruntled fan. Capicu $2. Did you see Torres versus Derevyanchenko? Bomb burner. I seen it. Good fight. Not the best fight, right? Like, they're really going slow with Torres. But I can't complain. Good development fight in Joey Derevyanchenko. Most known for allegedly knocking out AJ in sparring.
Before the Ruiz fight,
allegedly. Before the Ruiz fight, correct. So, You know, that's probably what he's most known for. Definitely a durable heavyweight, educated left hook, and deceiving body for sure. His body can fool anyone and end up sleepwalking you, thinking that you're in an easy night because he's not body beautiful, and then you're done.
Night.
You know? But yes, we did see that. Shout out to Richard Torres. Keep stepping up. Right now we're at 229,782. So I do need you to do what you're supposed to do and go ahead and subscribe if you haven't already done so that we could get to that next goal of 230,000. Trying to get to that before Saturday, and it would be amazing if we can do that. If you are on our live chat, don't forget to go ahead and hit that thumbs up. And the phone lines are open if you want to voice your opinion. We're talking Tank's potential rumored date. It is being said on social media that he could potentially be fighting November 2nd. There's a hold on T-Mobile by a promoter that he associates himself with in TGB. So there is a hold on a Saturday at the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas right here for a big fight. Is it a Tank fight? That we don't know. There were initial rumors that he was supposed to give us a pay-per-view fight for Thanksgiving, a.k.a. Thanksgiving, and now it looks like these reports may be changing. Again, this has not been substantiated, so, you know, we're just running with the rumor and also doing previews and predictions. So, obviously, I'm going Christian Mbilli. I'm going... That's a tough fight, actually. I was about to say I'm going Oslenbeck, but yo, Oslenbeck got his ass handed to him by Ajit Kababel, and Guido actually fought pretty tough his last time out. He wasn't like fearful, you know what I'm saying? But that is a tough fight. I don't think I can make a prediction just yet because that might be something I bet on, depending on what that line looks like. I'm pretty sure that the bookies are gonna be a little bit split there, right? Like Oslenbeck is such a tough puncher, but then he folded so easy to the body. Guido, not the toughest, but he's a decent boxer. So it's like, he didn't get stopped by Efe. Is the more cruder, less skilled Oslenbeck going to be able to stop Guido? I don't know. I might need some research. That might be a little bet right there. I got to see what that line is like. But that's a decent fight. That's a decent fight. Then you got the Cuban, right? Oleceris Iglesias, we finally get to see him fight. I never seen him fight. Have you?
Yeah, he's been fighting on those on Eye to Tiger promotions. He's been fighting out in Canada, pretty decent, man. He's been fighting out there for a while. So I've seen him. He's actually been featured on the same card as another gentleman on here, Wilkins Matthew, John Oribo. It's a couple guys up there in Montreal been getting to the bag.
Puncher. He's not a puncher, that's for sure. And, I mean, it's not really a true indication that he's not a puncher. Isaac Chilemba is one tough SOB, and not a lot of people knocked him out. I'm pretty sure maybe Kovalev was one of the dudes that was able to knock out Isaac Chilemba and maybe even Alexander Vazdek. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it wasn't Kovalev. I think maybe the Cuban or the Ecuadorian, Elderly Alvarez, but... You know, Isaac Chilemba, certainly a tough, durable fighter, and it looks like Ulysses, I wonder if it's Ulysses. Ulysses, you know, he didn't stop him. He didn't stop him. So, you know, certainly my ears are up like a dog, right? I'm paying attention because had he stopped him, then I can, you know, be interested because it's like, wow, he might have some pop. But we'll get to see him. He's taking on Senad Beko. Not a bad fight. You know, Senna's been in some decent fights. He lost to Morrell in 2 rounds, but outside of that, he gave Vladimir Shishkin a good 10-round fight. Not a bad fight. Again, I don't know Elisi, so I'm not picking anybody in that fight. Abdullah Mason, I never heard of Mike Ohan Jr., but I'm picking Abdullah. Jahad Tucker, I'm picking him over Santiago because we know it's supposed to be that way. That's about it. I don't know anyone else on this card A sides or B sides. I don't know. Maybe you may be familiar with Layla.
Leila Baldon. Yes, she's actually in a very good bout against probably the toughest opponent of her entire career, Lisbeth Crespo from Bolivia. Crespo is a veteran. She's been in there with two common opponents of Caroline Dubois. That is Yanina Lescano and Mayra Moneno. Both of them are Argentine fighters. And she's also faced Michaela Mayer, that is Lisbeth Crespo. So she's very seasoned, well-heeled, and will be Baldon, the 11-1 with 1 KO, Baldon's toughest opponent. Respectfully, because it's a hometown fight, I'm picking Baldon. Because like I said, she's not a power puncher at all. 1 KO, and Crespo is tough unless she's just fading, unless this is the back end of her career. But Crespo, pretty dangerous, 15-7, 4 KOs, considerably high for a female fighter. But that's a pretty good bout. And also, like I said, tune in to see the kid Wilkins Matthew. I think he's a middleweight, but he's a hell of a puncher. Hell of a puncher, man. Ness, take me down for 1 second. I know you're about to go to callers right quick.
For sure, champ. And speaking of the callers, I do need the community to make sure I don't forget. We could potentially get a Gary Jonas, owner of ProBox, interview today at 11. It is scheduled for that time. I just have to remember, and there's a lot to ask him, He kind of foreseen the future with Al Sheik, and some of his predictions are coming true, so we want to get a follow-up. Plus, they got their first world champion in Angelo Leo with ProBox now. They also have a big fight, high-profile fight with Jarrett Hurd and Jason Rosario this week. So a lot to talk about with the owner of ProBox, Gary Jonas. I don't think that I have a post for him, but I'll try and make one before he jumps on. We got Leonard Sterling, 2-pounder. BoxRec removed WBA. Info, dispute with WBA. Fight Facts. Yeah, Fight Facts is something that Turki Al Sheik wants to start. And, he's basically persuaded the WBA to be the first sanctioning body to rock out. And, he wants to get rid of BoxRec. I don't know. Listen, bro. We starting to see that he is a lot more than what we expected. I honestly, I don't get it. I wish I could get that interview because he has issues only with the people that don't need him. So it's almost like an ego thing, right? Like, oh, you don't need me, I don't need you. It is what it is, kind of thing. I guess, but yeah, I mean, he has an issue with Canelo. He has an issue with Tank. He has an issue with Jake. These are three names that don't need him. Now he's got an issue with BoxRec. Like, what did BoxRec do? And he doesn't give much information. He's got an issue with Zoo. When Marcos, you can hear Marcos Villegas in the interview saying, oh, what'd he do? All he says is he got in his own way. Zoo's on an interview saying he don't know what he did. You know what I mean? So I'm getting nervous. I'm getting nervous that this guy is the type of person that if you say the wrong thing, you're cut off for good or you become an enemy. And that's weird. Why would you never work with Zoo? You haven't even spoken to Zoo. Because Zoo made it clear that it must be some sort of lack of communication or something got lost in communication. So he's on one end, clearly, trying to apologize for whatever miscommunication is causing the friction in the relationship, while Al Sheik is like, I'm done with you. Because things didn't go the way that I wanted them to. I don't know. I'm getting nervous. Jeff, $5. Hey, Ness, BoxRec don't recognize the WBA anymore since they joined Fight Facts? Shout out to Midwest Mafia and holding it down for the 757. Yeah, it's more about a feud with Al Sheik and them. They beefing. Pristine Sports. $2. Oscar calls Shakur the greatest fighter he's seen on Club Shay Shay, right? Someone sent me that. I didn't actually watch it, but I seen the title. JXV88, $2. Why did Bud walk out last if Madrimov is the champ? Because Bud is the champ in the eyes of Alex Sheik, and he's the event coordinator. Second counterpunch of the day for Malcolm on Twitter.
Yo, I'm gonna keep this brief. My bad, man. My bad. My original statement, by the way, I had said that he didn't fight any champion or a belt holder pretty much at 135, right? Since 2016.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's what I said. It was a vacant belt, so I was technically right in a way. If whether the regular is a real belt or not, he didn't fight a belt holder. It was a vacant belt. You know, I kind of feel like I'm fucking CYP right now trying to prove a point. I need some weed right now. But, yeah, other than that, man, I just think it's fucking nasty work. I just want to hear the rest of the calls later. They're going to just be cool with him fighting whatever. They're going to say Rayo or whatever the fuck it is. But I could have swore the other day when, I think it was yesterday. When you
Hey, yo, now I know why, bro. I can't find the WBA belt on BoxRec because they don't fuck with them no more. So that's why you don't see it. That's why you don't see it. That's why when you go to Tank's fight, it's not there. I'm going to go to the Barrios one, and it's not there either. They sold.
Yeah, even the official shit?
They sold. That's so.
That's petty.
That's mad petty. That's real petty, bro. That's just. Yeah, look. The Barrios fight don't have, bro, they are. Alex Sheik wildin'. Look at what he's doing. Now we don't even got our little encyclopedia no more with the right shit. Come on, B. That's wild right now, bro. Like, this is a very, very useful tool right here. That's crazy. They straight up, any WBA. Like, look, if I go to David Morrell, look, Leo had a WBA. And now he don't even, ay Dios mío. These people are crazy. Yo, that must be a click of a keystroke. They probably called their coder like, yo, take all the fucking code out for the WBA. That's so weird, and I want to say that word that rhymes with yay but starts with G. These motherfuckers ain't
flamboyant.
Shit.
It's flamboyant. It's
These
flamboyant.
dudes is, yo, that is so petty. It looks ugly, too. Like, yo, where's the belt, man? That's not right, man. That's disrespect. So now Tank ain't a champion because you know he only won the WBA. I mean, he did win the IBF from Pedraza, but that was a long time ago. He's only ever had the WBA, the real one, the regular one. Like, oh, my God, they stripped him of everything on BoxRec. That's bananas. I got to see do it not say Canelo. That's crazy, man. What is they doing?
Ness, real quick, you going to give me some extra time? Because you kind of
Of course, man. Go ahead. Talk. You ain't even talking. Trying to give us dead air. You trying to give us dead air.
Nah, listen, you going on a little rant. You know how you are. You notorious for this shit. But yeah, just quick. What I was saying, the other show, the Devin Haney show and shit. I heard a lot of calls and they want him to just fight the top names after getting an ass whooping from a cheater, and they like, hey, if you go to 147, fight Boots.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all hold Devin to these crazy ass standards, and he has to fight the top names, but. This other motherfucker, he could just fight whatever the fuck he feel like because he just generate money. No, it's just fucking stupid, man. And then my last point, I forgot to mention Abdullah Mason. He's definitely going to win his fight. I don't even know who the fuck the other guy is. I just see that he's just been fighting everybody under the sun. But, yeah, I'm not too high up on him thinking he's going to beat the top names at 135 yet. I'm not a part of the Mason mommies. That's what I call them because these fans are just fucking horrible. But, yeah, that's about it, man. I would just tune in, man. Shout out to Boxing Voice.
Wow, bro. Look at Canelo's last 4 fights. That should say no WBA. They are crazy, man. Somebody needs to check BoxRec. And you see, these people can't even be seen, man. You see them if you go to the convention, but you don't know who they are. You only hear when they go to the podium or something or when they're announced like, oh, Mary Shepard from BoxRec. You twisting your neck trying to see where they at. This is bananas that they just took the WBA off. And again, for politics. So there can't be two BoxRecs, two sites that are, referencing records. Because BoxRec gets mad. I don't even know what's going on here, bro. All I know is that it doesn't look good. And BoxRec's a tool that I use, man, to now not know whether a WBA title is on the line. It's almost like they're useless. If I was going to you for accurate information and now I can't, why am I going there? This is just so weird. Crazy, man. El Tanque, what up? It's always something in boxing, right?
What up, bro? Good morning.
Good morning.
Yo, on these picks, but I got Mbilli stopping Derevyanchenko. I know the other day you were complaining about Virgil using his head as a battering ram. Didn't you see that fucking fight with Von Alexander? That dude used his head as a battering ram and as a shield, bro. He didn't look good either. Mbilli should stop him. I want to say between 7 and 10 rounds. You're going to demolish Derevyanchenko. I like the way Bob Arum is also talking about Mbilli. He's saying, I got a guy that Canelo hasn't seen as well. And we're going to take his, we're going to go and beat him. I like it. This Japan fight that Canelo wants to do in December is looking, like it's going to happen if he beats Berlanga. Because what does Top Rank have, bro? They have a plethora of Japanese fighters they can stick on the undercard. Mad names. Canelo and Mbilli could just be a little showcase for them, while the undercard is just stuck with Japanese fighters. Arslanbek, that dude is the most uncoordinated, sloppy, disgusting heavyweight fighter I've ever seen in my life. Guido should beat him easily. No, I don't like Arslanbek. He's first time I seen him fight, I was like, what does this dude have outside of, hitting hard like all the heavyweights do? He ain't got nothing, bro. He's ugly to watch. There's nothing cool about his boxing game. That dude is horrible. Pick Guido for the win, man. What else was I gonna touch? Oh yeah, man, I'm back on that Tim Tszyu and Ardem, bro. Bakram Tim Tszyu. That's fight of the year right there, bro. That's another fight of the year. Tim Tszyu is fighting the dude with the most volume, the most power, the 154 punch. Y'all thought Bohachuk threw punches against Virgil. Bakram threw about 500 more against Coakley. Who the hell throws 1,100 punches in 11 rounds with power, bro? He threw about almost 600 jabs. The dude is sleepy mofos. Do not sleep on this fight. Fight of the year type of thing. I feel sorry for Tim Tszyu, man. A dude came out of a war with Fondora just to get into a Russian war. I believe Bakram is gonna come and collect that Russian card from him and tell him I'm the real Russian. Stay your ass in Australia. The Turkey, man, this dude he's no good for boxing. I've been saying it for a while, bro. I don't support anything it does. I don't buy none of his pay-per-views. The UFC thing, he's been doing it for a while. This dude is not good for boxing. I see a lot of people change their narrative because they got Bud over there sucking the turkey's thumb. Now everybody's like, the turkey's good, man. The turkey ain't good. This dude is horrible for boxing, bro.
You may feel like it's your time, but it's not your time.
It's crazy, man. The other day, just a week ago, we was praising him, and now some people think he's bad for boxing. Some people think he's good for boxing. Some people think he has an ego. This is crazy, man. I was telling my producer, I need that soundbite. I need that soundbite, man. No, how it go? Let me see, because I know I Googled it. But I ain't play it because it would have played out. Hopefully he sends it to me. But it's something about Kanye be like, ain't no one man should have all that power, something like that. Yeah. I'm starting to hear that in my head now, because I don't know, why is he acting this way? He's frightening us. Like why like you're just following the footsteps of other promoters if you butt heads with a person and because you didn't come to an agreement, you no longer can deal with them. How is that any different from these other promoters in the cold wars that boxing has been in amongst promoters for the last 10, 20, 30 years? Like, how is that any different? We got to open our eyes. I don't like that attitude. I'm sorry. I'm different. I'm dust yourself off and try it again. If negotiations failed now, swing back around. Same way that Crawford and Earl did. They spun the block. Remember that phrase? They spun the block. Like, why are we writing drawing these lines in the sand, and then it's like, oh, that's it. You don't want to do business. We can never do business. That's frightening, man. That's frightening. But phone lines are open for those that want to call in and voice their opinion. We got Cliff in Connecticut. What's up?
Can you come back to me in like 20 minutes?
All right, brother.
My bad.
Treese.
Yo.
What up, dog? What up, dog? Man, Ness, I don't really too much give a fuck about no Mbilli. I ain't gonna hold you. He ain't fighting nobody I give. He fighting this old, dusty, rusty motherfucker who ain't really beat nobody. Biggest fights that bro been in is all losses. That ain't what I'm here for. Hey, my nigga, Midwest Mafia shit, the queen of the Midwest Mafia, Clarissa Shields, man. Where's your man Two-Tone? Well, Uncle Tone, I forgot. Where's my nigga Uncle Tone, man? The biggest hater in the world about my nigga Clarissa Shields. Man, we on the Breakfast Club, my nigga? Did you see our interview, gang?
Nah.
Oh, you bullshitting, gang. You need to get on that, man. Come on, man.
She wasn't talking about nothing.
Say what?
She wasn't talking about nothing.
Yeah, she was talking about a movie she got.
That ain't
she was
about
talking
nothing.
She was talking about your favorite fighter, Jake Paul, but
still ain't about nothing.
It still ain't about, hey, man, I'm just saying, man, hey, the queen of the Midwest Mafia.
If she ain't talking about getting with Jake Paul, she ain't make no headlines. If she ain't
what
talking
you mean?
about...
Man, why she need to... That's exactly what she was talking about. Why she don't need to be with him and why Amanda Serrano shouldn't be with him either, my nigga. That's the...
If she
ain't... Clarissa Shields on the Breakfast Club, my nigga, being a real superstar like she is,
If she ain't talking about the fights that we want to see... She ain't doing nothing.
She was talking about you. That's the thing. That's because you ain't watching. Because I forgot, my nigga. I forgot she's a real superstar. She was on that bitch live. I forgot. This wasn't no recording like some of your favorite actors and comedians be on that motherfucker. I forgot she was live on that thing like superstars be. Yeah. You understand?
Yeah.
But yeah, she was talking about how she'd fight anybody. She was talking about how they were saying how Jake Paul got. Jake Paul got a female fighter?
Like how she said, and I got the screenshot that I'm about to share. Like how she said that she was gonna work her way down to 47 and meet Alicia there, like that.
And that's what she. Whoa, and that's what she also. She said that.
Though?
She
Was
said
it like this?
She said, "Whoa, let me." She said 54
like
or 47.
Right
that's
here?
what her nutritionist said.
But was
her
it like this tweet though? Was it like this tweet that I'm
it.
sharing though? Did it sound or look like this tweet that I'm sharing that I saved?
Yeah, all I seen was Clarissa on the Breakfast Club.
All those Clarissa fans
like a real
that say,
superstar.
For all those Clarissa fans that say Alicia gotta go up. For all those Clarissa fans that say Alicia gotta go up. For all those Clarissa fans that say Clarissa never called her out.
Gotta go up. The fuck?
No, she
don't. 147. She still gotta go up for that.
If you could read, it say start. It say it right there. Say, oh, have you? Okay. Well, hey, you think you can dethrone the GOAT? Start your plan, your way to 147. Plan, and I'll start mines. I said, I'll start mines. I said, I'll start.
She was started. She just was on air saying that her nutritionist said that she can make it.
And if
her
we
nutritionist said that she can make it and she said, and I quote, for the right bag, I'll go down to 147.
Yeah.
If Amanda Serrano can make 47 for the right bag, I'll do it.
Yeah,
but
you
it won't
want
be on no
Serrano.
Jake. And I quote,
want
it won't be on no
Serrano.
Jake Paul undercard.
You
gang.
want Serrano. You want Serrano. You don't want
If it's for the
Baumgartner.
what you mean? That's what fighters say, gang. For the bag, if she can make it for the bag,
man.
if y'all not talking no fucking pennies,
Hey, yo,
pay her right. Pay her like the champion that she is. Pay her like the 2-time gold medalist that she is. You feel me? And she'll work her way down there for the right bag. Turkey Alley Sheik. We hope you listening, gang.
So essentially,
Midwest Mafia shit.
So essentially, you want to fight Jake's fighter on Jake's promotion.
She said not on a Jake Paul undercard. She said it will not be an MVP promotion. That's what he can be involved. It will not be on his undercard. Is what she said.
Bro,
it will be an event.
This is a waste. This is a waste of time. Like the fact that you even defending this, it ain't gonna be an MVP. It ain't gonna be an MVP promotions. Like that's not the bigger promotions. Like that.
Be involved, my nigga. T-Rex promotions will be involved as well. My nigga, it's called a co-promotion. We watch motherfuckers do it all the time, or not.
Bro. Who's the A side?
Fuck you, Clarissa Shields, my nigga. Fuck you mean? Who the A side?
Oh yeah. So tell her send the offer then. See how you fell for that?
What you mean, sir? She. Fuck, come up to 147. She's got to fight. Your man's Amanda Serrano got to fight lined
My
up.
dude, you're not listening. If she's the A side, tell us an offer.
Okay. She will. But right now, we got a movie that we trying to roll out.
Exactly.
Right now, we trying to.
Exactly.
Right now, we on a. Right now, we're on a. I got your bag. I ain't shit. We'll send it back to you. Ain't shit. Right now, we on a press tour. Right now, we're trying to promote a movie. By the way, you feel me? Right now, we doing our thing.
So essentially, you capping them.
It's going to take a while to work down to 147.
Essentially, you capping then. Essentially, you capping. You're not ready to fight Serrano. You capping. Because you just promoting the movie.
And Amanda Serrano not ready to fight Clarissa Shields, my nigga.
You just promoting the movie.
Taylor, and she still got to work her way up to 47.
You're right. Amanda Serrano not ready to fight Clarissa Shields because she's got a big-ass fight on Netflix.
It's not a bigger, but I see that you said it's not a bigger fight, motherfucker. That's the point.
It's the biggest fight in women's boxing.
Shout out to Midwest Mafia.
Biggest fight in women's boxing.
You say what?
It's the biggest fight in women's boxing till date.
Fuck, let you tell it. I thought Baumgartner and Clarissa was the biggest fighter. What you mean? You notice the common denominator in all those biggest fights in women's boxing. They all contain Clarissa Shields.
No,
shout out Midwest Mafia,
the bell, man. That's the bell.
Yeah, shout out Midwest Mafia. Shout out Clarissa Shields, man. Shout out to the.
That's the bell. Listen, dude is crazy. The biggest fight in women's boxing is Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano. That's why it's on Netflix. End the story. It's the end of the story. It will be seen by more people. It's going to get more attention than any other women's boxing fight in history. It's the end of the story. Like, what is he even talking about? I don't fucking know. You know what I'm saying? He's a walking infomercial for Clarissa Shields is all he is. But that's cool, man. You know, Midwest Mafia shit. Defend your people. But until she fights somebody that we care about, I really don't know what's there to talk about. And if she the ace, I'd tell Salita to send that offer. I would love to see Dimitri Salita Promotions send an offer to MVP and Amanda Serrano. I would love it. I would report on it. Rez, what up?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yep.
What up, Nasty? Just you today?
Solo Dolo, Scarface, no Manolo.
Shit. Last caller, one thing you can say, man, he right for his fighters, you know, whether they cap or don't cap. You know, that's a good thing and a bad thing in its own, but shout out to him. But yeah, I just want to give my early predictions on the Mbilli fight. I'm actually a little torn between those two because lately they've been some massive upset, and you know, who was the other guy? Sergey? That's the one who's fighting.
Yep, Kovalev.
Yeah, so
I mean Derevyanchenko, Sergey Derevyanchenko. Excuse me.
Okay, yeah, he really only lost to, like, you know, top fighters. Like Jaime Munguia for one of them. He went to a 12-round war. That was like his latest fight, Jaime Munguia.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm a little torn between that because people will say if it wasn't for that knockdown in the 12th round, he would have won that fight with Jaime Munguia. So I'm a little
He
torn
got a
between the
win
two
after
because
that versus Vaughn Alexander, the brother of Devin.
what happened?
I said he got a win after that. Sergey Derevyanchenko did. After that, he got a win over Devin Alexander's brother, Vaughn Alexander.
Okay. So yeah, see, I'm a little torn about that because like on paper, Mbilli is the younger fighter. He had like the bigger engine, as Pro Box was saying. He had like a great high work rate, but I don't think Mbilli is like of that caliber, like the next guy at 168. He has a great work rate, and he's young, he's athletic, and that what he really has going for him, in my opinion. I do like the other fighter, the underdog, but the thing is, my problem with it, he's 38 right now. Like how much can he turn back the clock to actually make to get the win? He's not in the hometown fight, so the judges won't really be keen to you. So I feel like he would need it like a knockdown or just a very very dominant performance. But that being said, I might just go for the underdog because you can't count those people out. The Ukrainian, he's Ukraine, right? I don't want to mix it up like if he's Russian or some shit.
Yeah, nah, he's Ukrainian.
Yeah, like one thing I know, never count them out, man. They different when it comes to boxing. So my prediction, I pick him to win. I'm gonna put my money on the money line because I can't fuck around with the knockout or the decision. It could be one of those things. We thought Bohachuk and Virgil Ortiz were gonna, be ending the knockout, but both of them had like great chins and ended up going full distance. So yeah, I chose that. I chose the underdog for the money line. But yeah, that's my call. Have a good one.
All right, champ. Appreciate you. If you're watching this on YouTube, don't forget to hit that thumbs up. It's going to help with the visibility of the show. Put this episode in the eyes of boxing fans that do not know we're here every day. End Conquest, no words, all love, $2. Appreciate you. Oscar, $2. Told you, Ness, on a super chat, too much power, not good. Yeah. Yeah, man. Brambo, $2. The 168-pound bully, Mbilli, will show why David ran to 175. Leonard Sterling, 5-pounder. Layla Bundunen, something like that, should be beating Lizbeth Crespo comfortably. Decision win. If they're serious about challenging Bumgarner, Persoon winner. Let's see. Who is next? Again, if you want to call in. If you're on the landline, don't forget you do got to press 1. Don't just sit there because you will just sit there. Once again, if you're on that landline and you called in on your phone using your cell phone or your home phone, do press 1 or you're just in the queue listening. We got Drew. What it do? Yo, Drew, what it do? All right. James, what up?
Yo, what's up, Ness? You solo this morning?
For now, yeah. Amin was here, but he had to step away.
Gotcha. I was wondering why there was even talk about women's boxing, man. Did you talk about why is the Alicia Baumgartner fight a private event? What's going on with that? Like, why is there no tickets for sale or anything being offered? And why the fuck they fighting in Fayetteville, Georgia? That's not Atlanta, my nigga. That's way on the south side. You you might as well say that.
I mean, you
That
know
shit the
why?
other side to it.
Listen. There's no secret. You know why? A little promoter won the purse bid, and this is what he could do. He probably won the purse bid under the impression that he was going to get some sort of network to buy this fight and reimburse him for the money and put it on a bigger stage. That didn't happen, and now he's stuck having to provide this fight for Bumgardner, and the only way to make money is to do it however way he's doing it, which I don't get, because if you're trying to make money, you want to sell tickets. So I don't know what exactly is going on, but it's obviously
Like,
a fucked up situation.
yeah, man. Like, bro, like only what they trying to say. Only the elite of the elite in finance can go to that private boxing event. Like, come on, man. Like, how much? I want to know how much he was actually trying to sell the fight off to another promotional company. That's why That's what I would like to know. But we'll probably never find that information out. But other than that, Tank. I look forward to seeing Tank in the ring against Edwin De Los Santos. That really makes sense. See what he can do. That'll be a real tough fight, and I don't think the fans will oppose that fight. I guess with the other topic with Christian Mbilli, I got a feeling, man. I got a feeling that Derevyanchenko might win that fight. I got a feeling that Derevyanchenko might win that fight, and it might just really go the other way.
What?
Because I don't look at Mbilli as a better fighter than even Charlo. You know, even though that fight occurred at a smaller weight and everything, but I think he's really gonna have a tough time, because I don't think Mbilli's on that level. But we shall see. But let's say the alternate outcome does happen, Ness. What would be next for Derevyanchenko, which is crazy with the losses that he has against everybody that's up the upper echelon.
I mean, the smart thing to do would be a rematch with Jaime. It was a tight fight. It was a fun fight. Jaime also needs to be in a more exciting fights. You know, you can't get Canelo, so your next best thing is Jaime.
Or would it be Bazian or whatever?
No. How would Bazian bring a bigger check than Jaime?
I'm just saying. Because he'll be glued. He'll be glued to top rank. But you're right though. So Munguia Part 2. You think Munguia will want that tough fight again? How close
Mexicans love rematches.
Plus, he already got the loss to Canelo. He might not be afraid.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, you can't get Canelo, so you need fun fights in between to make people want you to fight Canelo.
What's good, JB?
Yo, ain't shit, man. Yo, why you ain't I know Treese just called a little minute ago, man. So you must have talked a little bit about Clarissa Shields being on the Breakfast Club or some shit.
Nah, he wasn't here for that.
He had no reason. Oh, okay.
He left me to deal with Treese alone.
Jesus Christ, man. Well, hey, Ness, man, you do this shit 7 days a week, man, and you need to be appreciated for it. And with your in and outs, my nigga, we appreciate you too as well, man. So shout out to you and shout out to the community as always, man. I'll catch y'all later, man.
All right.
Appreciate you. Just like Marco alluded to earlier this week, all them in and outs got me kids, man. So I'll be working, man.
Word. So I think it was Cliff. Who was my first call? Malcolm. Malcolm was my first call. And he said, "Yo, so is Tank fighting Shakur? This is Kenny Ellis, which you choose to believe what you want. What Kenny says.
Ryu, is the Shakur fight in November? Is it gonna be Ryu? Who would you lean towards if you had to pick right now?
Shout out Tyler with Ellie Setback. That's Tyler. He works with Setback. That's my guy.
I would love to fight Shakur because I always said Shakur and Tank was the best. But Shakur, for some reason, he's not going to take it. I want him to take. We want him to fight.
So you heard that he says. For some reason, Shakur's not going to take it. And obviously, it does look that way because it looks like Shakur's doing business with Al-Ashik. But does that really mean that they sent Shakur an offer that he didn't take? Because that's what I feel like he's insinuating. Just saying. I don't know, but I'm playing it again.
I would love to fight Shakur because I always said Shakur and Tank was the best. But Shakur, for some reason, he's not going to take it. I want him to take. We wanted to fight Lomachenko, but he's not taking it. So it's whoever they feed. Whoever they feed us.
So it's whoever they feed us, man. Everybody they wanted don't want to fight. It's whoever they feed us at this point. Yeah. What you think about that? I mean, what it sound like? What it sound like we gonna get?
Lip and Yitz. No, I'm just kidding.
I thought I seen Lipinets in a rumor to be in negotiations with somebody.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I say that to say it's gonna be one of those obscure fighters that might still have a little tread on him. It might not be any young contemporaries.
You don't think Arroyo or De Los Santos?
I think De Los Santos is more likely than Rayo. I think Rayo. Listen, Rayo just got here. You think it would even be in his best interest to jump to the Tank fight? Sure,
Absolutely.
maybe.
I mean, you can't turn around that type of payday, right? Like, again, there's AJ heavyweight paydays, there's Canelo super middleweight paydays, and then there's Tank. There's nothing else in between. Maybe if Earl could get back shaken, he becomes a payday for people again. But right now, those are the guys giving out the big checks. If you want a big check, look at Berlanga. As much as Gilly and Wallow, they kept pushing like, bro, come on, you going to get paid. You going to get paid. He's like, nah, the money ain't anything. It's about like, he's like, yeah, but you going to get the bag. And he's like, yeah, I'm going to get the bag. So, you can't help but admit that the money is different with those gentlemen. But
yeah.
No, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, so, and again, I think Tank, respectfully, he holds the cards, so I think, when you were playing what Kenny was saying, I don't know if I read that much into it other than reiterating that they're the A side. And maybe when he said, of course, or I forgot how you worded it, they're not going to take the offer. To me, that probably just meant like he might not take a Tank Davis offer, whether, whatever that comes with, you know what I'm saying? Whether it's hydration clauses or this, that, or the third, he probably wouldn't take that type of offer. So I don't know.
So they've officially started promoting the Netflix fight, and they're 3 months out. It's like as much as people don't want me to believe that they listening, man. I've been a strong component of yelling out the top of my lungs that they need to promote 3 months out, not 1 month out, not 2 weeks out, 3 months out. And look at these people. It says it's on 3 months away. They got Tyson Paul, or should I say Paul Tyson, Katie Serrano, because Katie won the first fight. And I have no clue who the fuck this guy is on the bottom.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Number one, you said it right the first time. Mike Tyson is the main attraction. We all know this.
Negative.
Oh, you're tripping. You're tripping. 2 left feet. You're tripping. That's Mike Tyson's the main attraction.
Who the hell is Murajal Guayat?
Yo, they would have better off getting some Border Wars fighters. I don't know who them dudes are. They should have got Elias Lioness or something. I heard he was itching for something.
And then they got my man's first name is Winderson. Oh, Lord. I mean, all the money went to the main event and the co-main event. That must be it. I just asked Shadeja, is she on this card? She says she's not sure. She should be getting a call, so we'll see. But, I do want to show that this is Katie posting it, right? Katie posted this, and she did a collab with her fighter, her opponent, Amanda. And then Most Valuable Promotions posted it and did a collab with Netflix. And people like, yo, chill, Ness, that big deal. What's the big deal? The big deal is that Prom never did this. Roll out. They never did this. They never tweeted Zoo. They never tweeted Tank. They ain't repost. They ain't collab post. They ain't post a fuck all thing. This Netflix with 33-something million followers, yeah, no, that means something. That means
And listen,
something. I like
while
that
you
promotion.
while you had the picture up there, condolences, rest in peace to Jessie Lynn Silva. You just showed a picture of her. She recently passed away, lost her bout with a rare form of brain cancer.
That was the young lady that Chris Colbert has been speaking on behalf of, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunate situation. We got James Benitez. Live watch party for Hitchens versus Lipinets. Is it a main event? That can't
Those
be
are
a
the.
main event, is it?
It
I
can't
mean,
be.
I
And
mean,
those.
I guess so, because wasn't Boots and Lipinets a main event? I don't know. I'm just asking. I don't know.
Boots and Lipinets.
I don't know.
I don't remember. Honestly, don't remember. I don't remember how many main events Boots had. You know, it could have been if it was a main event, it was like one of the last Showtime cards that was for free. I know it wasn't pay-per-view. Um, but that's how far you'd have to go back, if in fact it was a main.
Uh-huh. All right, phone lines, Cliff, doubling back.
Yo, you can hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. What's good? Now sound like your energy that you got with Big Turk right now. It's kind of crazy. Like he don't got no extra more power than anybody else. I'm gonna
Word?
argue that nah, he don't got no more extra power than no one else. I'm gonna argue that Al Heyman got more power than him and likes to flex it more. Like fuck Al Heyman. I hope
Explain.
that PBC goes out of business. That's what I think is best for boxing. Let's get PBC out of business. Hopefully they go bankrupt, shut down, and all those good fighters got to come and mix it up with the rest of the cooperating promotional teams that are doing what's right for the sport, that are actually putting their differences to the side and working together with alongside of Big Turk. They the only ones that's out here that's making it hard for us fans to get what we need. You all the fighters from Canelo all on down and Tank, the biggest ones in our fucking sport, is acting funny. And now you got smaller guys like Tim Zoo, rough feeling like, you know what I mean, him and Turk can't do business. No, we need to get them out the way. So they fucking it up. Shit, it'd
I
have been
mean,
better off
champ,
if they
champ,
did
you could
came
say
about
that.
shit.
You could say that, but like Al has never taken a public stance of not working with someone. And
I know
throughout
he just
and
don't
throughout
say shit.
and
His
throughout all the
actions speak louder.
rumors, but that's what I'm saying. That's a false, very, very, very false statement. Because throughout all the rumors that Al is an issue, Al is responsible for almost every big fight in the last 20 years. Some way or
Right, because he
another,
got the
some way or another,
monopoly
he's
on
involved. But again, some way or another, he's involved. So that
it's
debunks
true. No,
the main lie that they say he's the problem. How is
no, it
he the
doesn't.
problem if he's the one making all the big fights?
Because he's the one with the big fighters that's making the big
Okay, but
fights
if he
on
was a
his
problem,
terms when he
it
feels
wouldn't
like it.
happen.
No, that doesn't mean it's not a problem. If it wasn't a problem, then Bud Arrow wouldn't have had to say, "Yo, I'm taking my career in my own hands." And Bud and we got it figured out. We gonna do this, yo. You like it or not?
But
And
champ,
that's the same thing.
you're
What?
right. You like it or not. But in retrospect, who was right? The
Who?
older, wiser advisor or the young
Why? Because he
pup?
got
And
his ass whooped.
exactly, bro.
But
Exactly.
if it was up to the old man, we would have never got the fight, or he would have held it out even longer, and it would have been even worse.
But again, we are talking about you trying to smear his character and saying that the rumors are true. And you're looking at his character. He's doing everything for the best interest of his client, even when it goes
Yes,
against.
but it's about the fan, and it's about, and his fighter might not have wanted his fight was best for his fighter would have been what's best for Al's
But
fucking piggy bank.
this what I'm saying.
No, listen,
Again, he
Al wanted
still
to
let the
keep
fight
Pharaoh
happen. If the
because they
rumors were
made him.
true,
Errol made him. Errol made him.
it wouldn't have happened. That's my point.
No, the rumors. No, my point is the rumors are true. Arrow had to put his foot down and say, "This is what's going on. I'm tired of this. You got to do it." And because Arrow did that, I feel like he ain't in the best graces of Al right now. And Tank needed to do the same
How is
thing.
Earl not in the best graces, but he getting a skip the line shot at Fondora? Come on, you just saying a lot of shit that don't make sense tonight.
Whatever. And the Tank needs to do the same thing. If Tank really wants the Shakur fight or the Devin fight or whatever, he needs to tell Al the same thing. Stop letting this dude. Al is like a fucking, I don't even know what to call him, but he's really the problem. Like, he got people want to fucking do whatever he say. He hiding niggas money and shit. Like, Al is crazy. And that's why Canelo loves him, because all of that protect the fighter, make as much money fighting these cheap ass fights, feeding the fans bullshit. That's the Al shit. And the Mbilli fight, yo, it's a difficult fight to choose. I think it's going the distance. I don't really like Mbilli that much, so we gonna
You may feel like it's your time,
a tough opponent.
but it's not your time.
And I was gonna say I kind of could agree with some of what Cliff was saying.
My bad. That's
Damn,
CYP.
Cliff. Yo. I had to jump
my bad.
What up? Yo, I only chimed in quick because y'all know what I do not like. I do not like when a black man call in and ask for another black man to go out of business. You could tell us how much you dislike him, how much you want this, how much you want that, but don't do that, dog. Like, we got to stop the public. That we only 13% of the population, my man. 13%. We can't be responsible for 50, 60, 70% of the hate. Like, we got to tone down some of this hate because we looking bad out in these streets, dog. As people, we looking bad. I'm keeping it real with you. We looking like some haters. Like, we don't even like each other. Like, I ain't mad at everything you said about what you dislike. That's your opinion. That's cool. Opinions come and go. But to want a man out of business who literally supports and funds hundreds, maybe thousands of minority people, black and Mexican, because you know that's what PBC do. PBC has the most diverse company out of all the companies. I looked this up. PBC has the most diverse company out of all of them. So having PBC go out of business ain't just good for the fans. It hurts a lot of people who support their families. Now, I'm going to say this. I don't think none of the boxing organizations should go out of business. None of them. Because every single organization has their own set of boxers. So every set of boxers is working with their promoter and their company. That means they put on fights and we watch those fights. If one goes out of business, that means those fighters now have no home. So they go crowd somebody else's. We don't want more pay-per-views from that same place. We want everybody to put on their shows here, keep the businesses going in this city, that country, that state, do your thing. If they all get grouped into one, it's going to be a problem. So let the Sheik put on the fights that he wants. Let PBC put on the fights that they want. Let Bob put on the fights that he wants so we can see it all. And all the boxers can still eat. Because once they all start going to the same place, you ain't going to see them eat the way you think you are. Think about it. There's so many different levels of basketball, right? Overseas, everywhere. If they only were forced to play in the NBA, so many dudes wouldn't be able to play basketball. Some of y'all don't look at this. So many levels of football, so many levels of baseball, so many minor leagues. If they only could play in the major leagues, some of your favorite players wouldn't even be able to develop to become the stars that they have become. Just like they're taking boxing out of the Olympics. That's what you should be mad about. Because that's how we get to see these young stars and they get to be shown to the world before they come here and be stars. A lot of things we doing ain't making no sense. So I'm cool with your opinion, but fellas, do me a favor. If you're a black man, stop with the out of business for any black business publicly. CYP out.
And that's where I was going to chime in. I think that, PBC, that's why I said it's more PBC. It's not against Al Heyman. And not only it's not about making them go out of business. You just want to see that business model change. I don't like the whole concept of the side of the street. And I think it's more perpetuated by the fighters. You know what I mean? So that's my issue with the whole how PBC operates. Like I was saying about, I feel like, if 154 kind of gets, kidnapped by PBC and Tim Tszyu and so on, then we don't get the Crawford fight. So I just don't like to see borders like that. I want to see everything open, everybody fighting for the belt. You know what I'm saying? I'm a kumbaya kind of guy. You know what I'm saying? I ain't with all that the shade shit. So you know what I'm saying? Let PBC live, but PBC should also, you know, and like you said, Ness, they've been responsible for, you know, most of the big fights, right?
All the big fights, basically,
All the
bro.
big fights. But
one way
you
or
know,
another.
we do want to see some of the fights that we think are big. You know, you know, us hardcore fans, we want to see PBC help to facilitate those, man. That's all.
Neil's water bottle, 5-pounder. Nello, Tank, and Zoo all got one thing in common, and that's Al. You trying to blame Turkey when Al is the same guy who told Wilder not to accept $100 million. Yeah, I mean, again, Neil, maybe you just started tuning in. I was on board with Al in that particular situation. Anytime you want a fighter that I represent to fight a fighter that you represent, but you only want to tell us what my client is going to make, and we're not allowed to know what your client is going to make in the same fight that we're going to participate in, there is nothing else to talk about. And that's why Al Heyman, who rarely comes out and who did come out for that specific meeting, the details are that when they refused to reveal what AJ was going to make in the potential Wilder fight, Al Heyman got up and left. So, you know, you can't ask the big dogs to come outside and then play like a child. You know, if you're going to ask the big dogs to sit down at the table, you got to also, you know, act like a big dog. You feel me? And they didn't do that. Now, fast forward, because, again, I was met with a lot of criticism and a lot of, you know, homophobic slurs because I was defending Wilder. The thing is, we look now in retrospect and look at what these heavyweights made, right? There's reports of AJ making $65 million in one fight. Reports of Fury in the Usyk fight making over 100 and something million. Usyk making over 45 million. But somehow Wilder was wrong for not taking, what was it, a 5-fight deal or a 4-fight deal for 100 million, which, again, he wouldn't know what AJ's making, which doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't the AJ Wilder fight be a 50-50 pot, a 60-40 pot, anything similar to what what Wilder and Fury did, what Fury and Usyk did, you know, just simple common business practices. But when it always came to Wilder back then, again, look, let's just be real, man. We're here. We see that Wilder wasn't exactly what we thought he was. But back then, 2016, 2017, 2018, Matchroom and AJ were not 100% sure. They were not confident in that fight. And that's why we have so many reported historical bad offers. Again, like Manny Pacquiao received a $40 million guaranteed flat fee. Wilder received a $12 million and a half flat fee. And flat fees are unheard of. Pacquiao said no. Since then, there had never been another flat fee offered till now. Like, look, man, I mean, I don't even want to go back to that because those negotiations were done so wrongly that we never got that fight. And the fact that there's still UK fans specifically that are okay with that, when you can see in retrospect that AJ probably would have knocked out Wilder. Probably. There's still a strong possibility Wilder could have landed his right hand and knocked out AJ because we've seen him go down. But AJ has proven he's the more durable heavyweight. But you guys were so afraid. You were so afraid to just let the leash off And we missed out on that fight. And now, 5 years later, what was that, 2018? Look at it, how many years forward have gone, and now we were forced to still argue about it. I don't want to debate about it. I don't want to say who was right, who was wrong. That shit is whack. Eddie dropped the ball. AJ certainly dropped the ball. Because you send out flat fees, then Wilder somehow comes up with the $50 million, and we turn it into a joke. Oh, there's no way that Wilder, the black man, can offer AJ and Eddie $50 million. Where'd it come from? Where's the proof of funds? It doesn't exist. It's fake. But now $50 million ain't shit. You know, AJ got $50 million to fight Ngannou. Like, it's just funny, man. It's funny that this sport is so fractured when it comes to making the big fights. Like, you know, I lived through it, but I was a child for Lewis and Bo. But this is our Lewis Bo. And again, they're going to miss me when I'm gone, I mean. Because I did a show and said, is Wilder AJ the new Lewis and Bo? And that show got Eddie to call in and said, I lost it. Mate, you lost it. But I'm right. Look at where we are, 2024, no fight. That's our generation's Riddick, Bo, and Lennox.
To this day.
Motherfuckers both threw the belt in the trash because we never got the fight. They threw the fight in the trash, not the belt. You know? So they got to get their shit together, man. You know, we didn't get Lennox and Bo. Now we didn't get AJ and Wilder. What's the next great fight we're not going to get because of failed negotiations, because of button heads? Again, Al never said, I'm not dealing with nobody. As many times as they accused him of not wanting to deal with nobody, the people that sued him, he did a big fight with Wilder and Fury in Top Rank. Even though they sued him. Google it. Top Rank sued Al Heyman in the last 10 years. Cool. Oh, we allegedly got an issue with Oscar. We stole all his fighters. Oscar don't like us. We don't like them. We did the fight with Ryan. We did the fight with Jaime. But it's Al Heyman is the problem. I'm telling you, the problem is boxing fans. They're stupid as hell. They can't see what's right in front of them, no matter what. You know, they're sheep, and they need to be led. Leonard Sterling, 2-pounder. Nunez is Brazilian YouTuber. 59.2 million Instagram followers. 44 million YouTube followers. Yeah, garbage, man. That's Misfits Boxing. We don't care about that shit.
Shout out to Leonard Sterling. Very knowledgeable in women's boxing. Lord Leonard Sterling.
No, I said that's Misfits Boxing.
No, I know. I'm just saying, shout out to Leonard Sterling. Yo, real quick, Misfits Boxing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cause
you watched it? You went back and watched it? You went back and watched Amber?
I did. And look,
so sad,
look how that
though, right? It was sad though, right?
Very sad.
It
was abusive.
She didn't get the punch at all. She just oh my God.
But look how that hooked you in. Even a hardcore like Ness got hooked in by that. And my question is...
No, don't lie. I didn't get hooked in by Amber. I told you the story. I was there to see Jahan Ingram, the real fighter, formerly with TMT. And, you know, DAZN has this really amazing feature that you hover over the screen and then it says fight card and you can pick the fight. And then when you click that, you can pick what round you want to start in. I told you I was doing it on my phone. I had fat fingers. Somehow I clicked the bar instead of the fight card, and it showed me Amber. So I let it roll.
Okay, all right. So you're not even gonna let me get you with this one. But are you? So it piqued your interest. Can I say it piqued your interest?
Amber Fields piqued my interest. Come on, I mean, anytime Keem the Dream from Florida calls in, he'll talk. He's the hardest hardcore of all, but he'll end it in shout out to Pro Box. They got the baddest ring card girls in the game. You know what I'm saying? Right. So it's something with our community with Pro Box ring card girls. So I'm like, fuck it, let me watch Cause she's the OG of the ring card girls of Pro Box. Like she's the standout. So I'm like, fuck it. Let me watch Amber. And then I thought the girl I'm watching her fight in Gotti was the daughter of a Gotti. Come to find out, she's another Gotti, the type that likes to stick shit in her body. You feel me? So I didn't know that. But it was still an entertaining fight. And her being a porn star, she must be very limber because she was landing them damn shots on Amber. And it was a good fight, you know, but I was there for Jahan, no doubt. Not for anything else, you know. Yeah.
All right.
But you did watch it.
I did, because I'm in. I'm in.
Do you think Gotti, because you know the women's landscape better than I, do you think Gotti, with the right trainer, can she win the world title? Not a manufactured world title like, oh, it's vacant and politically she got it. No. Can you see her ever beating a champion for the belt?
No.
What? Man, I seen a lot of natural ability. I ain't gonna front, man. You wildin'.
It would take her a long time. And there are
Bro,
people
but it's
ahead of
women's
her, man.
boxing, bro. Like, we got girls starting out from selling their knickers, and you gonna tell me that a girl that did that can't fucking win?
I'm not saying it'll be. Listen, the women's boxing landscape is deep, and that's why I think you saying that is almost like you disrespecting all these girls that's like really about it and really been doing it. These former Olympians.
What weight
these
class
girls
was that?
Huh?
What weight class was she in?
I think she was. A matter of fact, let me tell you. I think she was a bantamweight, and if she was at bantamweight, it's bodies. She'd get bodied at bantamweight.
Bro, but look how tall she was for if that's bantam, bro. That's freaking. She's Mario Barrios tall.
Her best chance is beating Ebony Bridges, and then that's disrespectful to Ebony Bridges because she's a former world champion. I'm only saying off of height.
But again, I'm not. Look, you thinking the current champions? I'm saying we put her with a good trainer, and they're invested. Can you invest in her? Do you see the talent that if you cultivate her, she could win the world titles? I thought I seen, bro. Come on, that 1, 2, 3 was natural, bro. She had a little awkward. Like she was fearful of the oncoming punches, but she was still super aggressive, bro. Like I don't know, man. Listen, it's women's boxing too. You don't even see girls throw that many punches like that. Like, nah, I think she got a career. I swear.
You're not gonna do that to my women's boxing, Mr. Gibbs. You're not gonna do that. You're not gonna do that.
Bro, that's crazy, man. So you saying she looked misfits?
Yeah, she looked exactly where she was at.
Wow.
You disrespecting Elle Brooke. If you want to give somebody that sort of credibility, give Elle Brooke. She's been training with Mark Tibbs, man. A serious trainer. You talk about putting a fighter from misfits with a serious trainer.
And Elle Brooke did that. I know she knocked out my girl. I wasn't expecting her to knock out or knock down Paige Van Zandt. You know what I'm saying? She's showing that my story is real. That you can take the potential and build something. Because look, she just beat a UFC fighter who should have beat her. Like she should have beat the porn star. That's crazy that Paige lost. Paige. She done did so much social media content. She turned it into the porn star and lost her fighting skills, But I don't know. I disagree, man. Now I'm asking the community, go watch that Missus fight. If you pay for the zone, it's there. Go watch that Amber fight. It's at least gonna be worth your time because of it's appealing and it's a good fight. And again, I'm not saying she's Mayweather. Because, I can't even give somebody credit without y'all, dissecting it because now it's like, oh, Ness thinks she good, she can't be good. No, I see potential in her based off her performance and how she handled herself. For sure. I mean, shit. We was picking teams. I'd pick her up.
All right.
Marcos, what up? You still ain't even watched that fight.
Nah, I'm not watching that.
Marco not allowed to watch nothing like that.
yeah, that's right.
What do you mean? They had clothes on. It's a real boxing fight.
Nah, exactly. His people know where they from. She was like, Marco, hit him with that Bulgarian language. He turned that TV off real quick.
Oh, my God. This is crazy. This is crazy. And look at the other one. This is Rue taking it the same way you taking it. Talking about this kind of shows the depth of women. But no, it don't show the depth. I mean, it do. Yes, it do. But it does. It's not a knock on it. It's not a knock. But it does show the depth because yes, women can get title shots in 5 fights. Like, come on, for God's sakes, Mom exists. Don't act like Sinisa ain't got Mom on her resume. And I'll guarantee you, Gotti. What is it, Layla Gotti? She would body fucking Mom, ASAP.
She would.
Come
She
on,
definitely
man.
body
There's another one that I follow that I have to talk to. I forget her name. She's another one where, wears the skimpy clothes and has the implants and all that, but she could fight.
Oh,
Elle Brooke.
Bridges?
No, a different one.
Bridges.
No, not Bridges. A different one. I forget her name.
You're
Damn.
terrible. A different one. That just sounds so nasty. Get your shit
What?
together.
Nasty.
They have names, Marco.
I know.
Yeah, I know, right?
A different one. Oh, you really about to get us fucking killed? That was, hey yo, Marco, that was actually pretty fast. That was nice and witty, right? Real quick counter shot there. James Benitez, $2. How many pay-per-views will Bud versus Ryan do? What the hell is this Bud versus Ryan? What are you talking about?
Bud versus Ryan.
Right? What the hell, Bud versus Ryan? I don't even know, man. I don't even know. $1 million?
Bud versus Ryan. I mean, Ryan will carry any fight, so.
Yeah, $1.5 million, easy.
We got to see Ryan fight Devin again, though. That's one of the biggest rematches.
Listen. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you guys an old trick. This is an old political trick. You always want to get the black elderly vote, right? If you put Ryan Garcia versus Bud Crawford, and with all due respect to Mama Lobos, right? Mama Lobos called and spoke on me. She spoke on a lot of people. You want to get that constituency. They'll buy the pay-per-views to see. I want to see that boy get his ass beat. You get what I'm saying? Like it's like taking that church van down to Atlantic City. They want to go for a ride. If that fight were to be made, $1.5 million easy.
Wow. I mean, I wanted that fight, especially the way Ryan was talking back then, but now he's gone from hero to villain. He was trying to play hero in the Earl fight and say, I'm going to beat his ass for not paying Derek James. And, we had that angle. But since then, I don't even know that any boxing fan could call in here and, safely say that they believe Derek is going to continue to train him. And by him, I mean Ryan. Neil's water bottle, 2-pounder. You don't see Matchroom, Top Rank, Golden Boy, or Frank complaining. Hey, man, not all money's good money. James, $2 more. Complete, clean drug program. We need Bud versus Ryan. I mean, it was supposed to be Ryan versus Earl, not Bud. Again, he was supposed to, be the hero, beat Earl for not paying Derek.
I mean, we don't even know technically if Ryan could fight yet because all the Ostrin scandal.
No, he can't. Not till April. His suspension.
No, I mean, we don't know if he could compete at the high level yet because technically, because of Ostrin.
Well,
personally.
Well, at least yesterday he did come out and ask, Turkey Al-Sheikh to make the fight with him and Devin and that he would be on 365 and do all the testing that they want. So, at least he's willing. G-Ball, $10. There's no difference between what PBC did yesterday and what Bob did with his champions, protecting them from Shakur. Your co-host acting like PBC only does this. Not you, Marcos. You just jumped on. They're speaking specifically to the king of Essex.
Damn. How dare they speak to you this way?
And it is true. It is true. At least PBC gives their fighters in-house fighters, except for Benavidez, which that short is out. I want to see how the public reacts to that short of me saying this is Al's second failure. Hopefully they put it like that because, he did not get the Gary Russell any of the big fights he wanted. Those are the only two guys, though. That's not a bad record. You had 200 fighters, you know, you got two guys you couldn't get the big fight for.
Yo, I was in the chat. What was the super chat though? What was the statement?
He said, there's no difference between what PBC did yesterday and what Bob did with his champions, protecting them from Shakur. Your co-host acting like PBC only does this.
I don't know. I'm lost.
Well, again, the whole Cliff saying PBC, Al is to blame. PBC don't make the big fights.
Nah. That's what I'm saying. Not with that. Now, I'm not with the blaming. I'm just with the fact of I'm not interested in having a side of the street and redlining. You know what I'm saying? I'm not interested in redlining the neighborhoods within boxing. I'm not cool with that. That's my point. And if that is the position that PBC is in, you know, I'm not cool with that. That has nothing to do with wanting to see. That's what I'm saying. I wasn't riding that Cliff wagon. You know, see him destroyed, and I ain't with that shit. That's not my angle. But I don't like that side of business where it's like, yo, my fighter's over here, and you know, blah 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 blah. I'm not with that. I like to see the co-op moving because there's money to be made. I'm about the money. It's money being made when it's a co-op.
Word. Leonard Sterling, 5-pounder. You think Arum will finally get the Canelo business? With him saying Mbilli will beat Canelo, Gilberto, last top-ranked boxer, linked to a Canelo fight. Yeah, no, I think the Mbilli fight is a huge possibility, and Bob has always been planting the seeds. You know, he's got that infamous quote. He's like, "You give Canelo whatever Canelo wants." So, you know, and I'm probably fucking up his quote, but it's something very similar to that. You know what I mean? Mozzie with the fat $20 dub, Pistol Parkway Mozzie, salute. Drop a bomb for the dub. He says, Heyman made the big fights because he told us they were the big fights. Al's top guys except May, have always been overrated. When they cross the street, they lose. But we gravitate towards his guys because they look like us, in my opinion. Capicu Rodriguez, $2. I mean, what do you think about Bridges Serrano at 126? Bro, Serrano got to fight with Katie. Like, what are we doing here?
I don't think Bridges is on that level, right, of Serrano?
No, Bridges is nowhere on the level of Serrano. I mean, I don't even know what would be the point unless he just don't like Bridges and want to see her get beat up. Like, you don't like Eb, leave Eb alone. Eb is a tough fighter. First of all, like, she's just too, you know, she's tiny. She got short arms, ducks her head too low, you know, takes away her range of motion with the big boobas. It's like, yo, Serrano would eat her alive, man. Southpaw working her body, tearing her, chopping this. Nah, I don't want to see that. That would make no sense, man. That's no good.
Greatest female boxer of all time. Hit me.
The Guo.
No, nobody's active because I don't include active because we don't know what's going to happen.
But you in this case, you have to because no one's achieved more than her. So active or not, she's...
Okay, so let's do it this way. Besides Clarissa.
There are great.
He dying
Christy Martin.
He dying for you to say Layla, bro. That's what.
No, I'm dying for him to say Christy, but I know that Christy's competition though wasn't at the level of what competition is now.
Well, Christy was a pioneer though. She was, you know what I'm saying?
She was sleeping girls.
Yeah, co-main event to a lot of.
So does Butterbean deserve it then? Then Butterbean deserves the Hall of Fame and shit because he was a pioneer of circus boxing.
Nah, man, you called him a pioneer.
That doesn't know history, though. It's okay.
I say he was a pioneer of circus boxing, so I said, does he deserve to be in the Hall of Fame?
You know something? You know what? Absolutely. Hold on. You are right. Yeah, you want to know why? Because Rocky's in the Hall of Fame, and it's a fucking movie. Absolutely.
Butterbean too. Like he could fight a little something. Because I know him. He told me he was like, yo, they would just pay me $200,000-$300,000 to fight 4 rounds. He's like, why wouldn't I?
What was his name? Like Eric
Esch.
Yeah.
ESCH.
I was gonna say Eric Benet.
And he just lost like 200 pounds. But
he on that Zimp dog.
I used to love watching Christy. Christy was like the female Tyson back in the Tyson era.
Overrated, bro. She bled every fight, bro. Overrated.
What?
Overrated, bro.
I mean, hit him with some knowledge.
Overrated.
Drop that mathematics on him.
Overrated.
I mean, in her biggest fights, she went up, you know, a couple divisions and got slept, but she did her thing. She fought.
Yeah,
That's the
Layla.
thing. Activity. She was active and
Bro,
she
she
was,
was on Tyson undercards. Like,
To this day, though, I mean,
bro,
correct me
cut
if
the
I'm wrong.
shit, bro. Was she ever?
Nobody
Did
slept
she
over
ever
she
main
did.
event? Did she ever main event? Like
No.
the disrespect to compare her to the women of today that are fucking headlining
Disrespect,
shows.
that's just what it was back then.
Man, my dude, you said name the greatest, and that
No,
she
I don't think
cannot
she's the
be.
greatest. I don't think she's the greatest, but she was the most exciting, possibly.
I'm just saying she cannot be. That was you. You led with that. You
No, I don't
asked
think
us the
she's the greatest.
question.
I would say, how do you argue against Layla, who was undefeated? I mean, besides Clarissa, obviously.
I mean, accomplishments, undefeated, and what did you do though?
Well, I mean, what do you think with Layla?
It's Biggie, Jay-Z, and Nas. It's Clarissa Shields, it's Amanda Serrano, and it's Katie Taylor. One,
And
two,
Wolf
three.
doesn't belong in there?
No, she's peripheral.
Okay, because I would always hear Ann Wolf talk like, oh, she could have beat all of them.
But
One, two, three,
but
bro.
never fought though. She never
I know.
fought him. Like that could have don't never mean shit in the real world.
Yeah.
Brandon.
Yo.
Hey
man, I miss the days where you could send a counter punch and get it immediately. I had to listen to you go on these tangents and tirades about a bunch of nothing. We don't care about Misfits boxing. We don't care about Amber Fields, and we damn sure don't give a damn about Chris Martin.
You don't.
No,
Brandon, you would have had a working for you back in the day, man. I know you, man.
Boxing and the guys that put on for women's boxing, but can Amber Fields make lasagna with 5 different cheeses?
Oh.
Is her booking info on her trunks? Tell her to drop a sex tape. We don't give a fuck about that bitch if she fighting or not, man. She fine, but drop your booking info or something, woman. Or make some lasagna or something. But that's just me. I'm a male chauvinist. I forgot the goddamn topic. You went on these tirades about nothing for an hour, per usual. Tank. What's next for Tank? That's what it was.
Can't nobody sit around waiting for you to call in. Maybe if you called in, we'd go to you.
Tank. What's next for Tank? Ryo. I think the WBA, PBC, and Tank will figure out some kind of way, because they've done it before, where they'll make this fight at like a 138-pound catch weight for Tank's 135 belt and Ryo's 140 belt. They'll put the poor kid right on like a hydration clause. It'll be a catch weight for 2 belts. And because the money is gonna be so lucrative and too good to pass up on, Ryo's gonna be weight drained and shit. And he'll take the fight and get knocked the fuck out. And that's what I see Tank doing next. I really don't see too many other options now. I mean, Ryo deserves it. He beat Eastside Cruz. We were thinking Eastside Cruz 2 would be next, but Ryo beat him, so he deserves the fight more than anybody, in my opinion, if Shakur ain't gonna take it. And then as far as the Turkey Al-Sheikh and Al Heyman, like Cliff, Cliff made some great points, but he kind of was a little extreme with it. My issue with Al Heyman is, man, like he makes the big fights, but he marinates them too much. Whereas Turkey Al-Sheikh came through the door. This is what I want to do. I'm giving these niggas the money to do it. Let's make this shit happen now. We got heavyweight undisputed. We got light heavyweight undisputed coming up. And this dude only been in the game for like, what, a year? Maybe a little over a year now. Whereas Canelo over there about to make us pay to watch Berlanga. And Ness, you say, Al, look out for his fighters. Put yourself in Benavidez's shoes. Canelo was on a 3-fight deal with PBC. And 2 of those 3 fights, you allowed niggas from other promotional companies to come over and get the Canelo fight when you got the biggest, baddest motherfucking David Benavidez in-house. And you allow Canelo to bring over Berlanga from Matchroom and Munguia from Golden Boy. If I'm David Benavidez, that's a fucking problem. That's a fucking problem, because I'm on the PBC island and you letting outsiders get the fight before I do, and you let Canelo bring up a 154-pounder that we knew he was going to beat the shit out of in Jamil. So the shit like that be my issue with Al Heyman. Turkey don't do shit like that. Turkey ain't making us pay for no Berlanga. Turkey want real deal fucking fights. And if you don't want to make them real deal fights, them the niggas that run off. But if you want the real deals and you want to take tough competition, i.e. Bacoli and Jared and fights like that, then you go fuck with Turkey. But yeah, if you want Berlanga behind a paywall and not to fight David and be forced to fight the tough fights, you fuck with Al Heyman and some of these other dudes. But
You would
yeah,
feel
that's
like
my
it's your
call, man. I'll
time,
get my counter punch a little later,
but it's
brother.
not your time.
Or my regular call anyway.
That guy's funny.
People's champ.
He has said something that I wanted to address. Fucking hell.
Your rants. Was it the rants?
Well,
Tank.
too
Probably about
late.
Tank.
Too late for that. We got Gary Jonas on here.
Mr. Pro Box.
Gary, how are you?
I'm doing good, man. How are you?
I'm good. Happy to have you, man. Happy to have you. Since the last interview, so much has happened, and you've kind of become kind of this truth teller here with everything and your opinion of Turkey Al-Sheikh. So we are going to get into that, but there is other things to talk about, like you have a world champion. Officially, Leo is a pro box fighter, right? I'm not saying false information, correct?
No, 100% pro box fighter, right? He was out for 2 years. We gave him 3 fights, got him busy, got him back in contention, and he pulled it off, man.
Amazing performance. I'm extremely happy because I was telling everybody here from the top of my lungs that, he was gonna win, and it was a few people that believed that with me, but not many, and he really pulled it off, and it was a great performance, but it's also a great win for you guys because it shows that what you're doing over there, it works. Giving fighters an opportunity, a second chance, keeping them active can make the underdog a dangerous fighter for anyone. It was just a beautiful thing to see, too. He got to go back to his hometown. So I guess the follow-up question is, are we going to see Pro Box now in his next fight in Albuquerque, or because he beat a top-ranked fighter for a world title, are you guys forced to do a co-promotion, and is he now an ESPN fighter?
They have 2 options. So I suppose the next 2 fights will be on ESPN. He's got a mandatory. He's going to get the winner of Kameda and the South African. He's going to have to fight them in the new year, and then they'll have 1 option left. And I suppose they'll probably pit him against one of their own fighters and try to take back the belt at that time before we part ways. But you never know. We may end up signing a long-term deal for Angelo at ESPN as long as that's the right deal for him. We're definitely open to working with them further down the road. So we'll see what happens.
Now, I'm in the minority in this. I truly thought Hot Rod won. I thought he outboxed him. I thought this dude was telegraphed. I mean, look, people are saying I'm too harsh. I thought he showed he's probably the least skilled Cuban that we have out here right now. Every right hand was telegraphed. He just looked like a dude that is strong but gets frustrated when he can't, knock the wall down. Where Hot Rod was countering with that right, jabbing, using the ring. It's disrespectful. Tell me you saw him win too, because I feel like no one thought he won. They just thought he did okay. And it's like, bro, he boxed. He boxed that guy.
You know what it is, to be honest with you? I do believe you can make an argument he won the fight. But, there's some subtleties when it comes to watching a fight. And the one thing I noticed that worked against him was that Morrell was walking through his shots. Morrell seemed unflustered by his shots. And every time Morrell threw something at him, Hot Rod got happy feet. He bounced around. It almost looked like he was a little panicked. I think he was just being safe, and that shouldn't count against him, but you saw Hot Rod's sort of more of a nervous, happy feet reaction to being hit or even blocking the shots, whereas Morrell seemed completely unfazed by anything that Hot Rod hit him with. And psychologically, that creates a perception for the fans and the judges.
Unfortunate, man. I didn't even feel nervous energy from him. I just thought he was boxing, but definitely I had a lot of people tell me that he was on the back foot way too much and not asserting himself. But I don't know. I just felt like he was catching Morrell shots anyway. But what?
I think from the third round on, you're right. He was on his back foot maybe a little too much to begin the fight, a little tentative. But from the third round on, it changed, and he started becoming, in some cases, the aggressor, and he was landing consistently his jab, consistently that short right hand. No, I saw what you saw, man. But the preconceived notions is that the closer rounds went to Morrell, and but he did us proud, man. I mean, I think that there's something I want to say. Look, a lot of people when we started this and we had the idea of basically grabbing the fighters that the best fighters in boxing that weren't on DAZN and ESPN and what was Showtime when we started, and making them fight each other. It was a concept, right? And I could make high level fights that were evenly matched, and I did choose action fighters as opposed to any runners or holders. That was the concept, and it's we've had a testament that it's working. I think we suffered, Ness, from being on YouTube for free. So people don't think, oh, it's YouTube, it's free, it must be some sort of junk. And you've had people on your show, and we've had people on YouTube go, how are these guys making money? So I know the fans are a little confused. Like, wait a second, this is quality stuff. These are high level fighters and fights. So how are these guys doing it, right? Well, it's very simple. And first of all, so I think it's a testament to the quality of the fighters we have on our show. And I think people have to understand, look, I'm building a brand. And YouTube's a phenomenal way to build a brand. Please don't hold it against us that we're giving it to you for free and we're using YouTube to build that database of hardcore fans, right? Phase one is build the database. And that's the way you do it. Advertisers are coming. And number one and number two, when we step to championship boxing one day, and we will, then we'll flip the switch. And we hope that it's going to end up being nominally priced per month, championship boxing, where we bring great value. But right now, I'm building a database of hardcore boxing fans from around the world so that when I flip the switch, it works. So in the meantime, you guys have to watch us grow and acquire fighters and build a stable because what comes first, the chicken or the egg? I got to build a stable in order to give you guys the fights that it's fair to charge you a monthly subscription for. We're not there. We have to grow to that. So fans come first. I'm willing to eat it for a couple more years till I've developed that stable. But where are we at? We have Lamont Roach. He's a champion. We now have Angelo Leo. He's a champion. He was a champion. That's not a fluke. And you've got Hot Rod that gave what for to Morrell. You've got McCumbee coming up against Caleb Plant on Amazon. Well, that's actually on the pay-per-view for the Canelo card. You've got Brandon Rios is going to be fighting Nick Ball. It's not final, but it'll be announced any day now, and I'm pretty sure that's going to be the
The Ronnie
announcement.
Rios fight? Yeah, it was announced yesterday.
Yeah, that's us. And I just don't want to jump the gun on Queensberry out of respect. I think it was let out, but I don't think it's been officially announced by Queensberry.
I was almost upset at that fight. My co-host had to bring me back down to reality. Nick Ball has been in some very tough fights. Because I'm just like, how is Ronnie Rios getting the title shot? You know what I'm saying? But Nick Ball's been through the ringer. He was a little cheater in that, what was it? I think it was the Ray Vargas fight. But yeah, he had a tough fight with Ray Vargas and another tough fight with Raymond Ford. So, I understand the Ronnie fight after talking about it. But again, initially, I'm like, how did that happen? But salute to you because for Ronnie, he must be, wow, in heaven.
Yeah, I mean, he was actually looking at getting the fight with Stephen Fulton. And then the belt opportunity came up. So we went that route. But again, and yeah, he's an underdog.
I like that I'm hearing more and more pro boxing PBC. Those guys need a home.
They do. They do. I mean, look. I mean, in fairness, they they're a bigger brand, and they want to land that big network deal. But I think they are open to working with us alongside some of the bigger networks. So we just keep the relationship keeps developing in the right direction, and we're good with Top Rank as well, and we appreciate working with them. So we're trying to be a complement to these guys and build fighters up to those platforms in the meantime. And we want to work with everybody. So we're working with it. And right now, that's what's going on. You got Capu. This will be coming out soon, but Capu is going to be fighting. What's the kid? Raymond Ford. So Orlando Gonzalez, Capu is going to be getting the Raymond Ford fight on Matchroom. Um,
I'm
and
hearing
so,
that's in Philly.
yeah. So what do you got? You got Capu, you got Rios, you got McCumbee, you got Angela Leo, you got Hot Rod, you got Roach. You know, there's that's a lot of stuff going on real fast for Pro Box TV fighters. So the fans ought to know that this is high level contender fights um, that are genuinely 50-50 action oriented. It's great for us. It's a testament to our brand and what we're doing.
So it's gonna be in another, let's say, 10 days or so. It'll be 2 months that you guys done the Roach fight. How long does he want us be out, and how soon do you want to get him back? And is it gonna be another hometown fight?
Look, the Russians have the mandatory kid named Albert. I don't remember his last name. He just beat John O'Carroll to win the interim,
Mm-hmm.
and they want us to go over there. And they're trying to they're throwing some sizable money to make him go over there. But
To
the Roach,
Russia.
yeah, but the Roach family doesn't want to go. They offered him to come here. They don't want to come here. So we have a little bit of a Russia USA standoff here. There is a level 4 advisory for fighters not to go over there. And while some do, champions probably shouldn't. So we're trying to work it out. We are trying to work on a fight for Shu San. That's our Chinese fighter who used to be 126-pound champion to get a shot at the belt in DC in December. So we're working on some stuff, but I think he comes back in December and defends his belt.
Versus Shu Shang.
Yeah, it's one option. We're working on that. We'd
And that
like to.
would be you giving the Russian step aside. How do you get away? How do you get out of that situation?
We're working on it. We're trying to negotiate something that's win-win. They'll defend the interim, and we'll kick the can down the road and see if things get soften up between politically. Right? It's so. Well, it's a complicated one. We'll figure it out, but it may just come down to a negotiation where we promise to do it in March.
So it sounds like the money's good, but not good enough for the risks of Russia.
Yeah, I mean, look, does he have to knock him out to get a decision over there? It's he's the champion. And typically, the challenger's got to come to the champion's house and get it. He did that with Herring. He didn't come out on the good side of that, but then he went back into PBC the next time and he got it, and he did it on their terms. So the Russians are trying to bypass that sort of tradition of the challenger comes to the champion's house, and I understand it, but that doesn't necessarily mean we're going to cooperate, so to speak.
Mm. Well, you had some concerns with Turkey Al Sheikh, and the last time we interviewed, I think that was back, I don't know when, but I didn't have the same concerns, but now I'm concerned. He doesn't want to do business with Jake Paul. He doesn't want to do business with Canelo. He doesn't want to do business with Tank. Now he's also saying that he's not doing business with Zoo and that Zoo's getting in his own way. He's starting his own box rack, and now there's no WBA on box rack because they're in alliance with Turkey Al Sheikh. So now, like fighters, Lamont Roach, for instance, it doesn't say he's a champ on BoxRec anymore.
Right.
Like this is getting. I mean, now it's affecting everyone because now the casual doesn't know Lamont is a champion. If they go to BoxRec, which is the oldest reference tool, like this is crazy to me. Yeah, I didn't see what you saw, but I am concerned that he has an ego and that his ego is going to stop him from dealing with certain individuals, that he's drawing lines in the sand.
Well, look. Do you know how many buys there was for the Crawford pay-per-view?
Only rumors that, I don't know that rumor we can run with. It's
I
not.
have it on, I have it on good authority that it wasn't 200,000, and
That it was more, I hope.
it was less. It was
Jesus.
200,000, just shy of 200,000, and I'm not surprised, man. There's pay-per-view fatigue, dude. How much pay-per-view could the fans handle? We've had a record this year,
But that was
so
an amazing card.
it
I mean,
was.
it felt like our Super Bowl. It
It
really
was,
did. Almost everything on there was a main event outside of obviously,
but not a main event. So here's what's happening right now, right? If Turkey has it his way, everything's going to be a pay-per-view. And fighters that wouldn't be on pay-per-view now are behind that $80 payment. And while you guys are happy with it, and I understand, you guys are used to paying $80 and you're getting what you want. That I do admit.
more value too for the 80. We're getting way.
You guys are going to be standing alone soon. I want to give you a different perspective. Think about the business side. If this sport continues to be continuing down this pay-per-view route, we're on a slow march to death, to extinction. So while you like it, Ness, you want to make sure that boxing's available and being promoted to the next 18-year-old, the next potential fan. And when the sport is behind a pay-per-view wall and all the best fighters are not to be seen by the casual or the even non-fan yet, it's an attrition model. And this has been going on in boxing for a long time. So pay-per-view is a necessary evil, and he's treating it like, oh, look at this. This is pay-per-view shit. It's great. No, it's not. It's when you have a superstar that you cannot afford to put on an HBO Showtime, which in the old day, license fee. When it exceeds the license fees, it goes to pay-per-view. But now he's using pay-per-view like it's fucking norm. Number one, so how's anybody going to afford this? Look, I'm going to tell you something. He lost $30 million, and I got some advice. Had he not spent stupid money on stupid things and not created an 8-hour marathon, we would have all been just as happy with a 4-hour card where he put 4 of those fights on. He could have saved $15 million, $20 million without Eminem, without the fireworks, without the extra championship fights. Then he could have put it for free, and he would have lost less money because all he did was get 10 million his cut off of pay-per-view. Mathematically, I don't want to twist everybody's head up, but mathematically, there was a path where he loses less money. We all get it for free. And the Saudi tourism, which is what he claims, remember you and I talked about it last time, he claims it's for Saudi tourism. Well, he would have had many millions of viewers, more, and got that exposure for Saudi tourism if that was really his goal. So that's not the way to go. And then 8 hours, man, he put the main event. If I put a main event on at 1 o'clock, they'd crucify me as the dumbest, stupidest fuck there is. That's not the way you do it. And then he arbitrarily extended it even further by giving himself and people awards. Man, do that on social media on your own time. Don't extend the fight to 1 o'clock. Does it sound like I'm picking at him? No, I'm calling balls and strikes because I was very complimentary to the guy. But he comes in, he pushes everyone aside. He's kind of disrespectful. I think he's a royal and he's a little disconnected from the world, right? When you grow up in that environment. And he's going to make some mistakes, man. It doesn't take a rocket scientist. The only thing that he's got going for him is unlimited bags of money. And if he didn't have that, he wouldn't be here. And he's willing to lose that kind of money, and he's the only guy willing to lose that kind of money. Saudi Arabia is the only country willing to lose that kind of money, trying to finance professional sports with the excuse that it's for tourism. So I don't buy it. I think he's indulging himself. He's having a good time. He's excited. He wants to sit ringside with rappers and fighters. That's what I see.
I mean, and I can see that angle in terms of like the pictures and being amongst the celebrities, but can you see the people that are financing it allowing him to just live this lifestyle? That there has to be a means, like you're not just gonna let someone just do all this forever.
Maybe he thought he could make it work. But again, you don't come off the sidelines having never looked at this or done this and think, oh, you could just jump into the game and it's going to be like that. That's belittling everybody else who's in the game trying to make it work.
But what
So
about this theory amongst the world that in business it's okay to lose the first 2 years, or you're expected to lose because you're spending on advertisement? What if these losses that you're speaking of are to get the attention of us, the fans? Because I mean, these are super cards. I came out of Saturday wanting another Super Bowl.
So put it for free. Don't hide it behind a pay-per-view wall. See, everything you just said is true. ProBox will say the same thing, but it's free. We're trying to gain users. We want to build a brand. If you put it behind it, but 200,000 buys, 700,000 viewers, let's say 3.5 per household, that's not growing a brand. So you just contradicted yourself in that manner. I don't see it. Saying you're here for the fans and charging us $80 and loading up a card to where you made it so expensive and made it so long, I would have found the happy medium. I would have cut that down to half and half. I would have done 2 shows out of that, cut his cost down in half and give it away for free. And build his brand and get Saudi tourism. It's just me. He lost $30 million and he got nothing out of it.
I mean, word of mouth. He's got me talking about it, and I'm sure other millions of fans talking about how good that card was, and when could we get another Super Bowl-like card?
Ness, come on over here. I'll give you $100 million in cash. You could do just the same thing. Anybody can. If money is not an object, okay, great. I get it. But that's not sustainable unless the Saudi government made a decision that they want to subsidize boxing for the rest of their lives, which would be a wild, that's wild. If that's true, wonderful. I'm not going to begrudge it. I'm not going to be a hater on it. Where's the practicality of it? So if they promise us today that they're willing to subsidize boxing and lose fortunes of money on boxing till the end of time, then this is a great thing.
How does this affect you as a business? Because for fight fans, we're like, we don't care. We'll take it as long as it lasts. When he's out of money, okay, we're back to the way things were. But right now, this is better.
I don't mind. I think rising tides lift all boats. I'll see it as an opportunity that he's going to put so much money into boxing. He's going to help it. He's going to make these great fights, and we're going to benefit from it. We will. I think he's given us plenty to talk about. I just don't think it's sustainable. But I'm not thinking that, what does it do to Pro Box TV? No, there's a big business, right, in boxing. There's a lot of fighters and there's a lot of levels. And right now he's swimming with the stars. And, listen, I can see ourselves continuing to develop our fighters and then making a ton of money with this guy because he's willing to pay that kind of money for them and give them that many fights. So I'm not seeing it as a negative. I'm just saying that some of the things he's doing, like one breath you want to develop boxing and you're with us in the industry. And the second thing is, but you're funding the UFC to compete on Mexican Independence holiday. and then you're putting out publicly, we're going to eat Canelo. Dude, man, which way is it? You for boxing or you not? Why would you have funded the UFC to try to come into one of the 2 dates in the year that is sacred to boxing and try to compete with it? And he's not going to win that battle, but why did he try? Explain that.
I believe, again, the ego. This is where now I'm on your side and I'm starting to, you made me alert because I'm like, okay, it's an ego thing. He couldn't get Canelo, so he's trying to ruin Canelo's plans. He's trying to show Canelo like, oh, you don't want to deal with us? We're going to sabotage your date.
But that's again, so I get it, and that's not a good sign.
It's
You,
not.
if he expects everybody to bend a knee and subjugate, he got the Brits to do it. He's got the Zone doing it. Poor Golden Boy doesn't have a choice because their only TV deal is the Zone. So that seems to be where he's getting what he wants, and maybe they're spoiling him. So then he shows up to Top Rank and PBC and others, and he says, "Hey, you will do exactly what I tell you because I have this bag of cash." And he's running into some people that are saying, "Fuck you." I don't, Canelo has money, Aram has money, Heyman has money, and some people have character. Zoo may have character. Maybe Zoo could make more money with him, but maybe Zoo doesn't want to be told what to do and when to do it and how to do it. And treat people with respect, man. Because this guy doesn't seem to have any respect. Then he goes ahead and he criticizes, the country. And whether it's true or not, because LA is a bit of a shithole right now, whether it's true or not, that's not how you make friends and bring on customers, is by trying to fight with boxing on Independence Day and then publicly coming out and trashing the United States versus Saudi Arabia. I think this guy's backwards, man. I don't think he thinks straight.
Mm.
And you're going to get more of this.
How bad do you see it getting? And is it going to be bad for the fans ever? Are we as fight fans ever going to feel the bad, or is that just an industry thing?
Well, did Live Golf take over the PGA?
Man, I don't watch any other sport.
Okay, well, that's what he didn't. That fizzled. They came out with a big game, talking big shit. Greg Norman's been fired, and Live Golf is just sitting there. And the only reason they didn't shut it down is they want to save face. They don't want to be embarrassed. So we've already seen what happens. They didn't get where they wanted to go with football, international football, soccer. They just dumped tons of money, but they didn't accomplish what they tried. They did it in golf. They didn't get it done. Now they're trying in boxing. I don't think he gets it done here either, to be honest with you, because I just see the way he rolls. His approach, it's one thing if you want to fund it. It's another thing if you want to jump off the bench and start telling everybody what to do when you don't have the experience. So I think he's going to do whatever money can do. He's going to be disruptive, and in some ways he's going to help everybody. A lot of people are going to make money off him, and by all means, right now everybody is just making money off of him. He's in boxing, man. Boxing, I'll say you one thing about boxing. They may not be the most enterprise level group in the world, but street smart, boxing is street smart. And right now, boxing is going to take that man for a ride. They're going to milk him and ride him hard and put him away wet.
Wow. So, can you, I guess, let us know, is ProBox going to any other locations? I mean, obviously, you did the D.C., your hometown is Florida, but is there anything on schedule for any other off-site location?
Yeah, we're going to the UK, October 25th, Liverpool. And we've got 3 dates to end the year in the UK. And the goal is 1 a month in the UK next year because we want to take our global footprint. We also have plans on Asia, but I think that'll be second half of 2025. First, we'll take on Europe, and then we'll go to Asia. But that's the whole goal, is to be. If we're not doing shows over there, we're not prime time zone. We're not airing in prime time. Then we don't exist there. So that's our next step, is to go there and start developing the audience over there. Um, so that's sort of good. We've got more Friday night fights planned. Um, I think in the new year it'll all level off, where it's a Wednesday night in Tampa. I call it Tampa, you call it Plant City, but it's a Wednesday night in Tampa, and then a Friday night with a little higher level, right? And a Friday night once a month, as opposed to two Wednesday nights. So we'll still have Wednesday night fights, but creeping up onto Friday nights with higher valued cards.
Last time we spoke, you guys were not really interested in heavyweights. Since then, you had Michael Piratin,
Mm-hmm.
and he fought well. He didn't get the knockout, but he boxed well. Immediately, I had him on the show, and I wanted to match him with Lorenzo Medina. But
Yeah,
he's a Lou DiBella fighter. Do you have any options on him? Can we make that Medina fight?
it's very possible, and we've got some more. We got Ditchko coming in. We got him scheduled. We're going to go there.
You have who?
Ditchko, Ivan Ditchko from the
Okay,
from
okay. Yeah, he trains in Boca Raton.
yeah.
Yep,
So
yep.
he's coming on. But look, the reason why we're not there is because it's if you go look at the division, they're all spoken for, the good ones, and there's less for us to work with, and we really want to pick the opportunities to give the fans really the higher quality fighters. So do I go farther down the ladder in terms of quality in heavyweights, or do I just stay high quality in some of the other divisions? That's a question. But we'll take advantage of it when the time comes. We see the right opportunity. I don't think we're anti. We're just waiting for the opportunity to present itself that we can do something meaningful in it.
And I gotta know. I gotta know. And give me a real answer, bro.
All
What
right.
happened with Robert Merriweather? He did nothing wrong to me. That last guy was 5-0. It was that guy on the back foot. I mean, what did Merriweather do for you guys to not be still in the Merriweather business?
It's a tough question.
Ah, come on.
Man, I know. I did. Unless the guy's like a Saudi sheik, I don't really want to say anything bad about anybody. Look, here's the thing. We like a certain style, right? And we really want to keep strong with the fan friendly style. I think he's far more of a boxer than was led on to us. Um, I don't know if he's as good as the reputation was coming around. And it's not that he's not a good young fighter. And man, I want this kid to be a champion one day. I can't take everyone, and I'm going to have to use my instincts to who I think is going to make it and who won't. But we're in the business of building champions. And so sometimes we've got to make a call on somebody. And we don't enjoy it, man.
But he
There's nothing
got but he won though. Why not cut the guy that lost?
He won, but he didn't dominate, and he should have. Look, man, I had Lubin, I've had Berlenga. I brought up a lot of young, really good fighters in my time. There's a when I put them in against certain guys that no promoter wants to sign, nobody's interested. They don't have much of an amateur career, and you're supposed to be a top dog prospect. You're supposed to dominate. And he did the first fight. He didn't, but that's fair. His nerves, maybe this, maybe that. I gave him a second one. Dominate, man. He's not even in your class if you're a top prospect. You should wipe him out. And as soon as I see a prospect struggle 2 times in a row to dominate a fight against a guy that's nowhere near in his class, I have to question whether or not he's got the goods and whether or not I'm going to invest all that money over the next 3, 4, 5 years in somebody who's not showing me that he's dominating guys that nobody else wants to sign.
But put him in another tough fight.
I gave him 2.
He
And they
won.
hold on, tough fight. They don't want no tough fights.
Oh, they don't.
No. That's they didn't want no tough fights. Look, again, I don't want to down on the kid, right?
Damn, it's just that where they gonna go now? You know, they were with Mayweather. That didn't work out.
Why did that
They didn't
work
even
out?
get. They didn't
That's
even.
why
They didn't even get fights. I mean, you can't blame them. They didn't even get fights.
maybe there's a reason they didn't get fights.
I mean, we can't defend that with the Mayweather team because it's like how many young prospects don't get fights over there? I mean, we've seen. I mean, in the last 6 months, 3 of them: Merriweather left, Jalil Hackett left, and now Jahan Ingram left.
Tell you what, let's find an opponent. I'm gonna bring him back one more time. I'm gonna let him. I'm gonna let him fight.
But what
Let's
opponent? Who's finding the opponent? Who's finding the opponent? You or me?
You send me some options. You send me some options. You call his father up. And you say, who are we willing to fight? And you send me the options, and I'll put him in there, and he better fucking dominate.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna see what they say. I'm gonna see what they say. They got a fight in Kentucky right now.
Then you could pay for the next 3-4 years of that to find out we may not have nothing.
Oh man. I don't know.
Look,
People are. This is live. People are saying they didn't see him struggle.
I didn't
See, that's
him
what I'm
dominate.
saying. They didn't
I
see him
him
struggle.
That wasn't a dominant performance. Struggling and dominant performance are two different things. He should dominate against a guy that nobody else would even come close to signing. The guy he fought was a made-up straight opponent. His record was made up. He was a straight opponent. No promoter in boxing will sign that kid. Don't you think if he's the good that he dominates that guy? He didn't. He won. And it wasn't like he was in danger of losing. It wasn't a split decision, but it wasn't a dominant performance. And that's kind of the bar we have to keep. We got a brand to protect. I want the fans to know when they tune in and we show them a prospect. This prospect is the goods.
All right. Well, with that same mentality, when are we getting Apucci back? I mean, he dominated.
Apache was supposed to be back. We had him slated, and then they pulled out. I think he's slated he changed his management. I think he's got a bigger fight coming.
Oh shit.
I think he's going to end
I
up
know he
being
was trying to campaign for the Bataya fight, but I felt like he was far off from that.
Yeah,
But-
he might give him something less than that, maybe Clark, something like that. But I think his new management pulled him out and is lobbying to get him bigger fights.
So does the Brazilian come back? Because he was decent until he couldn't take it.
Yeah, the Brazilian's got to be at 75, not cruiserweight. He's at 75. If he's at 75, he's pretty good. But, maybe you think I'm hard on these guys, but I think you got to be dedicated to your craft. He's a 7.
Lester Martinez is not your fighter, right?
Yes, he is.
Okay. Do you think that the team will say no? Because you're the promoter, but his manager is obviously Bomac and them, and they also train Steven Nelson. That's a good fight. Nelson's 36. He's coming off the Crawford pay-per-view. He hasn't been in a big fight. Lester needs a big fight. The only downfall I see is that they're the same training camp.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit of a problem. But I mean, to your point, man, Lester's a beast. Lester is a beast. I mean, and his performance against Gongora was impressive. So everybody's buzzing about him, and I can tell you, I'm not going to tell you everything because it would be inappropriate, but nobody wants to fight him, man. Nobody. Like, I've offered him up to everyone in 168, and nobody wants to fight him. And the commentary from the other promoters and managers is no way. So we're going to have this. We're going to keep him busy and keep him going, but we got him slated to fight September 11th. He's going to fight again as a co-main to Lamont in December. But he's probably have
If
to
no
climb.
one is saying yes, you know who's saying yes. I know it's risky, but at this point, Tiafimo signed them. Maybe we can get something in the contract to vouch for him financially if he pulls out or doesn't make the weight. But Linnell Thompson is still a good win. He's the last person to beat Ustatigi. He hasn't been active in a while, but it'll still be Lester's biggest name.
Man, Thompson must be the most liked guy in the world. He fell out 2 times with us. We scheduled him. And everybody I talked to tells me, give the guy another chance, put him on. He hasn't fought in 5 years. And
I thought it
and
was 3. It's been 5 already?
I think it was 2 years ago. So so I think that look, we're looking at Joe Sean James because Ronald Ellis just pulled out. So Joe Sean James is now a good sample. I think Angora was a great fight. I think it was a real step up for him. So I think we're just going to keep putting him in with these guys that we can make these fights with until he gets into the mandatory. He's number 3 now. And I think that he'll probably be 1 or 2 within the next 2 or 3 fights. So I think we're going to run the mandatory route. Now, obviously, there's a problem. Canelo's there, right? Um, so we'll see. It's complicated at 168, um, but I think these guys got a tremendously bright future. So we're excited about 2025 with Lester.
So no calls from a Fernando Beltran, from a Eye of the Tiger for Mbilli. Like, there's been no preliminary talks of a potential clash with Jaime and Lester. Nothing.
No.
Wow.
They're this is the thing about 168. If you think you're in the Canelo sweepstakes, why do you take a risk against Lester?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right?
So someone that could take a risk, I don't know. Can Pro Box put on Demetrius Andrade versus Lester Martinez?
I asked. It was turned down.
You asked Andrade or you asked PBC?
I asked his people.
Okay. They didn't want that. Off a loss. I get it. It's tough. It's not a tune-up. He's coming off of a tough loss with Benavidez. This is another tough fight.
That's the thing. I'm going to say this to you. This is the hard part. When a fighter, look, I'm getting all these guys into championship fights because no one's afraid of them. When you get King Kong and Lester's starting to look like it, that's when it gets hard because nobody wants to fight him. And that becomes a little bit of the issue. But I think PBC is going to give him an opportunity in the new year when they get their things squared away with Amazon, and I believe that's going to happen. I think Lester will have an opportunity there where we can put him. But hey, we may step up with Lester. We may start giving Lester the bigger opportunities, and if we throw the money out there, those fights will come. But again, we still have the issue of the roadblock with Canelo kind of controlling all the belts, or most
For
of them.
sure.
He gave up one.
There was one thing you didn't announce. I feel like you got this huge other opportunity with that fighter that you just brought back, former champion. Nothing on your notes there? You looking down?
Yeah, I was like, which one is this?
He's from the Caribbean.
Which one are we talking about?
Come on, Nicholas Walters.
Oh, Nicholas. Yes. Nicholas.
You know you got something cooking with Nick.
Well, he's fighting Jojo Diaz.
What?
Yeah, the Jojo Diaz. Hold on, let me pull up the schedule.
No.
Yeah,
Stop it.
Jojo Diaz, October 9th. Jojo Diaz and Nicholas Walters. And I'm going to tell you something.
Wait a minute. So it wasn't someone else for Walters?
No, it was always Jojo.
Come on, Gary. So he wasn't gonna fight Keyshawn in Keyshawn's hometown, November.
That was offered.
So what happened? That's a bigger fight.
I think he wanted one more or two more. I think he wants to get properly tuned up and ready for it. I
All
think
right,
he did.
all right. I mean, he's entitled to that. He just
Yeah.
got one fight back. I mean, not one fight back. He's been back, but he's got one fight with you back.
Well, I mean, what do you have one before that? That wasn't. I don't. I
I
think.
thought he had a couple fights in Panama last time I checked. Let me check.
I thought it was one.
Man, I was looking forward to that. I guess it's better that he gets more active, so it's a tougher fight. Cause he would have been the underdog.
Yeah, he would have been the underdog. I think it's throwing him to the lions too quickly. I think he wants to get a little more rust, and he broke his nose against Adorno, so he had to sit out another 6-7 months.
Nah, this is his third fight since the Vasil loss, and he's been active. He had 2 fights in 2023, and this is his first fight in 2024. So slightly active, not that bad. 2 fights last year, 2 fights this year, 1 fight this year. You about to get him another fight in October.
I think he's not far off. I think he wanted that one more after the 6 months off with the broken nose.
So JoJo and Nicholas is on Pro Box? Because JoJo's no longer with. Oh wow, that's a good pickup. Nice.
And I'm going to tell you something. That JoJo is. I'm impressed with this kid. And he's good with what I'm about to tell you. That JoJo is in White Sands Treatment Center on campus. He's training there. He voluntarily went in there. He loved the idea of, he was in treatment and he got himself clean and sober and he wanted to continue treatment up to his fight. So he came to Plant City, checked into White Sands Treatment Center, which is on the campus. And he's in treatment all day and he steps out to go to the gym and he goes back to treatment. He's in the treatment center. He sleeps there.
That's amazing.
Yeah. And he's going to be there for 2 more months right up to his fight.
That's great. That's probably what he needs. I know that he suffers with, with alcohol and things like that, and it's been rough for him. So hopefully that does allow him to stay focused. That's great, man. That's great.
Yeah. Checked in last week. He's there now. He's training there, and he's getting ready. He's going to be there for 60 days, getting ready for that fight. So that should be fun. It's a good story too. I'm glad the kid's doing that. I'm glad.
Isn't that ironic though? When you first came into the business, and I looked at the rehab center. I'm like, whoa, what is that? You know what I mean? Like I'm thinking boxing, but it's so intertwined. Like we literally call Jamal Charlo Rum Punch. Like you might be more needed in boxing than we thought. Like there's a lot of Jamal was in Pensacola. Maybe he should have went to Plant City. That's pretty good.
We're probably more needed in every sport. I mean, that's why it's a good business, man. I mean, drugs and alcohol is everywhere, bro, everywhere, and everybody struggles with it. So, it's just a question of certain guys know they're not going to reach their potential while they're on it, and some manage it, some don't. But for JoJo to recognize in order to resurrect his career, to put himself in a position where he could spend 2-3 months leading up to a fight in treatment while training and going through a training camp and treatment at the same time, that might be the silver bullet for him.
Man, that's actually amazing. You might need to start advertising that or get with the sanctioning bodies.
You might need to get your ass over to Plant City and go check him out and do an interview with him.
Yeah, that's a little tough right now. I'm in Vegas, but you should probably get with some of these sanctioning bodies, man, because there's a lot of fighters that definitely need rehab.
Yeah.
And somebody like the WBC cares. They probably can direct fighters and things like that. They have that department. That's good for JoJo. Really happy to hear that. Hopefully it shows in his performance too.
Yeah. It'll be interesting. That'll be very interesting to see what happens there.
Got a few questions here from the people. First one is coming from Mike. He says, I went to the DC Pro Box card, and it was my first live boxing fight. The energy was amazing. Do you plan on coming back out to DC or any other events outside of Florida? So you did mention the UK. Any other U.S. locations you guys are looking to get to in the rest of 2024?
Yeah, we're working on a deal with the MGM over in just outside of DC in Virginia, but really DC based. We're
In the
working on
harbor. In the
yeah,
harbor?
yeah.
Nice.
Because that venue is, and I appreciate the caller or the fan saying that that it could have been better, right? The venue was a little big for, and I think that venue has trouble selling. It's quote unquote. The Uber driver said, when I gave him the address, he said, "You're taking me to the hood," and I said, "The hood." He goes, "Yeah, that arena's in the hood." And we did, it wasn't our first choice, and we did realize it did hurt ticket sales a little bit. I think we would have done really, really well had we not been in that venue. So we're going to try to get over to the MGM and do it 5 times a year. So I think to that gentleman, we're planning on going back to DC. We had a good time there, and we think there's a great fight fan base there to work with. So we plan on making it a regular stop.
That's great. That's great. I love Pro Box on the road, man. Toledo Treese in Ohio. Have you ever thought about doing a reality show? Like when boxing had the Contender Show or the Ultimate Fighter for UFC. Have you heard of the Venue Sports? Or is it, yeah, Venue Sports. But you do have the fighters living on campus. Is it too much of an expense to hire the film crew? Because, I mean, you've got IG for 9, 10 fights. You could have done a lot of shoulder content behind them.
You remember when we did the tournament last chance? It was early on
Yes.
in our days.
Yep.
That was supposed to be a reality show. Um, it is a very time consuming, complicated thing to get done. Um, you've got to bring on, a certain amount of fighters to have them all be in the same place at the same time. We have the full time crew. We are in an ideal situation to film a reality show and have it not cost that much money. I think it's more of a bandwidth issue for us. It is an awful lot of detail and work. So it's on the horizon, but to answer the question, and it's a good question, the only reason we haven't done it is we've been so busy and we're growing so quickly that it was probably just not gotten done yet because of bandwidth.
James in Atlanta, let me ask you this. What are your thoughts on Alicia Baumgardner's fight with Persoon? Did you get an offer to buy that fight? That fight is an invite-only event. Like, what the fuck is that? Shout out to you for not putting your hand in Turk's back pocket like all the other promoters.
So I'll take the two parts. First part is, yeah, that fight was brought to us. We had an option to get involved. But again, sticking with the core thing that we do, that would have taken a lot of bandwidth, Ness. I think you know this. It would have taken a lot of bandwidth to make that one fight. And if we're doing 2 fights a month every month and growing the way we are, I think we just, it's important for a young company to stick to its knitting, right?
I need you to elaborate because that was a championship level fight with multiple belts. It would have been a great look for you guys. What does more bandwidth mean?
It was complicated. There were a lot of people involved, right? And they weren't sure what they wanted to do. You know what I'm saying? And it was just going to take a lot of time and energy to work through how they wanted to do it, what they wanted to do. And even like, for example, now invitation only. What is that?
Never heard of it. I mean, I think Monaco is like that, right? When Eddie goes to Monaco.
I don't know. I mean, are you involved?
No.
Anybody?
Danny is my co-host. Certainly, he's Team Bumgardner. He'll be there, I'm sure.
So he knows the story.
Yeah, for sure. Like I know some details. I thought that you guys could get over it. I thought maybe there was an option where you can just buy the fight from him and not have to deal with anyone. I definitely thought it would have been a better idea to bring it to Florida, and even there was Houston was a possibility, but Pro Box just had to bring the truck. I don't know why they went with the option they went with. Very unfortunate. I was certainly rooting for Pro Box to do it. Now it's on Brinks TV, bro. What is that? I love her. I hate that I gotta laugh, but like, what is Brinks? I never heard of that. What is Brinks TV?
I don't know. Like that's what I'm saying to you. I don't know. I couldn't follow the powers that be on that one. I don't know where they were going with that or what they were doing. I felt like I would have been wasting my time, to be honest with you.
Crazy that you didn't think it was worth your time with all those belts, and she's such a
No, no, no,
high-profile
no,
fighter.
no, no, no. I thought it was worth my time. I just think it would have been a waste of my time. I thought it was worth it. I entertained it. I was down. But the way it was going about was just not going to be a straight line and no guarantee of whether we were going to get it or not. I found it difficult. I'm trying to be nice here, sweetheart.
Nah, for sure, for
You,
sure.
you're going to bait me into saying bad things, and I don't want to.
Now, moving on, we got Octo that says, greetings, Gary. Who's your favorite fighter to watch today outside of the ones in your own stable?
Who are the favorite to watch? Um, Look, I'm prone to action. Um, Javante Davis is always fun to watch, right? He's heavy-handed, and you kind of almost know it's a matter of time. And I just think that he's got it. And I'd love to see him get even more challenged. I want to see him go all the way up that ladder because I think he's that good. Um, you know, I love watching Jared Anderson. And I thought, what a mobile, talented heavyweight. I just think it was a big mistake at 24 years old. It takes heavyweights longer to develop. A big mistake at 24 years old to put him in against a modern day George Foreman who throws 100 punches around. I think that was a stylistic issue. I think
That's the
Anderson
perfect comparison, bro. When I seen those jabs, I'm like, damn, he's fast.
is fast clubbing and volume. I was like, how's this big man going to keep up that volume? Poor
Yeah,
Jared.
but Jared fought the wrong fight. Let's be real. He had to get on his toes. You can't fight but Coley's not gonna chase you around. You have to frustrate him. You have to stay on the outside at least for the first 4 to 5 rounds. That was a horrible game plan. Even he said it recently. He came out on the social media and said, "Why did I decide to stand and trade with this big ass motherfucker? You should have been knew not to do that."
Exactly. I don't know if he is a boxer though. So there's the problem is was it the style matchup because he would have had to be a boxer? Is he really a boxer yet in his career? Remember, when that kid gets his man body at 32 years old, he's going to be a big, strong dude who's still fast and explosive. That could be just as much a bad game plan, or it could be a bad match, a bad stylistic matchup. You're going to step a kid up. Be careful about the style, right? Those things matter. I just think he's I love watching athletic heavyweights, and he is that guy. So I enjoy watching him fight. Um, like some people talk about like action fighters, Pitbull, but I don't really enjoy watching Pitbull fight, man. It's the same thing over and over again. Walks you down and wings hooks. Um, Jaron Ennis, I love him. I love the way he fights. And Crawford, right? I like boxer punchers, guys who have the athleticism and skill but keep their hands busy. That to me is the most entertaining. Not necessarily phone booth, but I don't like boxers, pure boxers, and guys who go around in circles, flicking jabs. I like guys who have the skill, the speed, but are going to get in there and mix it up.
So the community obviously is listening. They've match made Merriweather with your fighter, Jamel Herring fighter, Mike Gamble. They even got common opponents. Why can't we get that fight? Loser walks.
On the board, baby. I'm in. I'm totally in. And Ness, you're the broker. You bring it up to the Merriweathers. I'm in.
I'm about to text Robert right now. I don't know. Gamble has more experience, but those are all debut fighters. So they might say they need, because I think Gamble has, let me see, he has a couple more fights. He's at 7.
And
And
in fairness to everybody out there, I don't put prospects against prospects. I want everybody to understand something. Prospects shouldn't have to fight other prospects. That's not fair in their development stage. But prospects have to take the better opponents that I can find that nobody wanted to sign as a prospect. And that was a problem. They were turning down a lot of fights for
oh,
guys
really?
that, yeah, and guys that I think that have no business turning that fight down. So I'd like to find not a prospect because I still consider Gamble a prospect. I'd like to find the best. I'll send some over to you. We have some we've offered before that have been turned down, and I'll send them over to you, and then you can try to convince them to take that fight.
I just text. I said, "Are you listening?" He better. And actually, I forgot I have someone in Florida, so we're gonna set that JoJo interview up. I'll text your son and get my guy down there ASAP. I love that JoJo's down there. I got a few more if you still have time.
Shoot.
All right. Next up is. I know the answer to this, but out of respect, Tibella says, would you ever have Blair Flair Cobbs on your Pro Box events? He's very entertaining, and he also needs someone to help him with the big fight.
Yeah, we discussed it with him a couple of times. We almost had him on a few times. Did he end up signing with Don King, or he did
He
just use?
did. He
Yeah,
did sign to Don King, I believe, and then that's how he got the Broner fight. And now he beat Broner, so even if he didn't sign, we know there's options.
yeah, but once he goes down that road, he's gone.
Yep. Once you're with Don, you're stuck with Don.
Hmm.
Very few people get out those Don contracts, man.
And Don don't play well with others, man. So like, forget about it. He's with Don, and there's no Don in anyone else. So
Is Ahmed Eba Ali? Is that cruiserweight? Can he make? Because he spars a lot with Plant, so I don't know if maybe he's a potential Lester opponent or could be.
Isn't he with Don?
Yeah, but damn, he can't. So Don doesn't even lend them out to do fight. Everything's on his pay-per-views. Okay.
Even if that means they do nothing, they sit.
Damn. We got Demos in Houston. Robert Merriweather's dad said that there was a mutual parting of ways between you guys, but seemed a little shaky about it. Just wanted to know what happened there. I guess we've answered that. We got the next one is from Jay. He says, what's up, Gary? What did you think about Lamont Roach's overall performance in D.C., and when will we see him and his brother Jordan Roach back again? You've answered that, but not about Jordan.
Jordan might make his way onto a card because he has to stay busier being a young fighter. We may bring him down to Tampa. We're trying to slot him and Ben Johnson on a Tampa card to keep them busy. And other than that, yeah, like I said, they'll be back on early December. We're hoping early December in DC when Lamont defends again. And yeah, Lamont got a little bit of an easier one with Fergal, right? And sometimes they earn that right to get one that's on the easier side. I think Lamont's in store for a lot of big fights and challenging fights in the next year. So he should be interesting times for Lamont Jr.
I got John from the Hangout Spot that says, hey, Gary, I'm a huge fan from Florida, and I just wanted to shake your hand for what you're doing with ProBox. Looking ahead, past phase 1, where do you ultimately see ProBox in 5 years from a growth and marketability perspective? Is dabbling into the pay-per-view world ultimately in the cards for ProBox?
It's always anytime you come up if we're so fortunate to have a superstar whose purses are going to outrun any logical ability to put it on a normal championship fight. Yeah, you go to pay per view as a necessary evil, so it's always possible. But I do see us we keep moving down this path, growing it slowly, putting a solid foundation, getting the global footprint, and then turning into championship boxing, where we're dealing with subscribers from Canada, US, Mexico to Argentina, Europe, Middle East, South Africa, Africa, and Russia, all the way down to Australia and everything in between. Asia is a massive market. And it's always been the goal, Ness, is to take it global because streaming allows you to do that. And with that, well, we have a much bigger net to work with. Can we get price championship boxing nominally, right? Anywhere from $1 to $5 a month, and give really a strong value proposition to the fans. And but because we're global, maybe we'll have 10 million subscribers at $2 a month. With 20 million a month coming in, we'll be able to dominate championship boxing. So I make no mistakes. Like, my game plan is my game plan, and I believe in it. But I'm the turtle. I'm going to take it slow and do it properly. We've all seen what happens to those who rush into it. But to answer the question, yes, we expect to be at the highest levels 5 years from now.
We touched slightly on McCumbee. Before I get to the next fan question, I do want to have you give me your thoughts on how do you think he does. He has seemed to have gotten under Plant's skin, or maybe Plant is just playing the bully role. But he certainly brought up McCumbee's pass PD flagging. Yeah, so just wanted to get your thoughts.
Yeah, listen, you know what? Trevor's an interesting situation. He was a top amateur. He got mired in a situation with Cameron Duncan that, he didn't fight anybody, and that's not necessarily his fault. But he found himself with a really good record and no one to base it on. Um, we don't know. We don't know what you got. He's going to step up, and you're going to find out soon enough. So this is a real step up fight for him. We'll see if he steps up that ladder, right? And if he does, well, I think he's an aggressive fighter, and he's going to bring it stylistically. I don't think Plant loves guys who really come at him and are going to dog him, right? And so Plant's going to box. McCumbie's going to chase him around the ring. Um, is Plant going to land that left hook that he landed on Darrell? Hey, maybe. Or if not, I think it's going to look like a Mexican against a boxer, that fight. And we're going to see what happens if he gets hurt or not in that fight. But hard to say, man. There's levels, and every time you take a fighter to another level, that's when you find out, and that's the only way to find out.
All right, just one more here from Wheeze. He says, "Is not having Tank and Canelo hurting Turkey Al Sheikh's end goal?"
No, I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure what his end goal is. I mean, he throws terms out like, let's form a league, but I mean, that's a complicated undertaking. Anytime he said that, that's a 2 to 4 year undertaking. That's not something where you just buy everybody and you figure out a league concept. There's so many different ways to do a league. So I don't know what his end goal is, but he'll have all the time in the world to get that done. If he's going to if his end goal is serious, it's going to be a 4 year plan at least. And Canelo and half the guys he's playing with right now will be gone. Crawford's going to be gone. Canelo's going to be gone. All those guys are going to be gone. So, if he keeps playing with the shiny objects, they're all 35 and older, which is most of what he's doing right now. Um, that's not a long term plan. So, in fairness to him, as much as I was critical, it's going to take time to really unfold, and nothing that we see happening now actually means anything, right? That's in the micro. The macro and the long term agenda for his inevitable success, Canelo won't make a difference. He'll be gone.
So my producer is begging me to ask you what I know the answer to, but Beck the Bully versus Lester Martinez. Can we get it?
That's a good one. That would be.
so they didn't turn it down.
That one has not been discussed yet.
Oh shit! So I was wrong. Okay.
That one has not been discussed yet. So we haven't made our rounds to everybody yet. Um, but I think we feel like give them two more of these and cook them even more. And then let's see where we stand in 2025. And we will. So some guys you talked about have been bantered about. And then, there's on Lester's side, right? Do you throw him in there or do you keep giving him that experience? Like, look at Berlanga. The only reason why people are upset about the Berlanga fight is because his resume doesn't qualify him for that. And that's not Berlanga's fault. Berlanga should have fought better opponents by now to prepare him for this and also to prove to the fans that he's worthy of it, but not his fault. I think that there's some fights that I would hesitate. I think Bomac and I think his team would too, only because we feel like he needs to keep stepping up the way he's stepping up that ladder so that when he gets into the ultimately that challenging fight, he's number one, getting paid for it, and number two, he's ready for it. So I think he's 2-3 fights away from a championship type fight like Back to Bully would be.
Well, that is all the questions, Gary. Always appreciate you coming on the show and spending. We didn't touch on Jason. Are any of them down there? Because I know Rosario used to train in Florida with Herman Caicedo, and he lives in DR, so he probably needed a place to stay. Is he training on the facility?
No, he's not.
Oh.
He didn't come. But so he's not there. No one's there right now that is heard in Rosario or doing their own thing somewhere. And again, they're both guests, so maybe they didn't feel comfortable. They didn't know where do we stand. Most people don't understand. We're the network. We're not the promoter. I have no dog in that hunt. I want the fans to have a great fight, and that's it. So, but they probably both have decided to stay on their own side of the fence until the fight.
Well, that is all the questions. Thank you for the time, as always. Wish you guys the best, and look forward to what's next with ProBox, of course.
A pleasure, man. Thank you, and thank you to your fans. I appreciate you guys supporting us, and we'll talk sometime soon.
All right. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The owner of ProBox Televisión. Great interview, man. Great interview. Great interview. Damn, the Keyshawn fight off the table. Took that right off the table. I like it, though. It's not bad at all. Because it gives Walters that opportunity to get back active before getting in there with a young, hungry, up-and-coming prospecto / contender like my man's in them. You feel me? Shout out to everybody that dropped questions. Remember, if you're a member, you get to drop questions too. You should have done that. You'd have got, to ask him a question. And officially, Queensberry sent an email right now at 9:04 a.m., which about 15 minutes ago, announcing the Ronnie Rios Nick Balls fight. So another pro box fighter out here getting active. Salute. What else we got? We got Tim Boski counterpunch. If you're there, you got a counterpunch. And I'm going to do this even though he sent the counterpunch / super chat because this is a very long message. But he says, counterpunch for Tim Boski. Ooh, 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 ooh. He really wrote that. Bless us with some UK knowledge on the card going down at York Hall, London this weekend. So that was actually a super chat. So, but he ain't here anyway, man. Hopefully he pops up. C Dub, roll out.
Yo, how the audio?
You.
Straight, that's what's up, man. Shout out TBV, smash that like button. It's free. Do something with yourself. Shout out Nest at Breakfast Club with Boxing, man. Shout out to the panel, TBV community. We here.
What's up?
I got them Billy. I got them Billy stopping Derv. Too much activity. Prime Lion. Derv been in too many wars. But yeah. So I got him Billy with the stoppage. Man, they still calling hating on PBC. PBC put on the major fights. Let Ness tell you all the big fights, and they want PBC to go bankrupt. I know what it is. See, I don't put it to race because too many black people say this dumbass shit. But I put it to people tired of seeing an entity win, or they tired of seeing them run shit. I'm an Alabama fan. Roll Tide. I get it. The Sun Belt Conference, people in the Big Sky Conference don't get a chance to make the playoffs, and they want to see Alabama banned from football. They hoping Alabama Roll Tide fall off because Nick Saban gone. I get it. And when you run shit and you win all the time, the haters they gonna hate. Ness, you need the soundbite for these guys that say Al Hammond and PBC need to be out of boxing. You either die a hero or live long enough to become the villain. You gave them all the logical details about the Wilder AJ saga. The 50 million, who put it out that it was fake, Eddie Hearn. You know what I'm saying? You can give them all the logic in the world, man. And the hate clouds their intelligence. It just clouds. They can't comprehend what they see right in front of them. I try to leave the breadcrumbs to get them out the woods, but they can't see the forest for the trees. They can't see the trees for the forest. But you can lead a boxing fan to the water, but you can't make them think. Al Hammond don't say this negative stuff about boxers or doing business with others like Bob. He could have bought a house. He could have got 2 Lamborghinis. Like Eddie, like Oscar. Now you got to add Sheik. Now you got to add Turkey to the list of saying he don't want to do business with boxers and all this dumb shit. Like they literally saying they're not gonna do business with him. I don't know what King went, but I know he's gonna hear it, man. Like he's saying that he don't like the size of the street shit. When you have sayings that's been in boxing for a long time, like the top rank diet, like that, like I know Ness counting the people that was failures for PBC because they do so much good, but was Andrade a failure for Eddie? You know what I'm saying? I guess the people say, like my man that say Canelo being protected on PBC. I guess they like when Canelo fought Rocket Fielding. That wasn't being protected. I guess when he fought Chavez Jr. When Canelo fought Chavez Jr., that wasn't protecting Canelo. It ain't fun when the rabbit got the gun. Shout out to BV, smash that like button, it's free. Do something with it.
You may feel like it's your time, but it's not your time.
All right. Let's see what we got. If you're watching this on YouTube, don't forget to hit that thumbs up button. It's going to help with the visibility of the show. And if you don't know, we do interviews around here, as many as possible. So if you're a member and you're supporting the show, understand that you always get the opportunity to drop a question to whoever we're interviewing by simply going to the Patreon page, patreon.com/The Boxing Voice, or right here on youtube.com/The Boxing Voice on the members page. Real quick, we got Treese, Counter, and we got Annex Garcia. Salute, $25 super chat. All words, no love, no words, all love. Drop a bomb for that dub. Appreciate you, champ. We got Damien with the $2 cash up. He says, everyone that called Tank name ducks him when he free emoji. So, okay, so it's everyone that calls Tank name duck emojis him when he's free emoji. Okay. We got Mike from West Texas. Counterpunch for El Tanque. El Tanque. Damien back with another 2. David Benavidez has been making $5 million for a minute. Al doing that. For sure, but he still failed them. That's what I didn't address with Brandon. You know, he's like, oh, you know, you saying Al this. I made it clear that Al's 2 biggest failures was David and Gary Russell Jr. He could not get those 2 gentlemen the big fight. So I did mention that, you know, Brandon just chose to rant on me because that's what he does. We got G-Von King Counter, courtesy of Drew. And James Benitez sending a $20 dub. And he sent extra love because I asked an extra question for him to Gary. Appreciate you, champ. Appreciate you. Thank you for the support. And I wanted to play this. It's not the right time, but
No one man should have all that power.
yeah, I got it late. You know what I'm saying? That's the new Turkey Al Sheik soundbite, baby. No one man should have all that power. He got to chill, man. He got to play nice, bro. We ain't trying to have him beefing with people out here. We need this shit to go down the right way. Let's see what else. All right, so in recap, we got those counter punches we got to get to. Starting off with Treese, you the first one. Let me just double check over here as well. And while you're waiting, go ahead and smash that thumbs up. You know that's free. Actually, Treese, you're not the first because there's that King Counter cutting the line, but I don't think G-Von is available, but he is. King Counter, G-Von, what up?
Turkey's beefing with everybody.
Sir, man. I thought you were gonna, not I'm here. Hey, look, man. I don't know what Dub talking about. See, Dub is one of those guys that, like, it's crazy that we have fanboys of promoters, and it's real crazy that we have fanboys of a promoter that ain't nobody ever seen. We seen that dude like twice. For all we know, he might be dead somewhere. I don't know. Like, we really don't know. He says, oh, well, he don't be talking all this shit. Well, nobody hears anything from him. That's the problem too. You get what I'm saying? We're just supposed to believe that this man is somewhere calling all these shots. We don't know who's calling these shots. You get what I'm saying? And then, shout out to dude that you just had on because, Pro Box is a great network and, they're doing great things for boxing. But at the same time, how you going to talk all that shit about Big Turk? And then your little interview with talking about, well, we ain't promoters, though. We're a network. Then why you just trashing a fucking promoter? Oh, it's because he hasn't called you to do business yet. That's what it is, man.
That's
a lot
wrong,
of people,
champ.
Hey, it is what it is. Pro
That's
boxing's
wrong.
on the come up.
That's wrong.
People always got people. No, hold on,
You
Ness.
didn't
Let me
pay
get my shit
attention
off,
to the
man.
interview. You're
People
forgetting that he
always
had
got something to
Hot
say
Rod.
when they're the underdog. People always got something to say when they're the underdog. It's funny that our plan is to do $2 a month. We get 10 million subscribers. We get 20 million a month. Yeah, it sounds good, champ. Let's see how that works in about 10 years. Because the Zone told us we weren't paying for pay-per-view, but we paying for pay-per-view on the Zone. You get what I'm saying? But this all goes to the fact that people don't want to support shit. Back to my original fucking thought, like fucking weeks ago.
Well, the
All
Zone
these people
raised
talk
their
shit
price
and
in
can't
the
buy
first
pay-per-view.
year.
All these people talking shit, but don't go to events. All these people talking shit. Oh, I want everything to be free, and then want to question why I go to an event and buy 3 water bottles for $60. You know what I'm saying? But these dudes talking about Fire Stick Boys and all this other shit. Those are the people that want to hate on Big Turk. You get what I'm saying? They hate the fact that you got to pay for shit. Well, guess what? You just had an epic fucking card the other week, and then not including a concert. Yeah, that has nothing to do with boxing. But people want attention to be brought to boxing. This is how the fuck you do it. Big Turk is showing you how it's done. They just mad because he got all the power. You get what I'm saying? They would love it if this was a black man in the position doing all this shit because it is what it is. A lot of these dudes talking craziness, You can say whatever you want, but a lot of the dudes talking crazy are the Fire Stick boys, and at the same time the Al Heyman fanboys, which are all black guys. You get what I'm saying? If Big Turk was a black man up there talking like he's talking, flaunting his
You feel
necklaces,
like it's
having
your
all the
turn.
women around him,
What
hey,
is
that's
it
just
your
my
turn?
first one, right? Let's run the second one. Look, everybody would say this is boss shit, A side shit. You get what I'm saying? But why hate on this man? Because he's trying to do something great for the sport. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, he's a man from the Middle East. But if someone is trying to do something for the sport of boxing, why do we not support it? Everybody might not like his approach. Everybody might say he's arrogant, but a lot of shit that other people do is arrogant as hell too. But they love it. They love it. You get what I'm saying? They love it when motherfuckers run from the cops at 200 miles an hour in a Hellcat. They love it when motherfuckers stunt on people to show off the diamonds, right? Like, oh, how much that shit cost? Oh, Berlanga got you see that lineup on Berlanga? That means he gonna win the fight. Like, it's just pure nonsense I keep hearing. They hate on Big Turk because he said that America's a shithole. You get what I'm saying? But where did he lie? You get what I'm saying? Out there in LA, like the event was epic. It was a movie. You get what I'm saying? But right outside of it, you had nothing but homeless people. LA is a fucking shithole. You get what I'm saying? That shit is all down the fucking drain. America's in a bad place. You get what I'm saying? It is what it is. They mad because money's coming from out of the country. America's not what it used to be. We need to start putting America first, man. But I'm not trying to get on my political, it is what it is. But at the end of the day, man, Big Turk trying to do what he got to do to put boxing back on the map. Motherfuckers mad because they ain't able to do what he does. Oh, it's arrogant. Oh, it's him being too cocky. It's him having too much power. They would love it if another man had the
Well,
exact
I
same
mean,
amount of power.
Canelo's saying all the same things.
Yeah, but look, that dude from Pro Box would be saying the same shit if he had all the power. Ness, you get what I'm saying? Like it's crazy because when someone is in the power position, everybody changes. How they
But
say,
but but you're
money changes everybody. And it is what it is. Dude can lie. He can come back on here, and I love what he's doing for boxing right now. The dude from Pro Box, but I want to see if the attitude changes once he's a power player in the game. You get what I'm saying? Like one of the big dogs, like Eddie did us. Eddie said we ain't paying for pay-per-views, but now we got like 6 of them hoes every fucking year. You get what I'm saying? So I don't know, but at the same time, like I said, if you don't really support this shit, then what are you guys crying about? The Fire Stick boys and oh yeah, I'm gonna stream that and oh I want everything free. You can't get everything free. How the boxers gonna get paid? The men in the ring laying their fucking lives on the line to support their family. How they gonna get paid? I don't think people understand
hey
how this
yo,
works, Ness.
is Big Turk in shape?
Nah, he ain't in shape, but does he pay? Does he support boxing?
No, I'm just saying
Does he put
because
money?
you calling C Dub fat to defend the fat person.
Hey, I feel like we can't listen to anybody who's out of shape, and that's facts. Fat people make the worst decisions in life.
I mean,
It is.
Turk ain't
You may
looking
feel
like
like it's your
he's
turn.
got an athletic
Hey,
build.
What
he
is
got
it
all the
your
money
turn?
though. Shout out to Big Turk.
All right. Trees counter.
Y'all.
Yo.
What up, though? What up, though? Marco's on the line. Amin who on the line? Who you got on the line?
Just me
I'm
and
here.
Marcos.
I'm here.
Oh, what up?
No
Without the
Amin.
S.
Okay.
Without the S I added.
Midwest Mafia.
What's good? Of course. My guy, he know what the fuck going on. Yeah. But speaking of the Midwest Mafia, I just wanted to get on promote some more of my fighter. You know how we do.
Yo, was you
Abdullah
hurt?
Mason.
Was you hurt when he went through the whole flashback of Jarrett?
Hey, you funny? Don't do that. Hey, but I be and speaking of, I've been hearing you on here talking that Jared Big Baby versus Big Baby shit. We don't want that, by the way.
Yeah, I know
We
you don't want another big
nah
motherfucker.
nah cut that out.
You don't
We
want
trying to
another
get a
big
hold of Wild.
motherfucker.
Hey, nah. We trying to get a hold of Wilder before it's
You
too
say you
late.
trying to
While
what?
we trying to get a hold of Wilder before it's too late. While we still got a
Man,
chance. Jared versus
let that
Wilder.
man be, man. Let that man be.
Fuck that. We need we need that guy. We want parts of him, man. Shit, bring my guy back in February, you feel me? Black History Month, passing of the torch, you feel me? Yeah. It all makes sense. From Wilder to Jared, yeah, it all makes sense. The last great American heavyweight that we had to the next one. You know, we can redeem ourselves. You know, like I say, man, Jared, it ain't over with for us, man. It ain't over with for us. But that was an interesting interview with hey, I like that. I like Jerry. I like that guy. With Gary Jonas, I like him, man. He interesting. He's an interesting cat. I like the way he think, man. He's he talking about I don't want to unless you be trying to get him, man. I like he trying to avoid all the landmines that you throwing out there. You want him to talk bad so bad. He tried not to. I respect it, man. I respect it. But like I say, man, Abdullah Mason on the undercard it is what is this? Christian and Billy, like I say, man. We not too much interested in that. I think Christian and Billy should take him up top. Arslan Beck, you garbage, but you should when you. I don't know though. I think that that Guido guy, that's the last dude. He fought FA his last fight, right? Didn't he fight FA?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Oh shit, I don't know then. He might actually beat that Arslan Beck fella. He looked pretty good against FA. That was a good fight actually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, okay. Well, no, I think he might take Mr. Arslan Beck on top. I think he dead trash anyway. Like I say, when he came to Toledo on Jared undercard, everybody in the city was looking like, what the hell is he doing in there? So, yeah. But I wanted to get on to talk to King Amin about this women's shit, but hey, Nets, real quick. Your girl Beatrice Fieta, she's supposed to be up next for Caroline Dubois or something?
I don't know, but whoever she got to fight, they losing.
But it's not your time.
That's your. Okay, you riding with her like Shadeja. Okay, we see what's going on here. All right.
I mean,
shout out to you.
I mean, she's got a better pedigree than Shadeja. I'm not saying she's better than Shadeja, but that's the belt. I'm not saying she's better than Shadeja, but her pedigree is better than Shadeja. She's a more accomplished amateur. I believe she just won the gold right now. She just beat somebody in the Olympics right now. She's fighting as a pro. She's already she debuted with 3-minute rounds. She Brazilian, so you already know she punching. Nah, she different. She just different. We going to Harlem. Actually, we got counterpunches, Harlem. Hold up. Next up was El Tanque. El Tanque. He's not there. Next up, we got to that. Okay, we back. We back in real world. Tank is the only one, a.k.a. Joker, with the super Harlem World. Yo, Harlem. Harlem. Let me see if I got my...
BoxingVoice.com.
This is dope.
Is this one? Harlem.
This is the only sport where you can kill a man and get paid for it at the same time. It's illegal. So why not use my right to do so?
If he doesn't die, that ain't it. Damn. I had the cam. I don't know where my shit at. Killer, but he ain't coming on. We gonna move on. We got Jay in LA.
What's up, Ness? How's it going today?
All good.
Hey, you know, I got to tell you something, man. Mad respect for giving us all the insight to what a promoter has to go through as a small-time promoter coming up. I totally felt what he talked about with that whole pay-per-view boxing card thing. You know, as fans, I love that card, with that Crawford card in LA. No, I'm from LA, Jay from LA. We loved having it here for sure. It was a stacked lineup. But I could see how it could hurt a guy like him, because all those smaller fighters underneath that he could probably have promoted into a separate card kind of got sucked in a vacuum with that thing, right? So I think what I would like to see is if maybe he can somehow work with Turkey or the other promoters, where Pro Box kind of does some of those, you know, preliminary guys that are coming up, so they get a piece of that pie also, you know. I don't know if that's feasible or works, but I just like to see the small promoters also get some good action, and especially a guy like him who seems to be really into it, really into his fighters, and try to get the best for the smaller guys coming up, right? Or maybe, you know, considered the B or C level fighters as far as they still don't have a name. They haven't come up. Look what just happened with Leo. Him coming up big time too. So I don't know your perspective from what you heard and you speaking with them with such a great interview there, Ness. What's your feeling on that? Can you see something like that where they can kind of promote on a pay-per-view, have Pro Box do some of those, the first 4 or 5 prelim to like show cards that actually appear on TV to showcase some of their fighters and work with Turkey or work with
the thing is that the
pay-per-views?
prelims, you got to remember, prelims are already on YouTube. So
yeah,
and if you're having a pay-per-view fight, you already got a network truck. So then it becomes like, what do you need Pro Box there for? Pro Box is a network, so they bring their truck. They're the one that sends the signal. So yeah, I just don't see that work in that particular idea. They already got a truck outside. Like if I'm doing an Amazon pay-per-view, it's probably the Amazon truck. But again, based off the reports, Amazon isn't handling any of the production, so who knows? Maybe Heyman and them are subsidizing. But again, they already have a team because everyone that was working with Showtime, the rumor is that Al hired them, right? So it's like
came over basically.
Yeah, they got their own. They don't need Pro Box because they got that, and then they got the distribution through Amazon. So if they want to do prelims, they just put it on their own fucking YouTube channel that has over 2 million. Like, these dudes are morons. I'm sorry. I know it's like, bro, charge us $2. You got a fucking YouTube channel. You got a YouTube channel with 2 million subscribers. Put these dudes on there. Charge us $2. Like, yo, they just not. It's either they don't have the time, they don't care, or it's what I said. They morons. They not smart, man. I don't know what the fuck going on. But that's
even
the
like
call,
a shared broadcast, just for the prelims.
Again, why would they share the broadcast when they got their own truck? They don't need them. Brandon.
Yo, Ness, am I back?
You are.
Like I never left. Great interview with the Pro Box guy. I call bullshit on a couple things he said. Like, you can't complain about a stacked card that people were debating about being possibly the greatest card in boxing history, saying we shouldn't have had to pay for that, and then not bring up the fact that we had to pay for shit like Tim Tszyu and Sebastian Fundora. So I'd rather pay for a stacked Super Bowl card than pay for Tim Tszyu versus Sebastian Fundora and a lot of other shit we've been forced to pay for over the past couple of years.
He was saying that the main event wasn't pay-per-view worthy. You didn't hear that.
Yeah, but he also said when the main event fighter, his pay rate is at a certain level, then you got to do that. We all know that Terrence Crawford's pay grade is at a certain level. The man got $10 million for David Avanesyan, for crying out loud. So he kind of kicked himself in the own ass both ways. But yeah, man. Like I said, great interview. Shout out to Michael Gamble. I love all the Michael Gamble love we've been getting. He's a Cincinnati kid out the west side. Hopefully they can make that fight happen. But I keep hearing people say like Turkey Al-Sheikh shouldn't piss off Gervonta Davis and Canelo Alvarez. Like, one thing I respect about Dana White and UFC, like, no one fighter is bigger than the entity itself. Dana White has made people fall in love with the brand, so fighters can come and go, and the brand is gonna still be the brand, and fans gonna still fuck with the brand. They ain't gonna leave once this guy retires or that guy retires. So I fuck with the fact that Turkey Al-Sheikh is sticking to his guns. Like, hey man, I want you to fight Bud. I want you to fight David. If you want to fight Berlangas and get the same pay grade, stay your ass over there. I want you to fight Shakur. I want you to fight Devin. Or you want to fight Frank Martin? You got somebody that'll foot that bill? Stay your ass over there. Turkey don't. Eddie Hearn said that the other day. Turkey don't want bullshit fights. It's point blank period. He is a fucking hardcore fan. He's dishing out some serious money. He wants the real deal fights. Tim Tszyu realized, like, damn, this guy was going to put me in with Virgil coming off a loss and a bad cut. That's what I'm gonna get if I go fuck with Turkey. Nah, let me slide over here and fuck with some Lubin and some of this random Eastern European nigga and then get a Fundora fight on the last shot. Like I can get jiggy with that. That's a little easier. But you fuck with Turkey, man. You fucking with a real deal motherfucker that's gonna make you fight some action packed fights. You ain't gonna get no Berlangas and shit. And I fuck with that. I'm a hardcore fan. I fuck with the fact that we got better B than Bivol. And we didn't know when we was gonna get that motherfucker. I fuck with the fact that he was gonna get
You
us
may
Wilder
feel
and
like it's your
AJ,
time,
but one guy shit the
but it's
bed.
not
So
your
shout
time.
That's
out to
the
Turkey Al-Sheikh.
bell. That's the
I'm a Turkey Al-Sheikh
bell.
suicide bomber, nigga.
Whoa.
Damn.
Stop trying to
Flagging the
get me
channel.
flagged. For real. It's like no
Tons of
respect.
flags.
No respect. Negro. $10. Absolute power corrupts power. Absolutely. You know what time it is.
No one man should have all that power.
Yo, we got Capicu, $2. Yo, Capicu, really? Really? One more dollar, you'd have been a member. You calling every day. Word is born. Y'all forget about Mia St. John. She beat Martin. That's when we was talking about you. Say something. Your girl
Christy
lost to
Martin.
Mia.
Christy Martin. I don't even remember she lost to me.
Look, fake historian, bruv. Come on, man. Jerome, $10. I blame Laura for the Canelo Crawford avoidance. We as fans can blame ourselves based on how we responded to the Charlo fight. Canelo has found his sweet spot fighting at 168. That gas out and can't move. What? He's found his sweet spot fighting at 160. He's found his sweet spot fighting 168s. That gas out and can't move. He put an S at the end of the 168. So basically he's saying that at 68, he's able to hunt these guys down because they gas out. I guess. Kentrell with the $10 super chat. I love what you're doing on ProBox. Excellent panel. How do fighters go about trying to fight on ProBox? Champ, you know you got to put those questions in the members page or the Patreon page. That's why that didn't get asked. Jerome, $5, another $5. ProBox is an actual media outlet. That's the biggest issue right now with boxing. They are forward thinking. They are promoting their fighters well. Yeah, no, ProBox is a one-stop shop. They're everything. You know, that's what they got going on. They got their own little sports center. They got their own little first take shows. They focus on their fighters and they focus on the sport of boxing, attracting more people to their channel. Nah, he's intelligent, bro. He's doing his thing. Look, my biggest issue with ProBox was the fucking, rehabilitation center. But it works, bro. A lot of these dudes need that. A lot of these dudes deal with alcoholism, substance abuse. A lot of these dudes are young, coming from, underprivileged homes, and then get all this money and don't know how to act. Get caught up in situations where they certainly need a white sands treatment facility. I am impressed with JoJo, and even more impressed that he was willing to have that story come out. Shout out to him. I almost want him to win now. He almost got me to root against my Jamaican brethren, Nicholas Walters, but we can't do that. We stick together in the Caribbean. You feel me? We got End Conquest. No words. All love. $2. Jerome with another $2. If the Super Bowl was 80, it'll probably do 200K. Damn, you think so? Marcos, do you watch the Super Bowl? Me neither.
Nah, I hate football.
Me too.
Hate it. Matter of fact.
Did you ever play it?
Nah, fuck.
What?
I resent how in America, you almost can't get away from it. I feel like it's everywhere. Super Bowl Sunday, you can't.
Yeah.
You're almost forced to be
Yep.
involved. That annoys the shit out of me.
Not me. I'm always here, bro. I never watched the Super Bowl, and I've been here doing my show on Sundays for the
Yeah, but
last
like
13, 14 years.
before you started your show, growing up, just everybody always.
Yeah, for sure.
Fucking annoying.
Yeah, it was horrible, bro. Horrible. Keep it moving. $2. Ness, how is Turkey Boxing Hall of Fame? What a joke. Doot, doot, doot. Capiche emoji. It's not a joke, man. If Rocky's in there, Turk deserves it. Drew, $5. They want all of sports and combat sports in Saudi, and Saudi is working with TKO, who owns the UFC and the WWE. Update your guess on the big picture. Drew, if that's you, you know what to do. You got to be on a members page, which is crazy because the questions was open to $3 members. So you didn't even got to be a fancy member to ask a question, you know what I'm saying? But I'm not looking anywhere else because I'm conducting an interview and I already got my Patreon page and my members page open, and my duty is to them first. Jerome with another 5. I am a sports cinematographer and project manager that works with boxers. How do I get in touch with Mr. Gary Jonas? 7 years experience with Under Armour and more. Jerome, DM me, man. You know I'm the facilitator, the connector of people. Leonard Sterling, 2-pounder. Rumor, Chev Clark versus Apucci on Pacheco, August 31st card. Not a rumor. He just confirmed today. He said Apucci took a different fight and it should be with Chev. I just didn't know who he was talking about when he said, because he said Clark, and I was about to follow up like Frazier Clark, but I'm like, don't look stupid. There's no way Apucci moving up. So I just kept that to myself because I never heard of a Chev Clark. Who the fuck is Chev Clark? Like, is he the owner of Chevys? Bad joke. Bad joke. Nah, Marcos, you don't have to talk. Thanks for the dead air.
I mean, it was a pretty bad joke. So I wanted to let you sit and bask in it.
Okay. Wild Card King, welcome to the prospect level. Charles, member for 2 months on that prospect level. Ness, ask him about Morrell and Lester. Yeah, right. Why would Morrell look back? But you are a member. You just put that question in the wrong place. You got to put that as a question on the post. So when you go to the members page, you will see a picture of Gary and it says, ask Gary Jonas a question, members only. That's where you put it. Not that you should put it now because that interview was done. But if you go to that page daily, you'll see new pictures with new posts for new interviews. Right? Like, I don't know. Bumgarner should be there. I'll be interviewing her one of these days. It's probably going to be a Sunday. She's only off on a Sunday. So, yeah. You know. I should be getting Boacek, too. They really love my short about Virgil being the Billy Goat King. So Tom Lawford was like, yo, we got to get him on the show. Like, whatever you want, Tom. Whatever you want. We got Body Work Boxing, $5. Fire interview. And he spelled it like that. Salute. Fire interview with the fire emoji. Salute to Gary, a real one. He is, man. He's a straight shooter. I love straight shooters. No hair on the tongue. Just tell us how it is, man.
Hair on the tongue? Ew.
Yeah. I guess it don't sound right in English. That's more of a Spanish phrase, like, yo no tengo pelo en la lengua. So I don't know.
That definitely is not. Ew. Ew. G-Ball,
$5. Brandon said PBC over Marinate, but what took Arthur Betterbeef and Bivol so long to make? I forget. It was Al Heyman fought on that one, too. 3 thinking emojis. Damn, Brandon, shots fired. And Conquest, $5. No words, all love. That's twice. Capicu, what it do? Another 2, still not a member. Adrian, better stay away from Wilder. Excuse me, I read that totally wrong. Anderson, better stay away from Wilder.
I was like, who's Adrian?
He get KO'd.
I don't know about now.
I think he'll never fight that way again, fellas.
Wilder, right?
No, Anderson. He'll never stand in front again.
So you think he's going to get better or he's going to get worse?
You got to learn from a loss. What the fuck? He's going to move now. He will not stand in front. He realized now, I'm big, but not that big. I'm strong, but not that strong. I need to use my attributes to get the win.
Telling you, man, I think it's just, I keep saying this, I think he might be a better fighter now because of the pressure. I think the pressure was really weighing on him psychologically. Now that he lost,
but there's more pressure, Champ. Coming off
no,
no,
some people,
you're
some
crazy.
People look
Coming
at it
off
different.
No, because now you're a hype job if you can't get out of this situation. If you can't do good again, he was a hype job.
See, I don't look at it that way. I think some fighters look at it like, okay, I lost. There's no pressure to keep the O, whatever. People know that I'm not the one.
But he didn't just lose, Champ. He got knocked out and destroyed.
So the pressure is gone. Nobody thinks he's going to be the next big thing.
Okay,
so
I guess I can see that angle that no one thinks he'll be the next great heavyweight, so that pressure is gone. I just think that there's still a significant amount of pressure for not, because like now you got to come back. Can you pick yourself up? Can you bounce back? Is he done after that type of it's a heavyweight division. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. G-Ball, another 2. He don't want what BS fights, but want Haney versus Isaac. Are you talking to me or are you talking to Turkey Al-Sheikh? Because that's Al-Sheikh's fight. Noah GX from Japan, 800 yen. Been watching the Boxing Voice since Jersey. Great content. Shout out to you. You moved from Jersey to fucking Japan. Wow. How's that been, champ? You need to join us on an Untitled. My man said you definitely heard of Chev Clark. I never heard of no fucking Chev Clark. He sent the picture and everything. I never heard of this dude. Man, who is this dude?
You a fighter?
He looked like I might rock with him, but I don't know him. And I say I might rock with him because his belt says C4, so maybe he think he got power. I never heard of this dude.
Nope, no idea.
Never heard of you, I murder you. Shout out to 50. Got be cool, what up? Copy cool, what it do? What it do?
What's good? What's going on, gentlemen? What's going on? Yeah, man. I was a member back in the day. I don't know what happened. It just kicked me out, and then I tried that again, and it wouldn't let me in. I don't know what it was, so I just never followed up with it. Just kind of just been stagnant with the whole situation, the whole idea. But yeah, man, listen. I was gonna mention that Mia St. John, bro. Y'all remember Mia St. John?
Yeah.
I feel like
met
that's
her
the
before.
Yeah, I feel like Ebony Bridges is the modern day Mia St. John. You know, she was bad as hell back in the day. That's who everybody looked up to.
I think Mia certainly was bad, but she had that more Asian, exotic look. You know, Ebony's bad from a different standpoint, I feel like.
Yeah. Nah, definitely. I'll just, that they were she was kind of like what everybody was looking after, like as far as beauty. You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of what Ebony is in the female boxing world now. But I agree. I do agree that, Ebony is not in Serrano. I just think at 26, they both, they could both knuckle up and it'll be a barn burner. But that was just that. As far as the Mbilli, I want to see this guy. I haven't seen this guy too much, so I would be interested to see what he would do against Derevyanchenko. Derevyanchenko had a couple close fights, so it'll be interesting to see what happens there. And honestly, bro, I kind of, I'm gonna be real with you. I kind of forgot what the hell I was gonna say. I just been on this, just dealing with patience and kind of just writing super chats and shit like that. So I kind of just forgot what the hell I was gonna say, but I'm just gonna let it be. I'm gonna keep it short this time.
All right, champ, you the man.
Yeah, man. We'll talk, man.
All right. Brandon, Counterpunch. I hope that is fast enough for you. What were you? Nominated Caller of the Year one year? I want to address you properly, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I believe I'm nominated every year, sir. Not just one year, every year. Because some guys come here to entertain, but I'm here to teach.
Damn, all I heard was always the prom, always at the prom, never the prom king.
It's cool. I'm the big crit of TBV. I'm gonna be the king remembered in time. So the king will be remembered in time. You gonna miss me when I'm gone, Ness. You have a bunch of fucking idiots calling in about a bunch of nothing, and the niggas that actually be spitting bars, you're gonna be like, damn, I wish those guys were still around. But hey, as far as G-Ball, you kind of just proved my point with the better Beav and Bibble on why I fuck with Big Turk. I guess, but you hear me getting on Al Heyman's ass a little bit. You feel the need to throw your cape on. But let me go ahead and say it. Anybody that's down with marinating the big fights over years of time, whether that be Matchroom, Top Rank, Golden Boy, or PBC, fuck them. I fuck with Big Turk because he came in and got that shit delivered in a year. I watched fucking Al Heyman, Eddie Hearn, Shelly Finkel do a 5-year circle jerk for heavyweight undisputed, and we never got it. Big Turk came in, got it done in a year. That's why I fuck with Big Turk. He ain't wasting no time marinating bullshit. He ain't wasting no time doing A-side. Let's jockey for A-side leverage. No. What you need to make the fight, here's the bag of money, get your ass in the ring. We would have got AJ versus Wilder after 5 years, but one guy shit the bed, and the other guy's on to do bigger and better things. Shout out to Turkey Al-Sheik on that. Now, as far as he don't want weak fights, but he about to give us Devin and Esau Cruz. In what motherfucking world is a guy coming off a loss where he was cheated and his comeback fight as a former champion that was just in talks to fight Gervonta Tank Davis possibly? In what world is that a garbage comeback fight for Devin Haney? PBC has put niggas in there with Trevor McCumbee. But motherfucking Devin Haney fighting Esau Cruz, a top 5, top 10 guy in the division, is a shit fight for a comeback? Like, what world are we living in, man? Who's Stephen Fulton fighting on his comeback? Is it an Esau Cruz caliber fighter? Who did AJ fight on his comebacks? Was it an Esau Cruz caliber fighter? Shit. On a comeback fight, Esau Cruz is a damn good fight for Devin Haney. Don't let these motherfuckers paint this narrative. Oh, he's a short guy. He's a midget. Esau Cruz is a bad guy, a bad dude in the ring. In the fight he lost was a close fight. He got outboxed against a guy who was better that night. But let's not act like Devin Haney versus Esau Cruz is bullshit. Devin Haney versus Esau Cruz is a pay-per-view on PBC. So, G-Ball, cut the shit, brother. But other than that, I'm gonna let you go, Ness, my man. Yeah, put some respect on my name, man. I'm nominated Caller of the Year every fucking year. And shout out to Big Turk. I'm riding with my dog, Big Turk. We don't do marinating in the island of Big Turkey. But that's my call, bro. I'm out.
Y'all better vote for that, man. That's not right, man. He deserve a win.
I think Haney beats Cruz.
That's the, what everyone thinks, but fights still need to happen. Haney still showed vulnerability in the Ryan fight that potentially Esau can expose.
Yeah, I just don't think Esau could reach him the way Ryan could.
Very true, but different style. Ryan waited for Haney to come to him. Esau's going to be coming to Haney with the non-stop pressure.
I just think that if Ryo can do what he did to Pitbull, I think Haney's even more skilled at fighting that exact way.
But Rayo got hit.
Not much, though.
But he got hit.
So you don't think... I mean,
we need to see exactly. That's why we need a puncher. Because we need to see where's Devin.
Right.
We need this puncher. And if not this puncher, another puncher. But we need a puncher to know. Because if they don't give us a puncher and we get Sandor and he outboxes Sandor, we going into the next fight wondering, is he chinny? We need him to get hit. We need to know, was it the drugs or is it his chin?
I mean, it could also just be Ryan is that, the speed. But because Devin
Again,
really,
was it the drugs or was it the chin? Because the drugs help with the speed. They help with muscle mass. They help with power. You got to
they
look
do,
into the
but
drug.
we don't know how much he took. We don't know if it. I'm not saying it didn't, but
And
we don't
that's
know
the
how much it
point.
helped.
That's the point why we need a new fight with another puncher to know
Yeah.
where he's at. Because
But I like to look at the rest of.
we're forced to go with what happened in that fight and then factor in drugs, no drugs, a millionth of a gram. It's too much. Just give me a fight with a puncher.
If we look at the rest of Devin's career, what he got slightly wobbled once only. So
Yeah, with
right with
Linares.
Linares.
G-ball.
With Linares.
Yeah, with Linares, that's it. I mean, some say that Loma hurt him. I don't remember it like that. $5 from G-ball. That's what I like to hear. Call all them out, not just one. Okay, that's what he like to hear, Brandon. Not just one. Everybody doing the same shit, or anybody who's doing it. Who is next? H-Town, what up?
Houston.
H-Town, what up? Yo. Joe Pilot.
Yo, it's me again. You already know, man. The unbiased hater, because I hate on everybody equally, not regarding race or any affiliations with promotions. So if you're gonna hate, at least hate everybody the same. Yeah, man. I think Tank should have fought Cepeda, man. He should have, he kind of dropped the ball. He should have kind of picked up Cepeda off. Who's rumored to fight Tank? I heard it might have been De Los Santos, but De Los Santos been out the ring too long. But I think he can knock him out kind of easily. What are they rumoring?
You sound pretty muffled, man. Just saying.
Hold on. How about now?
Perfect. Yo. Okay, he done dipped off. H-Town.
Yo, Ness, you hear me?
Yes, sir.
We got you.
H-Town, baby. Nah, man, the only reason, I got a problem with Pitbull really with Haney is because, man, Pitbull's coming off a loss. He didn't go for a belt. Fucking spent.
Haney's not coming off of laws either, huh?
You said he ain't.
I mean, my bro, what happened
you don't like when I do nest to nest?
What do you mean, though? You know what happened. That's why the tune-up is necessary.
We spin in the narrative to fit my narrative.
How you spinning the narrative? The narrative
You don't got no loss. I mean, Haney has a loss. He got to know.
But you were cheated.
But
you were cheated. That fight still happened. You were cheated, so you need a tune-up.
You got a guy that just lost going for a belt. That's how you got spent.
What belt? What belt?
And he ain't champion in recess?
There's no belt on the line. You don't win a champion in recess status. When Earl beat Mikey, did he earn Mikey's 135-pound champion in recess status?
As soon as am I mistaken? As soon as the champion comes back, isn't he the champion? That's why he's in recess?
No, if the champion comes back, he gotta fight the champion. He don't just become the champion.
I thought the guy holding the belt had to fight the guy.
Yeah,
the belt goes back to the guy that has the champion.
Exactly. So I guess Devin ain't coming back to be champ if he gonna fight Isak, is he? Like use your
I don't
head.
like it either way.
Use your head, bro. Use your head. You building up things in your mind to hate on Devin.
They need to find a different name than call it champion in recess then. Because then that ain't champion in recess.
That is champion in recess. You choose.
Either way.
You choose if you want to come back.
But either way, man, he should be facing someone a little bit. I just don't think. I don't believe in Pitbull, man. He's a trash fighter, bro. It's an easy fight. Like I've been saying this since day one, man. I've been saying this since day one. He's overrated. He just got popularity off of a bad performance from Tank. We don't even know how dedicated Tank was for that fight. Supposedly he had a broken hand. Ever since then, he's been riding that wave, man. He's been riding that wave. That guy's not special. That guy's not special, man. They give that guy too much damn credit. I don't know why the hell people give him so much credit.
I mean, Yiggit ain't do what he did to Rolly, and Devin ain't do what
Well,
he did to Gamboa.
Rolly was pretty much done already, dude. He's been pretty much stopped in 2 fights in a row
Nah,
by two.
man. Rolly had one loss.
Man, come on, Nance, man.
Bro,
Rolly had one loss.
Devin deserves someone better than that, bro. Because nobody's gonna give him credit for that.
Yeah, no, put him in there with Mike Tyson, man, because that's what y'all want.
Nah, I'm not saying that, Nance. Come on, don't exaggerate, man.
I mean, a former world champ ain't good enough for a dude coming off a scandal. You know, somehow that's not good enough. But we gotta go. That's the bell. Y'all too picky, man. It's like Brandon just said. This would have been a pay-per-view. This is a headline on other networks, man. Like, you know, let Turkey put this shit on the undercard and let us be happy. You dudes can never find a way to stay happy. Joe Pilot, what up?
Yo, it's me again. You hear me?
Yes.
Man. You know, I'm the unbiased hater. I hate on everybody, regardless of gender, race, and weight classes and all that. You know, I'm unbiased. You know, not a lot of people back here are. You know, they depend on race. They root for certain fighters. Similar race or maybe similar state, which is understandable. But yeah, man, Tank is coming November. You know, he's gonna do what it do, and that Bivol and Beterbiev fight didn't happen because of the Russia problem. I guess the WBC didn't want to sanction it because of the Russia with the Ukraine. So that's why it took a little bit longer for it to happen. And yeah, well, who's rumored for Tank?
Nobody.
Nobody. So I heard it might have been De Los Santos, De Los Santos, similar opponent with Shakur, and Shakur, shot the bed, but he had a bad hand.
Why
But
isn't that Shakur
I'm a hate on De Los Santos because De Los Santos should have went after him. His corner kind of let him down. I think that's what happens when you don't have a top tier, trainer, top tier people in your corner, because they should have told him like, hey, bro, we're on the road. Your B side, get after it. Like this guy, what's the worst thing that can happen? What, you get dropped? He got up from Rayo's shot, and I'm pretty sure Rayo hits harder than Shakur. So I think De Los Santos, wasn't in risk of getting knocked out. So I think he dropped the ball there. He should have went after him. But yeah, in Turkey, man, shout out to Pro Box, man. Turkey smells funnier than 2-day-old chicken masala, man. There's something that ain't right. This man's talking about he want to do Saudi tourism. So where are the package deals for tickets? Why don't he give some package deals for flight tickets out there? Hey, buy two tickets to the event, you get a flight half off for you and your partner. He doesn't do that. So how is he promoting tourism? I'm with Gary. This is something funny. He's smelling funkier than some old hummus. Something's not right. It's where are the deals to increase tourism? Like there's regular people back here that can't afford a ticket for two to Saudi Arabia on the expensive flights, and probably who knows how expensive them tickets are over there. Or even if you can get tickets, who knows what the parameters are you getting tickets in Saudi Arabia? Because everything's different over there. And yeah, man, Tank's coming back November. It's good. Tank's, maybe he doesn't fight the top tier guys when we want him to fight them, but he's good for the boxing. Tank moves numbers. He moves needles. He's a star in today's aspect. Maybe not yesteryear's stars, but he's still good. Yeah, man. Still having and Canelo Belanga coming up September 14th. The haters are gonna hate, but if they Belanga's doing something that they wish they can do. They chased their dreams and didn't have to resort to work to do something else or work for the man. Belanga's doing what he's gonna do. He's making his dad proud, his parents proud, his city proud, and his country proud. Salute to Belanga.
Hey yo, man, I wish I could find that shit right now, bro. If you listening, somebody sent me this video hating on Belanga from Puerto Rico. Like in Puerto Rico, they hating on Belanga. But I think it was excessive hate. You feel me? It just sounded like he ain't like Belanga, but I did want to play it, so I gotta refind it. But yeah, he said Belanga not from Puerto Rico, man. They hating on my mans, you know. Yeah, you know how I go. You know how I go. I told you that's how it be. The same way the Mexicans treat David. It's like if you ain't born there. I know Enrique tried to say it ain't like that, but that's a lie. If you ain't born there, they ain't treating you like that. You know what I'm saying? So
I mean, I think they'll treat you like that over, like, if there's an actual Puerto Rican, like, let's say Trinidad was still active, he would get preferential treatment over a New Yorican. But if he's the only big Puerto Rican fighter fighting right now, they
bro,
rock with him. I mean, you
I
got
hear you.
Serrano. She's Serrano from Puerto Rico, or is she from New York?
I mean, she Puerto Rican.
I think she might be from. I don't
She
think
be
she was
out
born
there.
there.
She be out. She just was there. She just left 2 days ago.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if she's from there. That's my point. Like, do they look at her as a Puerto Rican, or they look at her as a
Yeah,
New
nah,
Yorican?
they look at her as a Puerto Rican. She had that bitch sold out, and they was crying when she couldn't fight.
Mm.
So yeah. I got Damian $2. Isak is not a puncher. He ain't Ryan. He a mauler. Yeah, all right. Tell that to Rolly and Gamboa, who's still sleeping. Look at him, still sleeping. Shout out to Jay-Z.
True.
Tim Boski. Tim Boski. Tim Boski.
Nothing.
Jerry.
Oh, here it goes.
Jerry.
Let him cook. Feliz jueves, amigos.
Amigo.
Lester, in my Pablo Escobar voice, have you got any of my goddamn counters? I sent one yesterday. You remind me of my ex. You keep taking my money and acting like I don't do shit for you.
You sent one yesterday at 6:37. That's it. Yesterday.
Okay. But I keep getting skipped over and over and over again today. Let's move on.
Yeah, yesterday you
Great
sent the
interview
counter for
with Gary Jonas
cutting.
from Pro Box TV. Just like there's a lot of callers that deserve Call of the Year, dropping bars. Your boy Jerry Soriano, Yolanda for life. You know, the bad guy. But I carry receipts. Gary Jonas, my good friend. So now Turkey has lost 30 million. And the pay-per-view buys are up to 200,000. Let's see how fast that spreads.
He said under.
Because next week it'll be 50 million that Turkey lost, and the pay-per-view buys will be just short of 300. You know, let the money keep rolling in, and you'll see what the hell the bad guy was talking about. But when it all comes and goes, make sure you understand where it first came from. Ness, I've sent you various videos, and I won't any longer. You dropped the ball on the Fundora interview, which shed some light on everything I've been talking about. Fundora didn't have a broken nose. Crawford sent a contract to fight Fundora in June. So when you tell me Turkey has a problem because of his ego, let's talk about who he has a problem with. Who? Tank, who wanted 2 Ferraris just to sit down and interview him? Canelo, because, you know, you got to talk to him with respect. You can't rush him. And he wants 150 million to fight a guy who's smaller than him. And then on top of that, you better promise you're going to give me credit. Or is it Zoo, whose manager is in alliance with Uncle Al? Is that who Turkey needs to start talking with respect to? Is that who Turkey has a problem with? The problem is one entity.
Jake Paul too.
The problem is with one entity.
Oh, you're gonna ignore that?
PBC, who's still not come to the table. The PBC, who's been the problem with boxing from the very beginning. They don't even have a talking head.
That's the bell. But maybe you didn't know that Pro Box isn't part of the PBC, and maybe something you and I think it was G Vaughn. If it wasn't G Vaughn, I'm sorry, but whoever. Gary isn't hating on Turkey because Turkey ain't doing business with him. Don't forget that Gary had a fighter on his card. So when Jerry calls in here and he tries to insinuate that Gary is making things up, which we don't know whether or not, when he said this 30 million, whether or not that was a hypothetical scenario that he was running down, because he was giving a scenario, Marco. I don't know if Jerry is, selectively listening, but when he spoke of the 30 million, he was speaking how he could have made 2 shows to reduce the amount of money lost.
Yeah.
So we don't know if he was saying that they actually lost 30 million. Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's clearly losing money doing it, but is it an investment?
That's what I asked Gary, and I don't think that I got an answer on that. But
I mean, because we don't know. We don't know what the cost is. We don't know, we don't know what the revenue is as opposed to what the cost, the profit margin.
Just like we don't know the loss, man,
Right.
We don't know the loss. We don't know what they lost. But he also misquoted Gary. He didn't say 200. He said under 200. Tim Boski.
You really think it was under 200,000 buys?
I don't believe that. I bought it.
I wouldn't be surprised.
How, bro? What the fuck are you guys talking
We've gone
about?
over this. I don't think.
Bro,
he's
look at the card. How could you only get 200? If Tank could do 200 with Frank,
because boxing, there's only a handful of boxers who generate the eyeballs for the world. For boxing fans, yes, but the majority of the world, the casuals, the people we need to actually generate real revenue, those are not hardcores.
But are you telling me that we hardcores don't pay?
We do, but there's not enough of us. We're a small piece of the population that takes. Like, look at Ryan.
Okay, so you're saying how many hardcores you think there are? Paying pay-per-view hardcores?
I don't know numbers exactly, but I know that you need a wide scope of people to be engaged, to be really successful. You can't just have a small. Boxing is a small pool. There's a smaller fan base in boxing than NBA, than NFL, than a lot of other sports, unfortunately.
I'm not disagreeing with that at all, but I just feel that if one fighter is a main event and he can do 150,000, how are you gonna have 6 main events and y'all each can't pull 150,000?
I just don't think that those guys could do that, obviously.
So nobody bought the pay-per-view for Andy?
Andy Ruiz?
Yes.
Andy Ruiz is not a big draw, my man.
Okay, so no one bought it for him.
I wouldn't say nobody, but nothing
Exactly,
significant.
and that's my point.
But not
He
significant.
at least, but again, you're saying not significant. I'm saying the dude at least is bringing 50,000, 100,000 buys.
I don't think so.
Bro, he did it on his own with Luis Ortiz. What are you talking about?
And that was a shit
fight. That was a shit fight.
And maybe that's a reason why it's not happening now. One of the reasons why.
But now he's in a good fight.
Yeah, but it's
with
still
a
him.
good card.
And, we got the whole Fire Stick thing going on. We got the inflation going on. There's a lot of reasons right now
There's always been ways to steal. That's nothing new.
Inflation, but it's getting more prominent, the Fire Stick stuff. It's getting way more. There's websites. You don't even need a Fire Stick now. You go to a certain website and see it for free.
I refuse to believe that card did 200,000. Under 200,000. I refuse to believe that.
And I think you're underestimating the inflation right now too dramatically, because people do not want to spend money right now.
Again, this was value for 80. So if you're a dude that's worried with inflation, you got your value's worth. But anyway, let me get to Simboski.
Yep.
We here.
And that was a great little debate that you two are having there. That's what I like to see. You get me? Two great minds colliding. You get me? Salute Ness, salute to Marco, salute to the TBV community. I hope everyone's having a great week. This is the ESPN HBO boxing. It's all about the people. You understand? It's always about the people. You get me? Our voice matters very much so. As you can hear, important people always listening at all times. They love to hear our thoughts on the sport. You understand? So I got a bone to pick with you as well, Ness, man. How can you not know who C4 Chevion Clark is?
Never heard of
Have
him.
you you're eating too much old mofongo again? What do you mean you never heard of him? Aren't
Never
you
heard
watching
of
any
him.
boxing? Come on, what do you mean he fought Ellis Zorro? He KO'd that guy, man.
Bro,
Destroyed him.
and you think I was watching Ellis Zorro before he got destroyed to
No,
Obataya?
I'm just saying to you that led up to the Jack Catterall, Josh Taylor. That was
But
underneath that
again,
card, man.
but why would I know Ellis Zorro? He was forced on
Because
to me because of
he's gonna fight. He's gonna end up fighting
no. He
your
was
boy Brandon
forced.
Glanton. He's
He
gonna
was
end up
forced
fighting your
on
boy
to me by
Brandon Glanton,
Al-Sheik.
and we're gonna come and smoke
He was
and knock
forced
out
on to
Brandon
me by
Glanton, and
Al-Sheik.
then we want Marcus Brown.
Got
We want
it.
Marcus Brown underneath there. That's what we want. Or we want Zoldo. We're number 4 in the WBA, no problem. We're number 15 in WBC, no problem. You understand? C4. You know why it's called C4. You
Get a
got
fight.
rocket launchers on both hands. But it's all right, man. I know you're not really entertaining the cruiserweight division. Not really many Americans
Get
up
a
there.
fight that we
Only
know, man. Get a fight we know, man. Before you
Okay,
start
that's
talking
cool.
about
That's
that
cool.
guy.
That's cool. I'll tell you about some facts that's happening this weekend, man. Obviously, we got the exciting Canadian card there. In my opinion, it's exciting. We got a couple exciting fighters on there. We got Christian Mbilli, the monster. You understand? Every card that he's on is exciting. Every time he fights, it's exciting. Fan friendly. You don't like Shakur Stevenson. You don't like technical boss. Well, this is what you like: knockout KO artist. You understand? And he's going up in there against a well-served, steady, declarated. When I say declarated, very sturdy Derevyanchenko. Derevyanchenko got elite footwork in that division. Derevyanchenko been in there with elite caliber, pound for pound guys. In fact, in my opinion, you understand what I'm saying to you? Derevyanchenko's tough. You know how the Ukrainians are coming. That's going to be an exciting fight. Then we have Olis El Tornado Iglesias. That guy's got a ray gun in one hand and a chainsaw in the other. You know what I call it, El Tornado? Because when it hits you, it feels like you're getting swiveled up into a tornado. Ask Coceres. Ask him. He knocked him out in the first round. Almost knocked his brain cells out his head. So he's going up against Seg Agbeko. We saw what David Morrell did with Agbeko. Let's see what Iglesias does. He's a top 168-pound guy in the division for me. And then you got Makhmudov against Guido Venanelli. I want to see what Guido does because I was a big fan of Guido on Top Rank. He was in there with Johnny Rice baby. You know what I'm saying to you? Then he got smoked by Johnny Rice. The cut was dispatched of him, but he came back, looked decent against a Jagba. Ness, I'm sure. Do you have a counter punch by any chance?
I believe maybe. I don't know. Did you have one?
Yeah. Someone messaged me saying I had a counter punch. They said they wanted me to explain the British card that's happening because England, us British guys, we always got some boxing over the weekend or in the past week. You understand? York Hall, O2, it doesn't matter. We always got boxing over here. Unlike some disgruntled US fans that are arguing about fighters that we don't see over a year or two span period. You understand? But like I said, man, let me get back to the entertaining Canadian card that we have. Makhmudov, we saw that Ajayi Kabayel dispatched of him. You understand? He came back. He didn't take a tune-up, by the way. He went up against a decent Rover Kane. He looked decent against that guy. So we're going to see what he could do against Guido Venanelli. Venanelli went up against, I think it was FA Jagba. He looked decent in there. He looked decent against the Jagba. So this should be a good toss-up, 50-50 fight, in my opinion. And then we have my boy Jahir Tucker. Lost to Nicholas Flask. He looked all right in the next up-and-coming bout. He did get. I think he beat Chino. He beat Chino, right?
Who? Nicholas Floss?
No. Jahir Tucker, man. I'm sure he beat Chino. He beat Chino. I'm sure he beat Chino. Quincy Vallis. He beat Chino, if I'm not mistaken. He didn't look too good in that fight, but that Chino guy's tough, man. I see him in there against Troy Isley and multiple other guys, but that guy's tough. I like Abdullah Mason on there. I don't know who their opponents are, but I like Abdullah Mason. Exciting young guy, young talented, explosive guy down there. They say that he's got the attributes of a Crawford. The skill set of other multiple talented guys in the sport that we love. And watch out for another young Canadian guy, Thomas Chabot, a 130-pounder. Power puncher, southpaw, very, very good, very young, exciting Canadian fighter. Watch out for that guy. And then we got, my British card. My boy Denzel Too Sharp Bentley. He knows me personally. If you want to, get some details from him, that would be cool. But yeah, man, Denzel Too Sharp Bentley coming up against another young up and coming guy. I'm not too sure who he is, but we're up against some decent competition. If you want to see some exciting fights, go get your popcorn. If you want to see some guys, swinging some rocks, throwing it down, some real boxing, you understand? Come and watch the English card. We got Ben Frail on there, you know what I'm saying? Another exciting 154-pounder that's going to be up and coming. Xander Zayas, Virgil Ortiz, we're coming for those guys. Ben Frail, watch out for him. Power puncher, southpaw. You understand what I'm saying to you? Then we got my boy, Olis the Animal Yombi. Yeah, power puncher from the ends, from South London. Go watch him out, man. Go check him out. He's up against Baradi. Oroso Baradi. He's another sturdy European guy. But like I said, man, you guys might not know about these kind of fights. I like to, dig up the underground and look for these guys. You understand? But like I said, man, I hope everyone's having a great day. That was a great interview that you had with the Showbox guy. You know what I'm saying? The Pro Box guy. It's good that that type of platform gives other fighters great opportunities, i.e. Makumbi, i.e. Angelo Leo, i.e. Nicholas Walters, i.e. Najee Lopez. This is what I'm saying to you. The great platforms like that, they need this type of budgeting. They need us to keep speaking so they can put their fighters in positions to be successful and have great other fights that they've given us
feel like
over the
it's your
past
time.
course of this year. So salute to
Maybe it's
everybody.
not your
Hey,
time.
don't let your past haunt you, man. Thank you, Ness. Thank you, Marco, man. Salute.
Peace out.
Mike, what up?
Yo, 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 yo.
Yo.
I don't know, maybe it's just me, but that guy Gary Jonas, the CEO from ProBox, he kind of sounded like a hater. I mean, I think we're all clear. I mean, you have to be very naive to think that Turkey's doing this out of the kindness of his heart. Like, obviously, that there's obviously an alternative motive for him, doing all this. And at the end of the day, you're not gonna like everything that comes with what's coming or what Turkey is bringing. At the end of the day, I mean, obviously he's paying massive amount of money to pull these cars together, and at the end of the day, if he's gonna take a loss, well, he's been taking losses. I mean, if you look at the Fury Anthony not Fury versus Usyk, that money didn't really generate as much money as people were thinking. That fight didn't generate as much money as people were thinking. It was just a great fight, and we just have to be appreciative that it happened. The big will better be it. That wasn't because no Russia conflict. It was because there wasn't enough money in there, and Bob Arum mentioned it a bunch of times. That was just the excuse. So I don't want to hear that shit. All of a sudden, I'll go with what Two Tone said. All of a sudden, people want to get all political, all cultural and shit. Like, just be a boxing fan and appreciate that these fights are here. One thing that I'll agree with him is that a lot of the people in the sport of boxing are street smart, and he might get outsmarted at the end of the day. But while it's here, enjoy while it lasts. Last thing for Devin, I'm not a big fan, but he may need kind of like a Gustavo Lemos type of fighter. I know that he's with Top Rank, but he may need that type of fight in order to showcase that he does have a chin. Same thing that Amir Khan did after he got knocked out. He fought Maidana, kind of show some grit, and see where it goes. But that's my call, Ness.
Peace.
General Camino.
Yo, Ness Marco was good.
Yo.
What's crack-a-lackin'?
Cooling. Yo, that was a good interview you had, man. You asked some pretty good questions. I learned a lot.
Appreciate it.
It's good to know though that a company like ProBox is looking for a particular fighter. They're not looking for what it would appear as pure boxers, from what he said about Robert Mayweather. That was pretty interesting to hear. I get they business model, it makes sense, and because they have that business model, they got to stay clear of guys like Robert Mayweather that probably just need a little bit more work. They probably not where top, or they aren't where Top Rank is, so they can't take on those type of fighters. That kind of makes sense. It was good to hear that. That was very informational. As far as the Turkey Al Sheik thing though, I appreciated his breakdown on the matter. I mean, from a business perspective, it doesn't really make any sense. You can't grow a brand if you selling a pay-per-view for $80 and it's only doing what, 150, 175K. Like, who's seeing it? Granted, there are a lot of people stealing it, but it's easier to grow a brand when you're offering the product for free. So I did understand that. And then I could also see how the way Turkey Al-Sheikh is doing business, it's affecting people. Because, like you said, you can't go on ProBox and see that Lamont Roach is a WBA champion, which is, I'm going to be honest, if you trying to get into boxing and you trying to learn shit, that's not a good thing, bruh. You cutting people off from even learning about certain fighters, which is crazy. So I see how, that could definitely rattle some feathers with a lot of these promoters. But yeah, man, I'm interested.
Sound like he got a call.
Yep.
Oh, Madeline.
What did you? That's how they say it in Maryland.
Word. Thought that was DC.
Nah, it's Baltimore. Like, we
Oh yeah,
do
you're
what
right.
we
You're
do.
right. You're right. You're right. I got CJB. Random question: with Vox Media splitting with Errol Hawani, it made me think: would TBV ever consider partnering up with a large media company? Bruh, I will get with whoever is gonna take me to the next level, as long as it's not me doing nothing ridiculous. But yeah, I need
I don't
help.
get the whole.
I need help to get to the next level.
I don't need the whole. I don't get
Yeah.
the whole Ariel Hawani thing. Maybe I'm just hating. I'm jealous, probably. But
What you mean you
why is he
don't
so?
get?
Why is he so big? Like, why is he so? Like, he's cool,
He's
but there's
been
nothing
doing what you've been,
outstanding about him.
but he was doing what you're doing for the UFC for a long time. That's all.
Yeah, but he had like colorful takes, energy, and all that stuff when he did it, or he just kind of went out there and just blah blah blah.
Nah, he was the way he is.
That's what I'm saying. He's not. I'm not saying he sucks, but like, why does? I don't get it. I guess I'm just jealous.
Good questions. He's got good questions. He asks the right things. At least he
Yeah.
does to the boxers he interviews. But go ahead, Hawk.
Oh, all right. What up, fellas? What up, fellas? TVV number one. The like, subscribe. Hey, yo, let me see. I'm gonna get to the Devin Haney, but that I don't know that talk earlier about the quote, man. We're gonna have to chill on talking bad. Anything nonsense about the quote. She's the best. Now, what I was about to say, when does the Bumgardner fight? When she got her fight?
No clue.
I'm not sure, man. I gotta check. It just was announced though.
I know she's fighting on some like, you
Yeah.
got, only certain people come, Joan. Yeah,
Invite
because I
only.
guess the
Invite
company,
only.
but yeah. So I ain't gonna shoot too much shit. I'm gonna wait. I want to see how she look, because I hope it eventually end up on YouTube or something. And it's where we can buy. It's pay per view.
Yeah, it's gonna be pay per view. You know that.
Okay.
She's fighting
Okay.
Delphine.
I had to see
Pursoon.
what I had to see what they offer for the watch her. But we'll see. We'll see. That's still, the GOAT's still the best. She's still the queen. But with the Devin Haney, man, I think it's a great thing. Devin Haney need to get right back out there and get in there with somebody, and especially with Usyk. I mean, not Usyk. What's his name? What's the dude name?
Which one?
Devin Haney's supposed to be fighting. Esau Cruz, that's it. I'm smoking, so everything coming in a little slow. Esau Cruz, I think it's a good fight. I think because Esau Cruz gonna put a lot of pressure on him. I don't think Esau Cruz hit hard though. Not from what I see other guys in that. But I think he's a solid fight for Devin Haney coming back. I think he need to go ahead and get right back in there and fight. All that conversation, get right back in there so everybody can see what he got going on. Esau Cruz is a good fight for him. I don't know why nobody don't like that fight. I think it's a good fight because Esau gonna bring the pressure. He gonna be swinging them hooks. We get to see what he do with hooks. We're gonna see what he do with hooks for sure in that fight. But it ain't gonna be hard as Ryan Garcia, of course. He was on some Superman, so I don't know. But yeah, I like that fight though. Did he say he's gonna do it before the year's out?
Which one?
Devin Haney.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah. It should be for Riyadh season.
okay, cool. Yeah, I just want Devin Haney. He need to get back out there. Man. Right now, all we got in our memory is all I got in my memory is that fight. So I want to see if he can take a punch. I want to see if he he need to
You
get
may
right
feel
back.
like it's your time,
So I think it's a good idea.
but it's not your time.
TBV #1.
All right. Let's see who is next. I got Keep It Moving, $2. Facts. Enrique, a fake Puerto Rican. It happens. Capiche emoji. Puerto Rican flag emoji. Cruz, $2. Saying Cruz is an easy fight for Dev is wild. Laughing out loud, hand on face emoji. Tell me about it.
Agreed.
I got Hot Boxing Minute. Shout out my man Hot Boxing Minute. Check him out on TikTok, where he does amazing content. He said, awesome interview with Gary. Capiche emoji. We got up next, Jerry Counter.
Let him cook.
Cook, Jerry.
As you cut me off, I heard you ask about Turkey Al-Sheikh and Jake Paul. And again, Turkey Al-Sheikh is a fan. He's a hardcore boxing fan. He said nothing new about Jake Paul that no one else has said. It's not real boxing. He's not putting on good boxing shows, blah, blah, blah.
But he is putting on good boxing shows.
Yeah, he's a boxer now.
And he's putting on good boxing shows.
I think, personally, I think Jake Paul is good for boxing.
Exactly.
I think he's opening up an avenue that's needed.
I think that you're just not looking at my angle, which is he has an issue with anyone that has their own fucking money.
Turkey, you mean?
Okay, Ness. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Because
Jerry,
all money ain't good money. Remember that?
You right about
but listen,
that. You right about
Gary
that.
Jonas. I can't hear you, Ness.
Oh, got that
Gary Jonas mentioned the Live tournament in golf, which I was the only caller to mention that. The Saudis have already invested money in sports. They offered Tiger Woods $800 million contract, which Tiger Woods had to turn down because of the political aspect, because they were saying the Saudis was an inhumane country. What you're seeing now, I did not say Gary Jonas was affiliated with the PBC. What he is now talking about is that Turkey is a threat because now he is on American ground. He wasn't saying that when Turkey was overseas. He's talking down because he's now here in the United States. And what I said was, you're now going to see attacks from everywhere because Turkey is in America. So now you're going to get, he lost 30 million. And now you're going to get the pay-per-view buys were underwhelming. When we know that it's an international platform and it is impossible for them to have numbers from the Amazon Prime, which no one has numbers on Amazon because, the PBC said so. ESPN Plus and DAZN. How the hell is anyone going to have pay-per-view numbers on all three platforms when it is an international show? But we'll move on. What I have said is Turkey Al-Sheikh is now a political threat. So you will hear conjured up stories about he's failing. Of course he's failing because he's bringing out the truth. All money ain't good money. Remember that from 2021? Tim Smith, the only executive for the PBC. When was the last time you heard from Tim Smith? The last time I heard from Tim Smith, he said there was no money in Crawford versus Spence. How did that turn out? Let's say goodbye to the bad guy. I'll be taking.
Champ, Crawford Spence did less money than Tank and Ryan. They were right. Everyone that's a real fan said it should have sold more. You're the only one lying. Tell me that you were satisfied with 650,000 pay-per-views for all the fucking years we waited, all the build-up for that big-ass undisputed fight. Meanwhile,
Hey,
these
Ness, it
other
made
two
no
kids,
money, but it was Spencer's biggest
fight
payday.
with no
It
belt.
was Spencer's biggest payday, but there was no goddamn money in the fight. Explain that
Yeah, but it was
to
an
me.
underwhelming
My brother, that is the
turnout.
bell, but let me tell you something. It was Spence's biggest payday was still smaller than Tank's.
It was
Spence was
underwhelming.
fighting for all the belts and still got less money than Tank. I said Spence
Underachieving.
was fighting for all the belts and still got less money than Tank. Your WWE voice don't mean shit. You gotta know boxing.
No, it was definitely an underwhelming response to one of the biggest mega fights of our generation.
Come
for
on,
sure.
bro. That shit, bro. Everybody expected that shit to do more. I was laughing at Danny when he was the only one saying Ryan and Tank will do better.
Nah, I mean, that's just what it is. I bet you Jake Paul versus Tyrone Woodley outsold Spence and I mean, it's insane. That just goes to show where boxing is, unfortunately, on the sports platform in the world right now. It used to be the biggest when Ali, Joe Louis, all these guys, boxing was the biggest sport by far in the entire planet. And that started fading in the 80s and hasn't come back.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what it is. I know that when I started, the phrase in boxing was heard every week. Boxing is dying or is dead. And that has changed and that has disappeared. The sport is bigger than I've ever seen it. People are making more money than they ever made. Like, there's more people making $1 million now than there was 10 years ago.
Yeah, but $1 million now isn't what it was worth 10 years ago. So
$1 million now is still $1 million fucking
no,
dollars.
but you get what I'm saying though. Like,
no, it don't matter because guess what? $1 million now is still $1 million, and these fighters, there's a lot of them that's still not making $1 million. Like, I don't know who. I know someone in the audience could tell us, but like, I literally just had an interview a couple months ago. I'm gonna say, because I don't know, I lose track of time, but where he was like, "What, $1 million? I'll do that right now," and we were shocked. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think it was Marquise Teller. I think Marquise Teller might have said that. Like, shit, $1 million. You know what I mean? Like, there's people out here that have been in tough ass fights and still ain't make $1 million.
We also have, two of the biggest sellers in boxing, Jake Paul, Ryan Garcia, are primarily driven. Although Ryan is a real boxer, but their online presence is what primarily has driven them to be such high sellers, which was not a thing back in the day.
Joker, you got a counterpunch. I don't know if I gave it to you because, I forget, but someone sent you, Mike in Texas sent you a counter a long time ago, but you wasn't there, so I don't think that I got it to you yet, but feel free.
Back in the day, too, boxing was on free TV.
For sure.
The first little-known fact, the first ever pay-per-view event ever was boxing. In 1908, when Jack Johnson, these guys would fight, they would record it when they had the first crappy, and they would play it in movie theaters. And that's how people across the country would go see it in a movie theater after the fact. It's kind of crazy.
Isaiah, let me check if Tank jumped on. No Tank. All right. You don't want that free counter that was sent from one of your great community members. Keep it moving, $2. Will Pavlik ever get a desk? Be back after commercial break. Camera emoji. And I don't even know what that's called. Take one emoji thing. What's that thing? What's that thing called? I'm be like, take one. Take 22. Marco, the fucking eyes don't move. ASAP TV, $5. Pro Box guy might have a point. Maybe we need to get away from the pay-per-view format. Bro, everybody wants us to get away from pay-per-view. We've been wanting to get away from pay-per-view. The problem is these fighters don't allow us to get away from pay-per-view. They want more money. Like, look at Canelo. He wants $150 million to fight Crawford. Where are you going to get that? Where are you going to get that? Like, you got to have a Jerry Maguire type of motherfucking, sports agent to go act like Gatorade to give Canelo $150 million to put this fight on NBC and have it free so that Gatorade could get national exposure. And then you got to keep convincing people to do crazy shit like that. Like, it's impossible. It's not sustainable. Jerry, you got a counterpunch from Jonathan Sims.
Uh-oh, he's coming for you, Ness. WWE. Jerry Macho Man Soriano.
Let me tell you something, Ness, brother.
Jerry, so that's 2, Jerry. Your own plus Jonathan. Total of 6 minutes. What's the over-under that's not enough time for Jerry to get it off his chest?
I don't know, but you guys are going at it, man. It's Dominican on Dominican crime. I don't like it.
We're not going at it, bro.
I know, I'm just playing.
We understand each other. De lo
I know.
mio, it's on you. Oh, he can't take the call. He's busy. We got Isaiah. Isaiah. No, you got to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
What up, Ness? I was talking, I got my sister AB, the best women in boxing right now. Coming back September 27th. She'll be fighting in Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia. It wasn't her plan to have a private event, but it is what it is. And it's time to fight now. We're fighting Delphine Pursoon, one of the baddest women in boxing. She might be a little old, but, she's still fighting. So, and she was a
Good
mandatory.
record.
It wasn't, we didn't really pick her. We didn't, not that she's not a bad opponent, you know what I mean? But September 27th, we're back. It'll be free on everybody's TV. If you got a smart TV, it's on every TV you got. So it'll be on Roku channel. It's sponsored by Brinks TV, but she'll be on free TV for everybody to see. You know what I mean? So Clarissa fans can't make no excuse they ain't see her. So we're back. You hear me?
Word.
For sure. Yeah, man, they said you can access it through Tubi. I don't even know if I have Tubi.
Yeah, you got Tubi, you got Roku TV, Vizio. It's on every smart TV. They got their free little channels that they got. It'll be on every single smart TV. If you got Wi-Fi and you got a smart TV, you're able to watch it September 27th. All right.
All right,
That's
champ.
all I got for you, man.
Appreciate you. Salute. I think that was Bumgarner's brother. I told y'all they be listening. Y'all be over here trying to be weird. Malcolm.
Oh, that was her actual brother? That's cool.
Mr. Gibbs, good afternoon.
Shit, Malcolm, give me a minute. Jerry got 2 counterpunches. I do apologize, but you did hear that he was having connection issues. Go ahead, Jerry.
No biggie.
Let him cook. Let him cook. There's going to be a lot of slow singing and flower bringing when Jerry Soriano jumps in the boxing voice ring. Ding, ding. Marco, my historian. The last black fighters to jump in the ring that were non-heavyweight that did more pay-per-view buys than Spence versus Crawford. Do you know when that was?
No.
I'll answer for you. Shane Mosley versus Floyd Mayweather. Almost 15 goddamn years ago. So when my good friend Ness says it was underwhelming, look at what Tanky Tank and Garcia did. Number one, that's the green print. Black on black crime ain't the green print, unfortunately, unless it's a heavyweight bout. And unless Tanky Tank is fighting Garcia, we already know where his numbers are. So let's start talking a little bit of truth. Imagine if Spence vs. Crawford was being promoted by Turkey Al-Sheikh and Spence vs. Crawford wasn't always talked about. Crawford can't sell. Oh, he's on the wrong side of the street. He's too small. Tell me, how in the hell did the PBC promote that fight? Because they didn't. The PBC doesn't know how to promote a fight. Look at Shakur Stevenson,
Why are
which
you
is take.
telling lies, bro?
Turkey wouldn't have done
Would you
anything with
rather
that fight
me?
except paid the guys more money.
Let me just ask you, because I don't want to disrespect you. Would you rather me just let you lie and then try to remember this stuff and counter it when you're gone, or do it live?
Do it live.
All right.
Do it live. Where have I lied?
My bro, can you even name another entity that's made big fights? Do you understand that
Ness, they
PBC?
only
Do you
know how to
understand?
promote in-house.
Do you understand
Ness,
that
let me finish.
PBC is
Let me
in
finish.
charge?
Let me
They
finish.
are responsible for the 5 biggest fights in boxing. Like, what are
Ness,
you talking
let
about?
me finish.
Oh, let you
Let me
finish
finish.
telling lies then.
When has the PBC promoted a fighter outside of their entity? You're seeing it right now with Shakur Stevenson and Tank Davis. What do they say about Shakur?
My brother,
All he does is
my
run.
brother, my brother, since you're so smart, why don't you take that same questions and tell us, when did Coca-Cola promote Pepsi?
Well, listen, you're the one talking about pay-per-view buys.
Tell us.
You said Spencer's
Tell
Crawford was
us.
underwhelming.
My friend,
I just told you.
so only you can
Yes.
ask questions? Because I answered your question. I answered it.
But
I answer mine.
Coca-Cola and Pepsi wanted to make the biggest fight in history.
My brother,
They would promote the
I
fight
didn't ask for a
accordingly.
hypothetical. I asked you to answer my question so we can move on.
And I'm just telling you, if you can tell me when Pepsi and Coca-Cola were marketing to make one soda, they would prop each other up. They wouldn't continue to shit on it. Just like they're doing right now with Shakur Stevenson.
Everything you said is hypothetical.
We can't do what we do. I'm telling you right now, Ness. When I got off the line, you told me that Spence vs. Crawford was so underwhelming. But yet you didn't know that it was the highest selling pay-per-view event since Mayweather versus Mosley 15 goddamn years ago.
Bro,
You're
highest
talking
selling
about
in
Tank
what?
versus Garcia,
Highest selling
which
in
is the
what?
green print.
Man, shut the hell up,
Tank
bro.
versus
Stop
Ryan did more
spewing
than that.
lies, bro.
Tank vs. Ryan did almost double that.
The fuck is he talking about? And what about fucking Keller Plant and Canelo, who's not no green print? He's just making shit up to make shit up because he got a WrestleMania voice.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but Tank and Ryan definitely did more than Spence and Crawford.
No. He's eliminating that because that's the green print. It doesn't count, Marcos.
Oh, that doesn't count?
No, it's the green print. When is the last time 2 black fighters did that well? I'll tell ya. Floyd Mayweather, Shane Mosley.
So wait, what's the point of him? I don't get his point.
Bro, he's trying to make a point by saying 2 black fighters hadn't sold that well since whenever the fucking they sold, but it don't fucking matter. The fight didn't sell well. You know, you trying to make a smaller argument to make it sound better and say, well, it sold well if you compare them to black fighters. The fuck are you talking about? Nobody even wanted Berto, and that sold 550,000. But somehow he forgot to mention that because he's making shit up to support his argument.
That sold 400,000, that's the
Cut
Gibbs.
the shit.
Do your math.
Cut the shit.
I gotta
Google
go,
it
my
right
friend.
now. I'll Google it right now. Don't you fucking keep lying. And if you right, I will apologize, but I doubt it.
You won't apologize.
I will. What the fuck you mean? I'm here every day. Y'all don't
Come
want
on.
to disappear.
Now listen, we talk about a blueprint, green print, but now black on black fighters isn't part of the formula. If you want to talk business and you want to put the correct formula out there, the green print wouldn't exist if African American versus African American was a good formula for the people to buy. All of a sudden now it's not. 15 goddamn years since the last time a black on black pay-per-view event, non-heavyweight, sold more than Crawford versus Spence. I'm going to hang up. You do your Google search, my friend. We'll talk soon.
We've already proved you're a liar 3 times on this call. While you were talking, I've already screen shared that it did 550,000 on ESPN. Reported by ESPN. Reported by my good friend Dan fucking Rayfield.
Hold on, what's the point? Let's say Jerry's right. Why is he saying that? I don't get it.
What is he saying what?
Why is he saying that Spence and Crawford is the last big fight between two?
Bro, because he's looking for a way to prop Crawford up into a star, but he's upset that it didn't do the numbers that it should have. So he's trying to say, well, you're claiming it didn't do good numbers, but the last 2 black fighters that did good, man, nobody cares about that shit. It was supposed to do $1 million or better, and it didn't. Bottom line, you want to compare it to 2 black fighters from yesteryear. Man, who gives two flying fucks? Malcolm, on you, my friend.
All right, word. So today I kind of slept through most of the show. When I first turned the show on, you were talking to Marco about one of the fights not selling enough. You were mentioning how many hardcores is it? About I think it was the Riyadh season card. I guess you were suggesting that it should have been more than 200,000 or 150, whatever the
Hell
number
yeah,
was.
hell yeah. That's a low number for that fantastic card, bro. I'm sad that if that's even real.
See, I don't think that was a fantastic card. I think it was cool, but I don't
Well, we
like
got
how
to stop
y'all.
right there, Malcolm. With
Yeah,
a
let's
statement,
stop.
like that, you need to tell us what is a fantastic card first. We need to see where your bar is set.
Oh, fantastic question. I'm glad you asked.
And don't give me no
Okay,
fantasy card.
what you mean?
What you mean? What I mean? How can that not
How
be a
you
fun?
just asked me?
If you never because you telling me this isn't fantastic, which means you've already experienced fantastic. You can't make up fantastic. I can't make up
Yeah,
an
I
emotion.
can.
No, I cannot make up an emotion. No, I
It's my
cannot.
money.
No, I
It's
cannot.
my money.
No, I cannot. I can only experience the emotion. If the card was fantastic, I say it. If it was amazing, I say I can't assume it's going to be amazing because guess what, Malcolm? The fight's got to play out. So again, I ask you, where's your fantastic card at? What you comparing this card to? Nothing. You comparing it to your fucking imagination, and that's not nice. That's unfair.
No,
So then tell us your
that's not. I
card.
don't.
So tell us your
I
card.
don't like. I don't like what you're doing to me right now. I ain't
What am I doing,
gonna.
Malcolm? What am I doing? I'm not
You-
trying to be disrespectful. I just want to know how can you
Nah, I'm
call
not
something
saying you
how can you
disrespecting
call
me.
something good not good and don't compare it to nothing except fantasy? Explain it to me.
Okay.
I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna shut up.
So what I'm saying is, it might have been a good card compared to the other cards that are put out. But what I'm saying is, it's all dog shit. And just because I'm a big fan of boxing doesn't mean that you can scam me out of my money by giving me shit I don't want. That's what I'm trying to say. So you have to take this.
Malcolm, you done earned half an hour, bro. You done became a segment. What is dog shit to you? Because again, you still ain't tell us what fantastic is. Because I could pull up Webster's, but you ain't gonna like the definition. So to you, what is dog shit to you?
Canelo versus Berlanga with Lara and Garcia on the undercard is dog shit.
Yeah, so then you're just not a real boxing fan.
How am I not a real boxing fan, man?
Because dog shit to real boxing fans is like a Canelo Yeardom, if not even worse than that. Okay?
How come we can't just have a different level of expectation?
Let alone having Danny and Laura on the undercard. Like, no, bro. There's just, again, that's why I asked you, what is your fantastic? So we can see where your bar is. But your bar's in the heavens.
I was about to tell you,
your
motherfucker, you kept interrupting me.
No, you about to tell me a fantasy. We don't want your fantasy.
How you know what I was about to tell you?
Because you refused to give us a real card.
You ain't let me say nothing.
Point to the year, Malcolm. Point to the year where it was this fantastic card you speak of. Tell us the month.
They've all sucked. That's what I'm saying. And I've rarely.
So you keep saying what I'm saying. You never had fantastic.
When I buy pay-per-views, I'm not buying pay-per-views because the card is good. I'm buying a pay-per-view because I got people at my house and I'm trying to entertain or some shit like that. I'm not buying because this is a great card.
What the fuck does that mean, bro? What does that mean, Malcolm?
What you mean? What I'm telling you.
If I'm trying to entertain, why don't I want to have good fucking fights for my audience to watch?
Listen to me. I am a hardcore boxing fan. I don't need to see the fight live. If I know that the fight is gonna come out on YouTube or on the internet within a week, I got shit to do. I'm plenty content to watch the fight the next week.
You're not answering none of my questions, man. This shit is not working for me, bro. Like, what are you even talking about? What are you talking? You a hardcore fan? You don't watch it? I'm not because I'm asking you direct questions. You refusing to answer any of mine. Because if it's
Because you
like that, I'll
asking,
just give you your 3 minutes so we could get you up out of here. I was trying to
oh
interact.
my,
I was trying to engage, but you refused to answer my questions.
what's
You
your
ain't tell us
question,
what
Mr. Gibbs?
fantastic is. You ain't telling us the truth about dog shit.
Okay, let me tell you what fantastic is. I'm gonna give you 3 fights. Okay, I need something like Shakur versus Tank as the main
I gotta
event.
go, Malcolm. There you go with your fantasy. Fantasy. It is unfair to judge a human being off of fantasy. So Alice Sheik ain't do good enough compared to your imagination. Well, guess what, Malcolm? In my fucking head, I can make Super Bowl cards too. And they'll be fantastic, but they never happened. I didn't get to watch them or experience it. So how can I fucking compare my fake card that only I know in my dip? I'm not even explaining this shit, bro. Yo, dog, what's wrong with these people? Like, really? That card is, first he said Berlanga with Enes Landry Laura and Danny on undercard is dog shit. Like, dog, I get it. I get it. You don't think that's a good card? Cool. The word dog shit, there's no way that card is dog shit. It's impossible. Like, don't watch the sport. We don't need you. We don't need, first of all, you a thief. You a thief. You ain't trying to buy the fight. Like he said, I don't need to watch it if I could watch it later on YouTube. Motherfucker, that shit ain't on YouTube. It's on YouTube illegally. You part of the fucking problem. Come on, man. Then you talk about, I don't buy pay-per-view for pay-per-view. I buy pay-per-view to entertain.
No, that's
No. But help me understand this dumbass logic. Because I didn't graduate college, okay? But tell me this logic. I got people in my house. We all sitting on the couch. We watching that television in front of me. But I don't want the fights to be good. Because I want to entertain.
Boxing pay-per-views
So how am I entertaining?
They're so rare. You don't just buy them to enter. It's not like they're on every weekend. You throw them on to entertain people. They come on every now and then.
Bro, we begged them to help us understand what the fuck he's saying.
I don't get what that meant. Maybe he's trying to say he doesn't buy it because it doesn't have to be good. He just does it as like instead of board games, he buys a pay-per-view. I don't really.
My dude, again, he about to hit us with a, for me, Shakur would have to be in the main event versus, bro, don't give me fantasy.
He's talking about what a good card would be for him. Is that it?
Exactly. What it would be worth for him. This card was fantastic. Especially in comparison to the last 10 years. It's almost impossible to compare another card to it. Was the main event fantastic? No. But the rest of that card as a whole, what other card could stand up to it?
You're talking about the Bud versus Madrimal.
Yeah. What other card can stand up to it? The only other cards that can stand up to it are Turkey Al-Sheikh cards. That's it.
Right. But that's traditional in boxing. You're lucky to get 2 good fights in a 10-fight card or whatever it is. You're lucky.
I was furious, man. I came out of that interview. I was telling Gary, when that fight was over, that night, all I could think about was, damn, when is the next one? It felt like a Super Bowl, even though I never watched one. But, it felt like what a Super Bowl should be. Like, it had so many great fights.
And that's a testament to how starved we are in boxing for a myriad of good fights on one card, because we never get that. Never.
Man, and I hope he understands, bro, that I'm just disappointed. I'm disappointed in any boxing fan that tries to call that card dog shit.
Well, he called the Berlanga, the one coming up, dog shit, right?
Either.
He called the Madrimov one
I'm
dog
saying
shit?
either if a boxing fan calls in and tells me Canelo Berlanga and Laura, it's only Laura and Danny's dog shit, you don't know nothing about boxing. I don't need you to call in.
I think the
At the end of
problem
the day,
is
Berlanga is a top 10 on
I think
every sanction. Matter of fact, he's top 5 on every sanctioning body except the WBC. He's
think the
top
problem-
5. You can't call that dog shit. Laura and Danny is a good fight. Is one dude coming off 2 years? Cool. It's still a good fight. It's not dog shit. It's not
Yeah,
dog
I
shit.
think people like him are probably motivated by the fact that he's not fighting Benavidez, so anybody else would be dog shit.
Bro, again, strengthen your vocabulary. Words hurt. Strengthen your vocabulary. You can't be out here calling, good fights dog shit. Great cards. I don't even know what the phrase he used, but that again, the Crawford card was a great card, fantastic card, amazing card. Motherfucker, that shit was rocking.
I mean, I was thinking about it, right? And I was disgusted that he's fighting Berlanga. Then I thought about it. I'm like, well, okay, Benavidez is not happening, so who else could Canelo fight? And there's really not that many people. Berlanga really is one of the few that he could fight that would be somewhat fun to watch.
It's not even that hard for me. It's my same argument. Berlanga fights anyone not named Canelo is the biggest name on their resume, outside of maybe one, if not two people in the entire division. The entire division.
I mean, who's it? What? Morel, Boo Boo? Like who's?
If Berlanga lost to Morel, that would be Morel's biggest name.
No, I mean for Canelo to fight now. If not for Berlanga and Benavidez, who else could he fight? I can't even Morel or Boo Boo maybe. Who else would even
again, if we're doing theoretically or we're doing technically.
Well, formidable. Who would be a formidable opponent for Canelo?
No, again, is this theoretical or is this technical? Because technically, he can't fight Morel. He can't fight Benavidez. He can't even fight Mbilli. He can't fight none of these dudes who got fights and they're in fights. He can't fight none of them. Fucking Morel was just coming off a fight. We don't even know if he aight. Like, you're on mute.
So
I hope you know.
Technical then. So technical, who could he fight besides Berlanga then right now?
Besides Berlanga, technically, my dude, he could fight William Skull, Vladimir Shishkin.
Whack.
Kevin Lasaggio.
Berlanga might be the best choice then.
He can't even fight Bazianin. All these dudes are busy. Iglesias is busy. Munguia is busy. Pacheco is busy. Bazianin is busy. Berlanga now is currently busy. He could give Lester Martinez a shot. And,
Yeah, so I think Berlanga might be. I hate to say this because I was disgusted too when he took Berlanga over Benavidez, but it's like, okay, we got to accept that's what it is. So who else is better? Nobody really. And Berlanga will be fun to watch. I mean, he's gonna go at him. He'll engage. At least we know that. It's not gonna be a boring snooze fest.
I just didn't like the dog shit. That's impossible. We
I
gotta
think he's
reserve dog shit for actual horrible fights, horrible cards.
I think people like that just have a built-up disgust with boxing, where he's not fighting Benavidez, where other fighters, Shakur and Tank, aren't fighting.
No, he's bitter. Because if you've been watching the sport for the last 10 years, there's no way you didn't sit through Saturday and feel grateful. It's impossible. You stole it then. You stole it so you didn't get the commentary. You got you got a bad signal. You didn't get the experience that we got. There's no way you could watch that card and had paid for it and felt like it wasn't worth your $80 and felt that it was not a good card. Nothing to brag about. Like, bro, get out of here, bro. It's impossible. It's impossible, man. Card was way too good. Top to bottom. And I had issues. I certainly had issues with one or two fights. Like Hot Rod. Morel got all this hype. I wanted a better fight for Hot Rod, for Morel. And look, that shit was competitive to me. I thought Morel won. I thought Hot Rod won.
Yeah. It was a good fight. I just, I keep saying this, man. I get worried that Turkey is going to set this bar high, and then when he bounces, there's going to be like an inflation and a recession in boxing. If he bounces.
It's all good if he bounces, though. You know what happens with a recession? It crash. The market crashes, and all these fighters' price got to come down.
or they don't
Malcolm,
fight for a while and we don't get shit.
Malcolm, you got a counterpunch courtesy of Jonathan Sims. And Omar says, Ness, you can never satisfy boxing so-called fans. I'm telling they not fans though. They not. It's just crazy. You know. But I'm not gonna interrupt you, Malcolm. I'm gonna shut up. You're gonna get these 3 minutes uninterrupted. I'm gonna just zip it up. I done said all I could say. I done felt how I'm gonna feel.
Get it, Malcolm.
All right, you gonna give me my free reign to speak this time or what?
Yep, he's not even talking.
All right, cool. And I don't give a fuck about none of them names you calling me, nigga. I'm having a good day. So now, first of all, I'm a hardcore boxing fan. I can say that because I'm a member of a boxing gym, and I'm at the amateurs as an official every Saturday. I eat, sleep, and live, breathe boxing. So I don't give a fuck if you feel like I'm not your kind of fan because I don't buy the fights. You in the content game. You in the boxing content game. It behooves you to buy the fights. It don't behoove me to buy the fights in the same way as you. I can watch them shits later. I don't give a fuck. I don't gotta watch them live. Your standards can be low. You can say, "Oh, well, this was the best card that we had in the past, whatever years." Okay, that's cool. I can agree with that, but I don't care. It don't. That just because it's better than the dog shit we've been getting, don't mean it's good enough for me. When I was coming up, my dad told me the motherfucker with the money is the boss. I got the money, I'm the boss. I decide what the fuck I'm gonna pay for. And if I wanna pay for a pay-per-view, I'm gonna need Shakur and Tank on that motherfucker. I'm gonna need another title fight on it. I'm gonna need another competitive fight with top contenders on it. I'm gonna need some young people coming up on it. That's what I need to pay my money. If you wanna ensure that you getting my money. If you wanna throw me some bullshit, you gotta hope that I got some people at my crib and I'm trying to be a good host. So if you that's my stance on that. I don't really care if people it's my money, nigga. I decide what I'm gonna do with this shit. You know what I'm saying? Y'all want to dick around with Canelo ducking David Benavidez for years. Y'all want to dick around with Tank hiding from Shakur for years. Y'all build y'all fighters off somebody else motherfucking money, nigga. You not gonna build your fighter off my money, bro. My money is gonna go to the fights that need to happen. That's how you get Malcolm's bread, and Malcolm don't give a fuck how y'all feel about how I spend my money. I'm a boxing fan. All I care is that I see the fight. The pay-per-view, they charge the fight live. If they not getting enough money, then that's their problem. If they can't put the right fights together, that's their problem, nigga. That's not my problem. They can't if they don't want to work together, they can't figure out how to work together. They can't figure out how to get enough ad dollars to supplement the income of the fight. They can't figure out how to do enough promotion. They can't figure out how to promote fighters with losses. I don't give a fuck. That's not my problem. I don't care. I decide what I'm going to do with my money. And if you want my money, you got to give me the fights that the whole boxing community is so obviously
You may
saying we
feel
got
like
to
it's your
have.
time, but it's
That's my
not your time.
call.
All I heard is what I initially thought. He a thief. His entire defense was Canelo and Tank. Motherfucker, our dispute ain't even about Canelo and Tank. You keep trying to go to Canelo and Tank because you got no logical reason to tell us why the Crawford card isn't amazing, isn't fantastic. He went down about all this Canelo Tank shit and why he's still that shit. Ain't nobody talking about that. We weren't talking to Gary about Canelo and Berlanga. We was talking to Gary about motherfucking the Turkey Al-Sheikh card. So explain to us how this ain't good, because when he made his fantasy card, right, he said, I need Tank and Shakur. Cool. Then he said, I'm going to need another title fight underneath that, a couple of prospects and up-and-coming contenders. Well, what the fuck did you get on the Mazadrov Crawford card? There wasn't a couple title shots on there? It wasn't some contenders and prospects on there? Like, what is he talking about? What is morale? Like, bro, listen,
He
man.
wants
You a
those
liar,
fights that
man.
we
That's
haven't been
all.
getting. You know what I mean? That's what he wants. He wants those tanks for Shakur's, all the ones we
Bro,
haven't
but
been
what
getting.
that got to do with Crawford and telling the world on a talk show that Crawford's card wasn't fantastic? Cause you're bitter with Tank and fucking Canelo.
Or maybe he thinks Crawford should have fought Boots and Nadrimov or whatever.
So say that. Say that. You bringing up Tank and Canelo, they got nothing to do with this fantastic card. The dispute was this card is fantastic, and I don't believe, the host of this show does not believe it did under 200,000. He calls in to say, Ness, I heard you, I was in and out, but I heard you say that you don't think it did under. Well, I think it did do under 200,000 because it wasn't good. I said, what do you mean?
And
how is it not fantastic?
A difference.
But now we know he stole it.
Well, there's a difference between something being quality and something being sellable. And I'm not so sure how sellable it was, but the quality was, you can't dispute that it was great quality.
The quality was through the roof. You literally were paying like less than $10 per fight.
Yeah, no, it was a great
for fights that other promoters in the game actively right now would have otherwise made a pay-per-view.
Right, especially when you compare it to other historical cards. This is way better. That's true.
Again,
but if it's sold, that's a different story.
I'm just disappointed, man. I got no issues with you, Malcolm. Just disappointed that boxing fans exist like that. Like, if he is saying that and he calls into this show every day, no wonder there is a rumor that this fight did under 200,000. You talking about the backbone of the sport not buying it. And that's another thing. I'm glad I kept talking about it because I wanted to address that. And this is why I like cutting people off because I can't remember everything. But look, I did remember this little dumbass line he tried to slide in there. Motherfucker, let me remind you, I do what I want in terms of these fights. I decide what fight I'm going to watch. I decide what fight I'm going to live fight chat. It ain't because I'm a content creator. And let's also remind the world that I stumbled onto this. This happened because I am so passionate about the sport. So I don't buy it because it's my job. Because you hear me say, I'm not buying that. I tell you what I'm not going to buy and what I am going to buy. And I show my receipts. So cut the shit about me buying it because I'm a content creator. No, I'm going to buy it because I'm a fucking boxing fan. A grown-up that can't deal with pop-up boxes and fucking illegal streams that buffer. And maybe you gon' DM me, Ness, I got the hookup, I PTV and all this other shit. I still don't care. Because when I want to watch a fight, I ain't got time for the motherfucker to freeze in between a punch. I'm not taking the risk. That's on y'all. Y'all can take the risk that your stream cut out. That somebody called the cops on your stream and now you got to go to another website. It's okay. You could click all the little X's. I'm good off that. You right. You spend your money the way you want, and I'm going to spend mine the way I want. But I'm not going to lie. And you know I don't let people lie. So you ain't going to lie either. Motherfucker, you tell us you stealing, and that's cool. That's cool. But don't lie. Don't say this card wasn't worth your fucking money, because that's a lie. Shit was fantastic. Fantastic. And the main event, and you know what it is? You dudes don't know the sport. Because I sat here for 8 weeks and told you Masvidal would be a tough fight, and y'all laughed at me.
Me too.
They laughed at me. I specifically said the footwork. Y'all laughed at me. So if you knew the sport, maybe you would think it was fantastic. Maybe you would value the fighters. You don't value the fighters that was on this card. That's what it is, because you don't really fuck with this sport.
Cook.
Oh boy.
Jerry, just know that this isn't a free call. Jonathan Sims is paying for this.
You know, one thing I've noticed about my good friend Ness is that when he's alone or when Marco is next to him, he's off to the right. He just can't get in a good mood. Two-Tone, where are you, my friend? But I got off track. Ness, I'm not trying to get into a back and forth because there are some things I agree with you on. Crawford versus Spence should have been bigger. That is absolutely correct.
And
My point was,
FYI, Mayweather Mosley did 1.4 million buys. I don't know why would you compare Crawford to that.
my point was that based on today's market, when it isn't Canelo, when it isn't a green print, the numbers that Crawford and Spence did was actually pretty good. When you look
Keller
at the
Plant
combatants
and Canelo are not
when
the
you,
green print. Keller Plant and
when you look,
Canelo are not the green print. And neither is
all right,
John Ryder.
let me move on from that.
All right.
Yes, let me move on from that. I'm like I said, I'm just trying to put stuff out there, my message, because it got construed. Now, when you talk about building up a fight, in 2018, Crawford approached Spence. Some people say that fight was overcooked. And I say it was overcooked for a few reasons. Because during that span, when the PBC and Spence was spinning the block, and I gotta, go the easy road, and everybody was like, "Oh yeah, he's collecting his belts. He wants to make the fight bigger." What happened? Spence got into a car accident. So when it's all said and done, and that fight actually ended up happening, it wasn't because the PBC. It was because Spence took a jump over Al Heyman and said, "Whatever it takes, let's make the fight happen." My point is this: you're watching this unfold live right now with Tank and Shakur Stevenson. Shakur is a free agent. Tank's team said they were sending him a contract. They have yet to do it. The same script they ran on Crawford. He was on the wrong side of the street. They're doing it right now. Now, people are going to say they're trying to let him marinate. There's no money in the fight. The same exact script that they ran with Crawford. So when you tell me that the PBC knows how to put on big fights, they only know how to do it when it's in-house and they have an embedded component in it. They don't want their big fighters to lose to someone else that they can't control. So my point was, the PBC is toxic in boxing, and that's who Turkey has a problem with today. So we're going to see who's going to win out. Is it going to be Turkey in his deep pockets, or the PBC and their loyal following? That's my point. Now say goodnight to the bad guy. This is Jerry Soriano, your lender for life. Let
You might
him
feel
come!
like it's your time, but it's not your time.
You only screamed for half of it.
All right. Let's see what is next. We got DC3. I know. All right. So first up is Leonard Sterling, 5 pound. He said, this is arguable. Sandy Ryan versus Mayer, more interesting female fight September 27th than AB versus Persoon. Persoon, 39 years old, had arm injury versus Shin, performed poorly versus Rojas. Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly... I guess I am more interested in the McKellar Mayer fight. I guess I am. And I think that's just because I know how long, like I remember how long ago that purse bid was for Alicia's fight. So the fact that it took in this long, I don't know. I'm just like, I need to be re-excited, I guess. I don't know. ASAP TV, welcome to the prospect level. H-Town, $2. Quit cursing, Ness. You're going to get the show flag. I know, man. Sky made me mad, bro. Malcolm not appreciating amazing fights. Kidding me? Sad, bro. That was such a good card, bro. Honestly, it was. It's very sad and disappointing. Saddening and disappointing to hear that he didn't appreciate that card. And to just think that there were more people like that out there, that's unfortunate. That was a very good card. I wish we could get that every month, bro. Every month. I would love that. DC3 $2. All you clowns don't buy pay-per-views. Y'all cap. Show us clown emoji twice. DC3 with a counterpunch. What up?
Yo, Liz.
You.
I'm just popping in, man. I've been on the road. What we talk? Let me talk about Jerry first before I ask you what's the yo, Jerry, you a fucking clown. You know what I'm saying? Like, it said you can't call in what I hate. You feel me? That was my problem with Tim Boski at first. You guys call in and shit on the fighter, and y'all don't critique shit. You don't critique shit, Jerry. You just bring up the PBC and Tank and all that. That's straight hate. Critique the fighters in the ring. Why you worry about business outside? You ain't putting no money into this shit, Jerry. And you niggas be caught. And this is what we gonna start doing. Cause I don't think niggas buy fights, Miss. I don't think all these niggas buy fights. So if you call in talking about you buying the fight, we gonna need you niggas to show y'all receipts of the fight y'all bought. Cause I think all these niggas steal fights. I think all you niggas steal fights. So what we talking about next? What we talking about?
Mbilli fight card and
Whole
the
bunch of
Tank
topics.
potential date.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. But now that's all. You know what? I ain't even gonna talk. I'm gonna let y'all have it because this guy Jerry is sick, man. He calls in and all he talk about is Tank. You know what I'm saying? Like, and he always talking about if the PBC all they fighters retired today, what would boxing be? If Tank, Canelo, and Benavidez, if the PB, they got the Cholos still. They got all the names. They have all the dogs in boxing. If we pulled them out of boxing, what would boxing be? Think about that, Jerry. If we pulled the PBC out of boxing today,
We gonna be
and they just
begging.
stopped
We gonna
fighting.
be begging for them to sign to somebody else.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So this PBC hate is crazy. I get these guys not active, but the purses they are getting is like, damn, they making all this money. And then like how it's set up, they got all the names. So if you put Tank on one card, you put Canelo on one card, you knock out them dates, you put all the other, and Benavidez, they got all the dogs over there, bro. You guys are jealous because they got the names. Al got all the dudes. You feel me? That's all it is to it. He had Earl over there. You feel me? Pitbull was a name. He get all the names. You feel me? He get all the monsters. And these other guys just get guys that's here for a moment. I'm out.
All right, DC3, appreciate you. If you're watching this on YouTube, don't forget to hit that thumbs up button. We're about to go into 6-hour show. It's almost 12 o'clock here on the Pacific.
Damn.
Yeah, man. You know, put in that work. We got Real Jose. Mike, I'm pretty sure I went to you, right, Mike? I can't be imagining.
I think you did.
All right. That didn't work. Real Jose, to this day.
Yo.
What up? We hear
man,
you.
I forgot what the fuck I was gonna say. Man. But hey, I guess this is a little bit off topic, but this is a good little discussion. I guess that came to my mind because I forgot what I was gonna say, but this came to my mind before. Hey, if Edgar Berlanga gets knocked out against Canelo and he retires, will he be
You
the
sound
richest
very
boxer
muffled,
to ever?
Jose.
You're too muffled, champ. I don't know, maybe back away from the phone or take off the Bluetooth.
Hold on one second, bro.
It's like, I would love you, people.
Hey, yo, you funny.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yo, okay, so
better.
if Edgar Berlanga gets knocked out in September by Canelo and just decided to walk away, retire, whatever, would he be the richest boxer to retire without winning a world title?
I don't know. That's
Nah,
hard. That's
Jake
hard
Paul. If Jake Paul retires right now, he's the richest.
Yeah.
Jake Paul shouldn't. Come on, bro. I'm talking about real boxers, bro. What the fuck?
He's a real boxer. I'm
Yeah,
not
bro,
saying
but
he's a
like he
great
needs to
boxer. He's a
earn his
real.
stripes, though. Come on.
Come on now. We're talking about elite real boxers, bro.
Oh, you didn't say elite.
Okay, sorry. Elite real boxers. We're talking about world titles, right? World titles
Again, I think
is
the
elite.
answer. I think the answer to that is we won't know because you don't know what these fighters do with their money. Oh, you only hear about the dudes that go broke. You never hear about the dudes that
Nah,
don't go broke.
I'm just saying because it's funny because like he's probably gonna get his biggest bag and not get a world title, you know, because he's gonna lose and he's still not a world champion.
That's happened a
Again,
lot,
we
though.
got to see how he performs. He might lose, like you're predicting, and still be able to win a world title because he impresses us. He looks better than we thought.
But I'm not gonna lie, I did see that picture of him in that Wallow interview. He looks big as fuck compared to Canelo, bro. That's about all he got going for him. But shit, that's my call, bro. I'll keep listening. Y'all getting me through the workday, bro. I appreciate it. The breakfast voice of boxing TBV. Y'all like, subscribe, and keep tuning in, bro. Appreciate y'all.
All right. We got Pristine Sports, $2. Canelo card is popcorn mid in 2024. Popcorn emoji. Blowing smoke emoji. Hashtag DuckTales. Again, mid is better than dog shit. Mid, the equivalent of dog shit for weed would be backyard. You know what I
You know
mean?
what it was?
Like Reggie, like the shit from DR that's like the cows step on and it's got sticks and seeds. That's dog shit. Like,
You know what it is?
mids
It's
is still not dog shit.
Cumulatively, that card was dope. Each
Of
fight,
course.
if you look at it separate, they were okay. But when you
You may
add it
feel
all
like it's your
together,
time,
when you arithmetic,
but it's not your
it
time.
was dope.
I mean, each fight was its own main event. I don't know about okay. This is what I'm saying. You dudes are, I don't know who you guys are. Like, I don't know who you are and where you've been for the last 10 years. That you can all of a sudden say, oh, they were okay. Those are main events.
Some were dope,
been
some were good,
no,
some were
brother,
okay.
no, you not listening. If you've been watching this sport for the last 10 years, Andy versus Big Baby is the main event. Jarrell and Jared Anderson fucking Bacoli is a main event on Top Rank all day, every day, twice on fucking Sunday.
Yeah, but those still aren't great
Isak
fights.
Cruz and Rayo is a guaranteed pay-per-view on fucking Prime. Like,
Those
you
are
guys
still
are
not great
lying
fights.
and it's frustrating. You're lying and it's frustrating. You know what I'm saying? Like, stop lying. These dudes would have gave you these shits, packaged them up as individual pay-per-views, bro. Morrell would have been headlining with Hot Rod in wherever the fuck he's always going over there, Minneapolis or whatever. Like, why are we lying? Why are we lying?
The problem is
like
that
we ain't been watching this sport for the last 10 years. Like, we don't know what we've been getting. All of a sudden, this is not what we've been getting on pay-per-view.
No, it's what we've been getting, and that's the problem. The problem is there's a lot of fights, as of late especially, last 5 years or so, that should have been made and have not been made, and I think people are just frustrated.
Fucking Charles Martin, didn't he fight Luis Ortiz January 1st of 2023 on pay-per-view? In Miami somewhere?
Yeah, I believe so.
Like, somebody of that caliber fought Luis Ortiz on pay-per-view in January, bro. And we out here complaining. Like, you guys are kidding me, man. This shit is crazy to me. That would be sad if that card really did those poor numbers because of you thieving-ass motherfuckers. That's just sad. Bro, even Andy Cruz Moran, that shit lived up. That ain't worth no money, but it was that's a co-main on an otherwise matchroom card. Like,
yeah, no, it was good. The matchups were good.
Like, Andy Cruz literally co-mained versus Zampilla or Zamparia on the Berlanga undercard.
Right. Yeah.
And they gave you this as an opener. They gave you a co-main as an opener. Like, again, man, my man Super Chatted the best, bro. You can't please you dudes, man. Can't please you dudes. I got mac and cheese, $5 cash app. He says, you can't shame a career thief into paying for pay-per-view. Listen, I'm not shaming. I'm past that. You feel me? I realize, look, they giving us a lot of worthless cards. You know, everybody's entitled to do what they want. But that Crawford card was worth our money. Every hardcore should have bought that, and every hardcore needed to tell one casual that was a good card. Like, we are failing ourselves. We are failing ourselves because we got hardcores like this telling you that that's not good. And that Danny and Laura's dog shit. Man, Lord. He need to go to DR, see what dog shit is like. R H-Town, what
Ash,
up?
I think the Danny Lara fight's more exciting to me than Canelo Berlanga.
What up, next? Can you hear me?
That alone makes it not dog shit though. That's my
No,
issue.
it's not. Yeah, it's
I'm just
not
my
dog
issue is
shit.
just the vocabulary, bro. It's like
Yeah.
why we can't choose the right shit to say. But go ahead, H-Town.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice sound, baby. Hey, nah, man. You know what? I want to start off by apologizing to Pitbull Cruz because I called him trash. He's not trash. He's just not up to par. You know, he's just not up to par. But nah, man. Malcolm's tripping. Now, what are you talking about, man? I'll make a card. Yeah, anybody can make a fantasy card, man. But what they giving us, and what have they been giving us for 20 years? You know, like, come on, man. Like, that was a great card. Even this PBC card, I'm not a PBC fan, but it's a good card. It's worth money. You know, we had what didn't we have? Andy Reid versus Chris Arreola on pay per view, Ness.
Absolutely. We
You know,
sure
but come
did.
on, man. Y'all tripping. And he's talking about he wants at least a couple championship fights. Hell, that's what Canelo's giving us: fighting a top 5 guy in a championship fight, and then we got another championship fight underneath that, and then we got two names in Plant, you know, down there, and we got some prospects. I mean, that's exactly what he said he wanted. That's it. Buy the card. But there's a such thing as playing a sport and not being a fan of the sport, man. I go outside and throw the baseball with my nephews and all that, but that doesn't mean I'm watching every MLB game. So just because you're over here training people don't mean you support the sport, man. Supporting the sport is actually buying the fights. You know, go buy your fighter shirts and all that to make sure that they get on, promote your fighters. That's supporting the sport, man. Just because you play the sport or you're over here teaching the sport, you know, on the weekends, you're not supporting pro boxing. There's a difference, you know. You could say I like boxing, I just don't support pro boxing. It is what it is at that point. But you can't call yourself a super fan, hardcore, or whatever, and say I don't buy no fights. That's just stupid. You can't be a super fan or supporter of the pros if you ain't supported financially. But that's just what it is, Naz. I mean, these guys. I guess what do they want, man? They want Floyd versus De La Hoya with Tyson versus Holyfield on the undercard, and you know Canelo versus Roy Jones Jr. Oh yeah, that's a super card. I'll buy that. No shit, everybody will buy that. But that's not real. That's not reality. And we don't got the so-called stars that there were in the past that we have today. We don't have those names. We got great fighters. They just don't have the name because people don't. They don't research. They don't care no more, bro. They're watching the UFC. They're watching MLB. They're watching hockey. They're watching everything else, man. They just don't support boxing. I mean, that's it, Ness, man. Just crazy to hear someone say that card was trash.
You may feel like it's your time,
Yeah, that shit shocked me
but
too.
it's not your time.
Buxiana, they made you go last, Buxiana.
It's okay, they like to make me go at the end because I always got the good shit to say. Shout out to the balding voice. I just want to say I don't think it was Luis Ortiz. It was him and Charles Martin that was on pay-per-view. But anyways, you can't please you fucking boxing fans. It's so crazy to sit up and see you guys that don't pay for shit have so much to say about the shit that we're getting. Like, I don't know, man. I see people be hating on Turkey. I'm not mad at the shit Turkey doing. He putting a lot of names on the same card. It might not be fights that you want to see per se, but it's fights that people don't mind watching because we're supposed to be fans of the sport. So we're getting shit that are supposed to entertain us. And a lot of these fights have been fucking entertaining. PBC putting that card together with Tank and David Benavidez, that shit was a play to me. They can give that shit every other month to me. And all of them, everybody can deliver that shit. The fact that y'all don't pay for this shit though, and not complaining about it is wild as hell to see. Because why on earth would you be complaining? But you know what? I can't see. I can see why people are saying the shit that they saying, because you literally have a guy up here that calls himself a fire stick boy. So yeah, they stealing and they happy about stealing. So I mean, y'all gotta give some or lose some, win some, take some, something, because it's just a shitload of complaints, and ain't none of y'all really spending no bread, because none of y'all be at no fights. Y'all don't pay for that shit. Y'all just complaining for no reason. But I mean, I guess really that's my call, because I'm just watching people be really shady and they ain't spending no money. So either don't watch it or like not complain, because you ain't paying for it anyway. But yeah, that's my call. Shout out to the Baldwin Voice, my back call boys. Y'all have a good day.
All right, appreciate you. It was Luis Ortiz versus Charles Martin. I pulled that card up and it's atrocious. You know, and I don't think I would call this dog shit. I wouldn't. But Luis Ortiz fought Charles Martin on pay-per-view as your headline, and that's a 2-star fight on BoxRec. That is a pay-per-view, a 2-star fight on BoxRec. Cool. Your co-main was Frank Martin versus Romero Duno, someone that Ryan Garcia iced. Another 2-star fight. And this is why I say it's not dog shit, because on the undercard, it starts to get a little better. You got Gerald Washington shaking out with Ali, Aaron DeZern. That was a good fight, heavyweight fight. Jonathan Rice fought Mike Polite. That was a good heavyweight fight. Frank Sanchez fought Christian Hammer. That was a great heavyweight fight. Not great, but good heavyweight fight in terms of Frank Sanchez moving. You know, you had the Linaire Peru, also heavyweight fight. He got the win. You had Victor Hurst,
You may feel like it's
another
your time,
heavyweight fight. He fought
but it's
Elides
not your time.
Kalides, Lagos Kalides. He got the win. Victor Hurst. You know, you had at the time Ken Porter fighter Malik Montgomery versus Angel Luna. Malik got the win. Atif Oberton, he got the win. Steven Torres, another heavyweight. You know, so all like I'm a heavyweight fan. So you look how many times I said the word heavyweight. So you know, that was good for me. That was good for me. Shit. I'm not reminding nobody. Those that know, but shit, y'all remember I was going to go to that fight. And then shit, life hit me. But that just shows the difference, though. You know, to me, this card, it's my example of what a bad pay-per-view is, but it still isn't what I consider a dog shit card. You know, there was value in this card, not as a pay-per-view. Value. Again, I've been doing this so long, my audio was recorded. I used to beg to see the development. I wanted to see the, 0-0 fighter turn 1-0. I don't want to not see that. I need to see that. I want to see them go through everything. Do I lose interest in some of them? Yeah, like Lindolfo. I haven't followed all of his fights. He loses me, But Raymond Ford, I watched all his fights. Elijah Garcia, I watched all his fights. Richard Torres, I'm fucking watching all his fights, and I'm invested. He's fighting Joey DeVaco. I like to watch the development. So I'm going to see value where you don't, and I need to learn that so that I don't attack people. Because that is value to me, because I've been begging for them to show me the prelims. We didn't have prelims, guys. That wasn't a thing 5-6 years ago. It is now. And you guys, maybe you guys are spoiled. And I'm old, so I remember the price of gas. And we're going through that right now, where it's like I respect what he did because I remember what Don King used to do. I remember what Al did with Mayweather and Canelo and Danny Garcia, Lucas Matisse on the undercard. But those days are gone, and Turkey is bringing them back, and you gotta appreciate that. You know, shame on you if you stole this card, cause fuck. Again, in the last 10 years, when have you gotten value where they literally broke it down to like less than $10 per fight because it was that many good fights. I don't know. Whatever. I could talk all day about the shit. We got Ryan Robertson, $5. We only buy the pay-per-view when we have people over, so it doesn't buffer. Let's just keep it a buck. See? That's not me. That's crazy. That's wild. That's wild. Like, think about, yo, Lord have mercy. You guys need Jesus. Think about what you're saying. You're more worried about someone else and what they think of you than what you think of yourself. So you would spend the money because you got company and you don't want to look bad. You don't want it to buffer. But you working for yourself. You watching the fight for your entertainment and you rather it buffer to save a buck. But you'll spend it for someone else, not on yourself. Man, you ain't even got self-love, bro. You need a hug, man. You need a hug. Listen, I go to the restaurant, and if I'm hungry, I get 3 fucking entrees. And I'm going to pick out of each 3. I don't got to eat it all. I wanted waffles, and I wanted bacon, and I wanted steak and eggs too. And fuck it, give me a club sandwich, and I'm going to bite out of everything. That's what I want for me. Start doing shit for you, bro. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Lord have mercy. You buying it for someone else not to laugh at you, you nincompoop? I'm buying it for me, for my comfort, so I don't got to see the spinning wheel. You care about someone else seeing the spinning wheel. I swear to God, you got to get your shit together. DC3, $2. And Shakur said Tank Team reached out. Stop the BS. He sure did. DC3, $2. Y'all get on here lying saying y'all buy fights. Cap emoji, cap emoji. Mr. Put It On, $2. 20th Super Chat, celebrating his 20th. Ryan Garcia, the richest dude without a belt. That is also true. Marcos is not here to hear that because he was the one that asked that question. DC3, another $2. At Pristine Sports Network is the biggest clown emoji at TBV rolling on the floor. Bucky Rogers, $5. Stealing fights to still complain is diabolical. If you broke, just say you broke. Hands up emoji. And that's what I don't understand, right? Like, I can't tell you what codfish tastes like. Just like I can't tell you what, like, liver tastes like, right? Like, have I tasted liver? Yeah. Can I tell you what it tastes like now? Absolutely not. Because when I became in charge of my life, I buy what I want. And I don't buy what I don't want. Like, imagine not liking chicken but going to steal it from the supermarket anyway. Just cause. You don't even like it. Like, how can you waste your time to steal something you don't like? I need y'all to go to jail for this shit. Y'all need to go to jail for this because it's like, that's when you're going to realize, like, damn, I'm really in here because I stole a fight that I didn't even want to watch. I didn't even care about this dumbass fight. I just stole it. Like, what the hell type of logic does that don't make any sense. That's why you're lying. You do care. You stealing because you a thief. That logic don't make sense. No one, I'm not stealing a car I don't want or need. What are we doing here? What are you doing? Ay, Dios mío, man, these people. Malik, what up?
Yo.
Yo.
What's good, man? What's the topic, man?
It was
We talking.
supposed to be previews and predictions and Tank's rumored November 2nd date. But you know, Malcolm called in and said that the Crawford card was. I don't even know what words he used, bro. Honestly, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he basically was
He
not
said
happy, and
what he said. He ain't like it type shit. Or he liked it.
he definitely said he ain't like it. It wasn't worth his time.
Damn.
Those fights, he knew he could find them on YouTube the next day. They wasn't worth his time. Yeah, I mean, I don't
So he
know,
ain't
man.
catch
It's
none of
just
them. He ain't watched none of the fights live, basically. That's what he was saying. He's saying
I
basically
don't know because
he ain't watching that shit.
I don't know because what he said disappointed me so much. I couldn't even understand him anymore.
Damn. Yeah, that is disappointing because, like, fuck, I thought that was a good card, man. Fuck. I mean, maybe I'm tripping, but I thought that card was nice.
I
I thought
thought it
that
was
was one of the best
fantastic. I
cards.
used the word
Man,
fantastic, man.
yeah. And I'm not gonna even lie, bro. I ain't gonna lie to y'all and tell y'all I buy every fucking card, bro, because I don't. I can't tell you I buy every card. Hell nah. But I bought that one. I bought that one. But I bought the last one I bought the Haney and Ryan. Cause I fuck with Haney. So I bought that. And I fuck with Bud, so I bought that. And I went to a fucking fight party for Tank shit. And I ain't buy that shit. I ain't gonna lie. Cause I told you how I felt about that shit, bro. I'm not buying that Tank shit until he fights somebody that I won't see him fight. So I went to a fight party for that. And the
But bro,
motherfucker
that's
who had the
okay.
fight party.
Listen, that's okay. And people entitled to steal. Do you want to steal? That's on you. All I'm
bro.
saying is don't lie to us and tell us you stole it because it was whack. Because it wasn't worth it.
That card damn sure wasn't whack.
Like you
that
want to
Bud
steal,
card,
steal,
that
man.
shit wasn't fucking whack.
I'm not Jesus. You want to steal, but don't tell me your reason for
And look,
stealing is because you need money when you rich. That's what
I
you
was gonna
telling
say,
me,
bro. About the whole thing. Like I feel like, bro, if we gonna keep it a buck, Ness, if the NFL and the NBA was charging for every fucking game, motherfuckers would be stealing that shit too, bro. Like, say if they were charging $80 for a big game, motherfuckers gonna steal that shit, bro. They not gonna pay that shit, bro. Like some people might, like people like my pops, he'll buy that shit because he don't,
I
he
don't know,
don't know
man.
no
I
website
think
to
you
steal.
wrong. I think you're wrong based off.
Man, come on, bro. Come
Just
on,
hear me
Ness. I'm
out.
telling you, bro.
Just hear me out. The difference
I'm
between
listening.
those sports and this is that those sports are franchised. So the fighter doesn't die. Like Dallas Cowboys is a fighter that doesn't ever retire. He never.
That's true. Look, the hardcore Dallas fans don't
You may
buy you.
feel like it's
I'm
your
gonna tell you
turn,
five. I'm
No,
gonna
but I
tell you
mean
five.
in
but it's
general
not your
though.
turn.
But in general, like you can never. Like, okay, you beat San Fran in the Super Bowl. They still back next year. They don't retire. So they live forever. We don't got that
But
in
look, this is what
boxing.
I'm saying
We
though.
based off
You missing my point
individual
with this one, bro.
names.
This is my point, bro. Look, all right. Say if all right, they got what, 16 to 18 games in a season now, not including the playoffs and the Super Bowl. So let's see if your team make it all the way there, and I'm charging $80 every game. You think somebody gonna really buy that every weekend? Like you think like the average guy gonna just sit there and buy that game every weekend?
But champ, I know
Like
football. I know
you might not.
Malik, but I know football fans that do buy it. They got to buy packages. They got to buy them.
Yeah, I do too. Like I do. They do got the NFL League Pass and all that. They got all that. The NBA
right.
League Pass and all that. But what I'm saying is everybody don't have that shit. And sometimes, all right, say if you don't have that pass, you only can watch certain games that's on TV,
Hey,
bro. Like you
champ,
might not be able to watch
all I know
certain
Danny
teams.
was here, he pulled up them stats of the new football numbers of people that watched it on Amazon. They getting even more numbers than they was getting before. So people ain't stealing from Amazon. They ain't
That's just
steal from Amazon.
People like football more than boxing, bro. It's just like not everybody, but it's
no,
just more people in the
no.
game,
We
bro.
get into the root of it.
Yeah,
People like football
people,
more than boxing, but what that really means is
Exactly.
that those fans just love their sport more than our fans. And
But
that's
it's more
okay.
people, bro.
No, I
It's
just
still
think that
more people.
I just
That's
no,
the thing,
I
bro.
just think that our fans are we're disgruntled. It's understandable. We've been We've been abused for so long.
And it's a schedule too, bro. Like all right, like we already know who gonna be playing November 25th.
Yeah.
Today.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? We
No.
already know.
They got
I could go and
structure.
buy my tickets. I could go buy my tickets today for that game in November. And I know that these guys gonna be playing unless somebody get hurt. But the game still go on. Say if Tank got a fight in November and he get hurt, he gotta pull out.
That's my point
now
I was
what?
making. That's my point, that they are a team that they represent a fighter that never dies. He never gets hurt.
Exactly.
He never retires. He never dies. They fighter lives forever. Imagine
but the UFC
Floyd.
do the same kind of the UFC got the same kind of structure though, bro.
Bro, that's
what the
why
problem
we
is.
begging for structure. That's why we
you
begging
gotta
for
fuck with
structure.
Turkey. That's why I feel like Turkey,
but Turkey,
you can't knock him.
But Turkey also got if
he
you
got flaws.
He's got to, you know, what's that phrase? All our moms taught us about bringing more bees to honey than shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, you know what you want. You know how to do it.
He's like, he's not gonna give us everything right now, but you know, he giving you what he could give you, bro. And you know, it's like you gotta just take the good with the bad sometimes, man. You know, you can't knock everything. That's all it is, bro. But it's good though, man. I'm gonna call back in later, dog. Appreciate you.
I just wish that, you know, he was a little bit more slick with it, bro. Like, why draw lines in the sand? Like, you know, what's that phrase? One door opens, one door closes, another one opens, right? Like, it don't mean that the other door that opened don't gotta be another zoo door. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if it ain't working, talk to somebody else in the zoo camp to make it work. Versus cutting them off completely, because, you know, how many times is that gonna happen? And how many times is that gonna happen? And you know, are we gonna run out of people that don't want to deal with him, or he don't want to deal with them? And it's like, where we gonna be at? You know, where we gonna be at? Tip, what up?
Yo.
What up?
What up, man? First of all, you know, I'd like to start off my call by thanking Al Heyman and the PBC. And as y'all know, man, Alien Romulus released today in theaters, man. Go see that. If you're not doing anything on your Thursday, man, go watch a good movie, man. Go watch a good movie. Don't listen to this, man, and, you know, complain about remakes, man. You know what I'm saying, with the reviews I'm seeing, this is a good movie. So, yeah, take your time out to go see that.
I heard
if you're
a
not doing
review this
anything.
morning on the radio that it was really good, but you know how that is. They could have paid for that.
Hey, but look, you had said something earlier. I'm glad you changed it, because I was about to say that Ruiz Ortiz card was fire from start to finish. Like,
it wasn't Ruiz Ortiz. It was Charles Martin, Luis Ortiz.
Yeah, that's why I said you had changed it, because I was like, hold on. I was like, on that card, we had got that Pitbull knockout, where Pitbull like dominated dude, and then we had got the Edwin De Los Santos versus Jose Venezuela fight.
Nah, remember, I was specific to saying the 1st of January.
Yeah, those are some good bouts, man. And shout out to Gary Jonas, man. You know what I'm saying? Standing 10 toes on business, you know. We just not going for that Turkey stuff over here, man. You know, it's Al Heyman. It's Al Heyman and Pro Box till we die. You know what I'm saying? PBC Pro Box. You know what I'm saying? The alliance, man. Get with it or get lost. You know what I'm saying? We like stay prop and Rockefeller over here. Meanwhile, you know what I'm saying? If you look at Turkey Al-Sheikh, they looking kind of like G Unit. 20 years from now, you know what I'm saying? They catalog ain't gonna compare. You feel me? It's just how it is. But shout out to Turkey, man. Shout out to Turkey. But yeah, you know, the rollout is coming. Officially, everybody, the rollout is coming. Tim Tszyu versus Bakram. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be free on Amazon Prime. You know what I'm saying? From what I'm hearing. So the rollout is coming. Get ready.
Free and where? We're in Florida. We're in Florida. We're in Florida.
Hey, chill.
I wish it was with Gary and them, but that's too small, I think. They need a bigger
But
spot.
and then we got I just read that White Tyson is about to face Joey Jawako, man. Yeah, so we getting a step up, bro. We slowly stepping up. My boy is slowly stepping up. So I'm
Bruh,
glad. I'm
that's
glad.
old news. That's
Top
like
Rank moving
literally
him.
official.
It don't even matter, man. At the end of the day, White Tyson stepping up, man. He about to show y'all why he the real
He's
American
stepping up
heavyweight.
to Joey DeVaco. Come on, bro. This is a
Yeah,
developmental fight.
come on, bro. Joey he's a savvy veteran, man.
Yeah, but this is a developmental fight. It's not a step up fight.
It's a step up, bro. Joey
Okay,
Joey can
so
compete with
no,
these top
cool, cool, cool.
heavyweights.
So what did you call Jared Bacoli?
That was a step up.
Wow. So they both the same?
It's on different playing fields, but we know which calls a little bit behind, and you know what I'm saying, he got some time. That's why I say Top Rank gonna take their time with him rather more than Jared Anderson, bro. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
they
saying?
going
One is
yeah,
more
yeah.
exciting than the other.
You know why? You know why? Because of his look. But listen, that's the bell.
All right.
I got keep it moving $2 Nest. So is Turkey the face of boxing? Capiche emoji, dynamite boom emoji, oncoming fist, bag emoji, and the damn trash bag. Is he the face of boxing? Self-proclaimed, absolutely. He posted on his social media in a nice graphic image. DC3 $2. Show the receipt you bought it. Who you talking to? Because I already showed mine's live, and I bought it ahead of time and showed it to y'all so that y'all could buy. JD Spades is lurking, $10, celebrating his third super chat. Let it be known that Ness has admitted to stealing pay-per-view in the past life. Additionally, you write off pay-per-view purchases on your taxes, effectively getting your money back. Stop your cap. Let it be known he's lying. I've never stole the pay-per-view. What I did admit to is obviously getting the ones from, when Matchroom was still with Sky Sports and not really doing business in America way before, when Eddie had Gavin Reese and Darren Barker, when those were his fighters and his champions, you know what I'm saying? When I wanted to watch Chris Eubank and I think it was Billy Joe fight, yeah, you had to have an illegal link, and that's how I know about all the goddamn pop-ups. But again, I also went through that and decided that's not what I want. You guys have never decided that's not what you want, so, don't put me in your boat. Your boat is sinking all alone. You don't need me in there. El Tanque claiming that counterpunch finally.
Let him cook. Now shut the fuck up. I have enough hearing your dumbass calls once a day, but three, holy shit. You talk too damn much, you ain't cooking nothing. God damn, that dude just fucking. I could never be a friend of that motherfucker in real life, bro. One of us will be in prison. He yells too goddamn much. It's irritating the motherfucker. That interview was dope, Ness. That shit was dope. Jerry,
Appreciate it.
what's his name? Jonas?
Yep.
Gary Jonas?
Yep.
Man, hey, Pro Box sounds like it's for la raza, bro. He likes fighters that come forward and give you guys a fucking brawl. That's why them cars are always good, even when y'all don't know who the hell is the guy fighting. Shout out to Sriracha, Picked that dude up from Mexico, brought him from Guanajuato, beat one of his guys. The other dude, I think he's in a Xander Zayas fight. I believe his name is Daniel Sosa. That's another Pro Box dude, made his debut there. Now he got a Xander fight. This dude is doing great things for boxing, for the lower dudes that nobody really gives a damn about, because y'all are too stupid to do your research and pay attention, just like you shit on fucking Bakram, just like y'all shit on fucking Bohachuk, just like y'all shit on fucking Madrimal. Y'all a bunch of dumbass, bro. Your community is stupid as shit, Ness. It's irritating. You got Brandon, the trucker from Ohio. All of a sudden, he supports a network. It's crazy, bro. It's disgusting. You got Javon criticizing C-Dub, and he's doing the same thing for an Arab. These motherfuckers with the hypocritical fucking takes is mad annoying, bro. God damn, just watch the sport. Y'all get way too deep into these You know, like y'all back there, like roaches, listening to what kind of deals are going behind the scenes. Make believes, oh, the turkey said this, the turkey said. He don't even speak English. God damn. Motherfuckers don't understand what the hell he's saying. Every time he gets on an interview, he says, I don't speak directly to them. It's my partners. Turkey don't say shit besides, are you ready to sign? Are you ready to do the deal? That's all he says. God damn, y'all fucking, y'all pissed me off today, bro. Bunch of weird ass callers today, man. Jerry, the promoter, lender, wannabe with this, god damn. It's disgustingness. Shout out to Pro Box though. I love that shit. Ain't no card I miss. Cause every time I see a damn new fighter, a Mexican, Dominican, Puerto Rican, I go in there and do the research and I'm like, hold up. You're pretty damn good. The dude that they're putting in there with you is gonna be a decent fight. It's a good fight. Like he said, bro, with Mr. Merriweather. I like the kid. He's talented. But what did he say? He was supposed to dominate the competition, and he did not. You know, it is what it is, bro.
Yeah, man. People saying that you're the hypocrite for being mad at Jerry for yelling, but yelling yourself. I mean, what up?
Still here. That interview with Gary went well.
Yeah, that shit making the rounds on Twitter. People excited about the Walters and JoJo fight on Twitter. That's good news for them too.
Yeah, man. I he definitely gave some background on that Angelo Leo situation too. Listen, Pro Box got skin in the game, a different angle, maybe not coming in as vocal as Turkey, but certainly making the impact on a lower scale. So shout out to Pro Box. Always got to get them their flowers.
Nah, always the minute I had my first conversation with Gary, I knew, he's the little engine that could. He's just gonna keep chugging along, and eventually he'll be up there.
So a good point to kind of reiterate what some of us were saying earlier. As long as the company is, these promotional companies are around, they're going to offer fighters what they offer, and it's up to the fighter to take it or not. God bless the fighters that participate in ShowBox. Again, I don't want to. Gary alluded to people are questioning the money. I ain't one of them people. I don't want to know how you get your money because I might want to take your shit. So don't tell me how you get your money, but I can respect how those guys have found a price point to make those fights lucrative. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I love that about Pro Box. But yeah,
so man, people still trying to give me this argument as to why the numbers didn't do well for Crawford, and I get all your arguments, bro. It's just is it DMX or is it Jay, man? Yeah, I hear niggas, but I just don't feel them. I hear y'all. I just don't feel y'all though. Like, you feel me? Like, all that, yo, bro. Even you said you buy the people buy the main the pay-per-view for the main event. All right, so he's saying, bro. Even you said people buy the pay-per-view for the main event. Yes, this is true. This is true. This is true. And Masvidal was not a appealing opponent. But there was just too much value. That's all, I'm just shocked. Again, I'm disappointed and shocked that the hardcore word of mouth didn't get that pay-per-view to do better. I'm shocked that there wasn't more people like me within different little pockets of different friendships to say, hey, Saturday's an amazing boxing card. Like, something we haven't seen in a long time. I'm just shocked that wasn't spread word of mouth wise. Now I get it. Maybe people needed to see it to know that it would play out as good as it did, and hopefully it has some replay value. Again, I'm just shocked.
Among fight fans, it was highly touted, Ness, and look at what we had. We had some upsets on there. We had some controversies on there. We had everything that you want to see on that card. Knockouts, you know what I mean?
Hell yeah. I was so invested. Listen, I knew Rayo was winning. I was excited for Big Baby and Andy. I was even more excited to see the Bacoli and Anderson. I just can't believe that it didn't do well according to these ridiculous internet rumors. It's so disappointing. But Big If, go ahead, brother.
Yo, you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, salute, man. Salute Ness. Salute Amin. Salute El Tanque, the mad rapper. Tell him why you mad, son. Like, son, I can't tell the difference between you and Jerry Soriano. Both of y'all mad as hell. But also salute to Ness for channeling his inner fat boy, son. Like Ness talking about he orders 3 entrees with pork on one and waffles on the other. And yo, you're a fat boy on the inside, B. But salute to y'all, man. But I was listening to the calls earlier, yo. The dude, yo, you was right, son. The dude that called in talking about he waits for his guests to come through, and then he orders the fight. So it doesn't like show the what do you say, the skipping button or the lagging
The
button or whatever.
buffering, the
Yo,
buffering, the
that
buffering.
the buffering button, yeah, that reminded me of like those old grannies from down south. They be eating on the plastic Tupperwares and all that, and when the guests come through, they pull out the finest of China. You know
Word.
what I mean? It's like, oh, yo, you punishing yourself, man. Then you want to impress other
Exactly,
people, son.
bro. And I
Yo,
think it's our upbringing because I swear to you, in my family, my grandmother, even my mother did it with the sofas. Tell me you never. I don't know how old you is,
word,
but people old enough used to go to someone's house and they had fucking plastic covers on a
facts,
sofa.
And still wouldn't
facts,
let you sit on that bullshit.
And the covers only come off for the good company. Like, motherfucker, I'm your son. You understand?
word,
I am the good
word.
company. Like, these people, I mean, you got to understand, it's self-love and respect. They don't love themselves. Like, I'm going to pay for it for you, but not for me?
Nah, but these dudes love punishment, man. That's why they hating on the Crawford card, man. How can you hate on that card, son? You want to go back to the way things were when we were all wishing and complaining that, you know what I mean? Like Jared Anderson versus my man from Congo.
Bacoli.
That could have been a main event with like a bunch of like, other stuff. You know what I mean? But
Bro,
that the
Facts.
ESPN could have
absolutely.
given us.
Absolutely, Frank Warren would have sent a big ass offer to Top Rank, or they would have negotiated something where Bacoli comes to America, or Jarrett goes over there, and that's on the card either on Top Rank or Frank Warren. Main event.
Facts. Listen, man, I'm not mad. Even the 5v5, I was excited for the concept. Listen, I'm appreciating the stack cards on, we don't know how long it's gonna last, B. So I'm appreciate it. And years from now, we're gonna look back and be like, yo, back in the day, the cards were stacked. You know what I mean? Like we're gonna be, but now we all complaining, son. Like, I don't know, man. What's Shorty that called in?
Malcolm,
A couple calls ago?
the one that started this.
No, there's a chick that called in, like maybe like a few calls ago. She had good points.
Boxiana.
Yo, Boxiana, son, you need to have a girls' night out because there's a lot of boxing baddies calling in with bad takes on here. You need to take them out for a girls' night out, B. You know what I mean? Like, all these dudes is boxing baddies. How can you hate on a good card, man? We don't deserve nothing, man. I pray we get, let me not pray for that because it's going to affect me too. But I was going to say, I pray we get a slump where it used to be back, a couple years ago.
I don't want no
But yo,
slump.
y'all some boxing baddies, B. Like, let's appreciate what we got, and hopefully we don't complain and have I guess the reverberations of the complaints go out there and reach out to the powers that be, man. Let's enjoy what we have, because I know it's probably not gonna last that long, man. But salute to y'all. I'm out.
Salute the Big If, man. I can't deal with no drought because it's back to drinking and MMA for me. That's no bueno.
Yeah, man. No, I don't want no drought, man. I don't want no drought. We just gotta appreciate what we got, man. Dom, what up?
TBV, Ness, how we doing?
Straight.
What's good,
A
Dom?
great
Talk
interview.
to us.
What up, man? I love that interview earlier. This is the second time. I tuned in late in the middle of it, so I went and ran it back from the beginning. I'd like for you to have more interviews with him and potentially, be a part of his platform on some level. But when I joined back the live feed, I was in the middle of that Malcolm call. He was, on his hardcore tirade and didn't appreciate you disagreeing with him. And I just thought that was really hilarious that
Like how on earth do you label yourself a hardcore but you don't watch the fights live? And it's like saying you're a hardcore of fashion, but all your garments are on layaway, or like you're hardcore into astronomy, but you don't own a telescope, or you don't go and watch a meteor shower or eclipse. And then he went on to say that he doesn't watch fights, but he's in the gym every day or he's officiating fights. What does that have to do with being a hardcore boxing fan? That's like saying you're a hardcore fan of burgers, but you spend all your time flipping burgers. It's like, no, you're not a fan of burgers. You're just a fry cook. Fans spend money. That's the economy of being a hardcore fan. And only now do we live in a world where you can, I guess, circumvent spending money, but yet still front like you're in the upper echelon of supporters. It's just so crazy to me. It's like, yeah, bro, you might love boxing, but that's cool. You just love it, and you're a shitty contributor. You love boxing with a heavy resentment, so you treat it poorly. And again, that's cool. That's how you decide to operate. But just don't label yourself a hardcore. Don't make it personal when people disagree. You don't get brownie points for spending time in a gym or officiating. That's just you participating. Hardcore fans are supporters. They go to fights. They pay for fights. They tune into the fights. That's just what it is, how it's always been, and how it always be. I buy fights. I've been to fights, but I've went on those sites too, and I don't pretend as if I'm on the far end spectrum of boxing fans. You don't have to force that label on yourself. The moment you are more real with your standing in the sport, you'll probably appreciate it more, and maybe that road to becoming a hardcore will actually be there for you. But as of now, you just sound like a disgruntled hater. I hate to say it, but you call in just to argue and yell today. But other than that, it's been a great show. I just had to get that off my chest. Peace, guys.
I need I need more calls from you, man, and I need to learn from you. You
Don broke that
articulate,
shit all the way down.
yes, he articulated himself so well, calmly. I just felt embarrassed over here. I'm like, damn, this dude's doing way better than I did. Because I don't want to offend Malcolm. And Malcolm, I hope you understand that. He's been calling in and he's very respectful to me. He calls me Mr. Gibbs and everything. So, again, Malcolm, I meant no disrespect whatsoever. I just was disappointed. Again, I hear you calling. Like, I never expect the dudes that's calling in here a day to be the ones that's stealing. It's like we love the sport. We're here every day, bro. If we add up the hours that we y'all family, there's as many hours as we spend. Like that, I literally be like, yo, if y'all in Vegas, I'm in Hardin. Who wanna watch the fight with me? You ain't gotta steal. Like, what the fuck? I'm buying this shit.
Well,
Crazy.
Ness, remember, sometimes proximity, being too close to something, it makes you different. We just talked about it on the show. That woman from Illinois was around all them wings every goddamn day, and she stole. So Malcolm, he's training, he's officiating, he's around boxing all day. Maybe he just don't have the patience to pay for it, just like that lady couldn't pay for those wings.
Man, I ain't even want to bring
Shout out to Malcolm, though. Shout out to Malcolm. Malcolm is a good dude. But that's kind of that New York shit, too. New York don't give you no love right away. New York run you through the rakes before they give you love. So, it's a couple factors at play. But Malcolm, he tell you the truth, homeboy, he's probably been in the gym training this morning, literally since about 3 or 4 o'clock this morning. So he's been on one all day, and that's just passion. My good brother's espousing passion about the sport. We're gonna turn him around and get him right.
Malcolm's back. BoxRec brought back the WBA recognition. That's fucking right, man. Don't play this tit for tat game, bro. You can't ruin the site like that. That doesn't work. I love that they brought it back. Shout out to who counterpunched that Profound Dreamer. Gather round. That's if you're still listening. Shout out to Profound Dreamer. Mac with the counterpunch coming back.
Hey man, hey look,
Did you hear me tell you that I apologize and I didn't mean any disrespect? It's just I was just like shocked. So I don't want
there.
you to think that I was being disrespectful.
You don't have to apologize, man. There was no offense taken.
Cool,
It's not a
cool,
big deal. You had your opinion. I had mine. I didn't hear any attacks. We just
cool.
had a difference of opinion. That's it. And my point, the point that I was making is that I can't be shamed into doing something that I don't want to do. Y'all said I said that I did. First of all, I said that the Riyadh, see the Bud card. I said that was a good card. That I said that it was cool. I didn't overhype it like the fantastic that you wanted to be, because I understand that you're only calling it fantastic because you're comparing it to what the other cards have been. And that was the disconnect between us. Your comparison is between that card and the cards that you've been getting, and my comparison is between that card and the card I feel like I deserve for my money. That's it. You know what I'm saying? For all these people trying to, and first of all, no, I didn't buy that car, but I had a smoker that I was working that Saturday. So I'm not gonna buy a pay-per-view car if I got to be sitting ringside judging fights. It's not a place for me to be watching the fight. I got something I got to do that moment. Yeah, I'm donating my time. And the gentleman before who wanted to call me disgruntled, I don't even know where he got that from. Like what about my call made me sound disgruntled. All I was saying was it's my money and I decide what to do with it. You can't just keep giving me things that I don't want and expecting me to pay for it. And the only repercussion for me not paying for it is some people who are not the arbiter of the sport saying, "Oh, you're not a hardcore." It don't matter what y'all opinion of a hardcore is. A lot of y'all call in, and a lot of y'all are really fans of the fighters. I'm a fan of the sport. And y'all say, "Oh, show the receipts," but I can show the time that I'm spending in the gym trying to learn the sport. I can show the time that I'm donating every Saturday to help administer the sport. You know what I'm saying? To come out to Wisconsin to support Border Wars, because this is boxing. You know, I went to the Haney and Prograis fight, and I'm looking for. I don't care about anybody's shaming tactics, man. I'm grown. I'm about to be 34 this month. I don't care what people think about uh, their level of discernment on how much I love the sport. The gentleman before said I don't have to force the label on myself. I don't need the label. He also said that I love the sport. I'll take that. That's the only fact. I love the sport and I'm gonna love it for the rest of my life. And I'm gonna seek to. I loved it so much that being a fan wasn't enough. I had to find a way to contribute to it. I had to find a way. I had to find a gym to go to learn it. That's how much I love it. So it's nothing
You may
about being
feel like it's your
disgruntled.
time,
It's just about
but it's
saying,
not your time.
yo, if they want more money, the sales are low because they're not doing good. Do better. That's it. Do better.
But
Hey, you
Malcolm,
know what?
that's the disconnect with you and I. You say I'm comparing it to the last 10 years and that's why I'm excited. I'm saying they giving you what you just ended with. They are doing better and you still didn't pay.
No, they're not doing better. That was one card that was good. And we're
Actually,
not
no,
going to act
Malcolm.
like,
That was the best card out of what, maybe five that were good, you mean? Because he already did the Francis Ngannou Tyson Fury, which had a great undercard. Then he
yeah,
did
that
the
was good.
AJ Ngannou, which had another great undercard.
Okay, yeah.
And I can't remember them all, but like I'm saying, this was the best of what he's already been showing us. Like, yo, I'm going to give you the best I can get to work with me, versus the best I can get to work with me. But again, it's no big deal. I got to get to these other calls. I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah.
taking any more calls after the three that are there, which is Robert, Kingborn, and Venom. No one else. Shit is over, Hovers. I gotta go out with the little lady. Like I told y'all yesterday, date your wife. Venom, what up?
Yo, you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right, man. I mean, Ness, you in Vegas, Ness. So it's like, to be honest, you in the tourist city. If anything, you should know. I mean, was any casuals walking up to you saying, "Yo, that was a great card over the weekend"? Was any of that happening to you?
I mean, I'm in the, where when I'm not in the strip. Like vegans, Los vegans don't go to the strip. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not going to I'm hanging with locals. I'm not hanging with the tourists because that's just traffic, high parking, inflated drink prices and food. Like you know what I mean? Like locals don't do the strip. So and again, I'm older than y'all. I'm only at work, gym, and date my wife.
I see what Malcolm's saying. Lord, when we first got pitched the Super Bowl idea about if you had all the money in the world, what card would you make? And the people were making cards on Twitter like, "Yo, you will have Canelo, Benavidez, Usyk Fury, Tank Shakur," and it was all on one card. I know it's fantasy, but that's what we was expecting. We wasn't expecting two Cuban fighters fighting
Champ,
to
you
come
said
on, we
it
hardcores.
yourself.
Hold on, we
Yeah,
hardcores.
but
Come
you
on, to
said
the casual eyes, they ain't gonna jump out they seat.
but champ, you just said it. That's what we expected, but it was fantasy.
I know, but Turk got all the money in the world, so we
Bro, but
expecting it.
again, I don't think there's anywhere in the English dictionary that's gonna say fantasy can turn into reality.
Ness, these niggas wouldn't be satisfied with a threesome, man. You can't please these guys out here.
No, they're gonna be like, well, I had a threesome, but it wasn't Kim and Black China.
No,
It
but
wasn't
look,
Amber
I
Rose
don't
and Kim
know
Kardashian.
this whole Turk ego. The Turk ego. I want to talk about that a little bit. He was in the he purchased like a soccer league or team, and he just recently disowned them, not disowned the whole team because apparently the fans in the audience, they were like shitting on Turk, and Turk didn't like that. Like they were doing it out loud and shit where everybody can listen, and Turk didn't like that, so he pulled out. Lost a lot of money in that. But Ness, Floyd Schofield, he said he got big news coming, and he's been promoting on the Jake Paul Netflix card. So I'm assuming he's gonna be on that card, but who is he gonna fight? Because Ashton just got knocked out.
Maybe they gonna fight Ashton off the loss. Maybe
No,
Ashton.
but
What
that's a
you
6 month recovery, you know?
what you
Think they
mean?
bring in Body?
What if Ashton wants to prove something? He can't get Body. Bodies probably don't want to do the rematch. Or maybe they don't even want to do the rematch. They just want to go into something else just to prove
I'm talking about
something.
Schofield. Schofield and Body, maybe.
Nah. I mean, last I talked to Body's people, he wasn't on the table for Keyshawn or Schofield. All those are just talks, but it don't sound like they're going straight into anything like that. And remember that he's with Phil LaGreco, but also with David Iskowicz, I believe. Remember that he used to be like the head of Rock Nation? Itzkowitz or some shit. I interviewed him. If you like put David in my channel, it'll pop up after you get past all the other known Davids.
I don't know, man. Floyd gonna be on that card. It seems like. Yeah, man. Golden Boy still thriving. You know, Ryan getting a little layoff. Virgil taking care of business for the time being, and Floyd Schofield coming up next. That's my call.
All right,
Salute the
Robert.
Venom.
Try.
Robert.
Go ahead, champ. I ain't hit him yet. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say Robert's next. I said salute the Venom. Robert's next.
Oh, Robert, unmute. Gotta unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
What's up, man? This is Jersey Bob. Man, my phone been jacked up. I ain't been able to get through, but let me just give you some credit. Yo, man, I'm listening to other boxing, like two other. All these people now they calling for Big Baby versus Big Baby. I can't believe it, man. I was on a couple other websites, man. You was the first. I'm telling you, I don't know you probably don't. Yo, people been now. All these other people like, yo, Big Baby should fight Big Baby. And then somebody had the nerve to say, and the loser should lose the name. And I said, dang, that's been saying that for the longest time. I cannot believe people try to steal your ID now. So I'm gonna give you that credit. You was first. Big Baby versus Big Baby. Um, I paid for the fight. The fight was great, man. I watched that fight the whole time, whatever hours it was. I paid the $80. The only problem is that when the card isn't as good as that, it's like you feel. And now I feel like I'm getting ripped off. Honestly, if the card ain't like that good, man, I'm like, dang, man, I don't. Now you make me not want to buy it. So that's the only problem with making a
But
card that good.
but
That's
that's
all.
good though. That's good because that is gonna affect the other guys to step they game up. I'm telling you, man, this is what we need.
But uh, yeah, it was a great card, man. So I can't, I'm supporting Turkey his cards, but it's hard for me. I watched Berlanga with all the knockouts, but then I seen Berlanga fight some guys, man. I can't believe he has a chance against Canelo. I just can't believe it. Now I thought Ryan had no chance against Haney, but I can't see Berlanga. I can't see it, man. I can't see paying for that fight, man. I don't believe the boy
Oh
has a
my
chance.
God, I
I believe
hate
he
that
has
Haney
no
fight.
chance. But I'm telling you, man, it's like for real. Watching him on ESPN, I hyped him up. I was like, yo. But then you see him fight these other guys. He's not real. It's like, man, they try to defraud me, man. He's fake. They
But
had
look,
him knock all them guys out, and now I watch him fight. He's fake, man. I can't believe in the dude.
hey Robert, dig this though, brother. And the way you sound that, I know for a fact you are a fan of boxing and not, a fan of the fighter. But I'm with you. And here's where I say it's okay to be on this side of things. Let us be proven wrong. If Berlanga turn out to pull off maybe the upset of the century, let him have to prove us wrong. There's nothing wrong with doubting him and make the nigga work for it.
Yeah. All right,
It may
gentlemen.
feel
Thanks
like
for
it's
all
your
y'all
time,
do. Y'all have a good
but
day.
it's not your time.
All right.
You too, champ.
Nah, man, appreciate y'all calling in. King Born, closing it out.
Hey, yo, peace. Y'all hear me, right? Hey,
Yes,
yo, live
sir.
Cypher
chat, power
Divine. What up,
chat.
Lord?
Yo, what's good, King? I mean, listen, man. On the way to Fayetteville, Arkansas, right? I'm driving. I saw like, oh shit, they talking about Tank. Know what I mean? And I said, yo, man, just give me if we can't get Shakur, just give me Tank and De Los Santos, man. Let me see the man that Shakur was having problems. See if Tank could get him up out of there. A big, strong dude that got power and got skills. Know what I mean? Listen,
You put
I
some
gotta
more
understand
cleaning
about
things in
New
the
York,
toilet.
right? New York cat. All right, me from Brooklyn, Crown Heights and shit. Brooklyn spread love, but the problem is this though, right? We only gonna spread love if you ain't on no bullshit. If you on some bullshit, we gonna like lay back, analyze you, then see we gonna fuck fuck with you or not. You know what I mean? And the problem with boxing right now is motherfuckers hating on a Teletubby with money, and that's what I call them affectionately, Turkey Sheik man. What the fuck is the problem? When nobody didn't want to give no money up during COVID, motherfuckers was mad at them fights like when Jared Anderson was fighting Igam Bote. Let's remember that shit on Top Rank, man. You know how bad that shit was. So now you got a man that got some money and he want to put it into the game and try to get some of the. If we can't get the big fights, let's at least get good fights. What's wrong with that? We boxing fans. Whether you hardcore or casual, you fucking with the sport. Know what I mean? And everybody know life's a bitch. And of course, everybody gonna say the AZ song after that on the power chat. But I believe life's a bitch. But Boxing is a bitch that you can't charm. Meaning, like, no matter which way we go, left, north, south, east, or west, start a war, start World War X on these calls and shit, ain't nobody gonna be satisfied. Right or wrong, that's and King I mean. So boxing is the bitch that you can't charm. But if you can't charm the bitch, at least get something from the bitch. You know what I mean? At least get something that we want. So good. So what? We ain't getting Tank and Shakur. Give me De Los Santos. Give me Big Baby versus Big Baby. It's still a lot of good fights in boxing, y'all. Cut the bullshit out, man. Know what I mean? Hating on Turkey, man. What the fuck? Let me tell you something, y'all. These dudes, half these dudes in the TBV universe, if I gave King I mean 10,000, right? And then I give Venom 8,000, Venom gonna be like, yo, why you gave King I mean 10,000? Why I can't get the
You
other
may
two?
feel like it's your
Fuck you,
time,
man. Got 8
but it's
G's,
not your
brother.
time.
Peace. I'm out.
Peace. There you go.
Listen, we back at it at 4:00, and I mean, man, this is more like a morning show. But I'm gonna give it to you this afternoon. This is gonna be fire. I hope y'all show up. This is some wild news right here. This is like wow. Like really? But hey, 7:00 Eastern, 4:00 Pacific Standard Time. We right back at it. Hope I got you through your work day. I mean, where can they find you?
In the meantime, before we come back, man, you guys be sure to check out the most recent episode of the championship rounds right here on YouTube, talking about Michaela Mayer spilling the tea on her issues with Sandy Ryan. Is Fundora moving down to 108 to dance with Evelyn Bermudez or Jessica Nitty Plata? And a bunch more action. Got the pro debut to Stephanie Simon, former Olympian and former Marine. Lots of stuff on that new episode. You guys go and check it out. Also, King I mean Essex 1 on Instagram, King I mean of Essex 1 on Twitter, and we'll be back.
All right, peace.